Hey everyone, Samia Khan here with your Fox 10 News Now update. Happy Thursday morning. Happy day after Donald Trump visited Arizona. Yesterday was a pretty crazy day, obviously, with Donald Trump's visit to the Valley. He was in Mesa, Arizona yesterday. In case you missed the whole rally, well, fret not. We have the full thing posted on our YouTube channel, so you can check it out there. We have a lot ahead as far as today's show is concerned. In case you haven't read the title of today's show, first things first, Daniel Baldwin, one of the Baldwin brothers, will be joining us to talk about his addictions and his project to address addiction, the addiction problem here in Arizona, obviously the drug problem that is going on right here in our very state. He'll be joining me. He is doing the morning show in just a few minutes, and right after he leaves the morning show set, he will be sitting right here, and you guys will be able to ask Daniel Baldwin your questions. So stay tuned for that. Plus, we have a lot of news ahead, various headlines, including an update on the whole San Bernardino shooting. Apparently, the next door neighbor is now going to be charged. That was the best friend or ex-best friend of one of the shooters involved in that situation. He apparently going to be charged. This was the same man who was the one responsible for buying two of those rifles involved in that shooting that took place just a couple of weeks ago in San Bernardino, California. Other big news that's just sort of developing this morning. Do you guys remember the affluenza teen? Yeah, the kid that, drunk driver in Texas got off because he said that his parents' excessive wealth meant that he never really learned right from wrong. Well, apparently he's missing now. So that's a big headline. There's obviously a lot of headlines out there, but I think the most important headline right now for those of you in Arizona is it is damn cold. And excuse my language, but it is really, really cold outside. And, I got in the car this morning, was heading to work. It was 32 degrees. 32 degrees. Right when you hit 32 degrees, that's freezing. 31 degrees, that's below freezing here in Arizona, or when you take into account Fahrenheit in general, which is unheard of, especially when you go and look at how cold it is in some place like New York City. Yeah, 50 degrees. 50 degrees is the low in New York City. That's like our high today. I don't know what's going on, Mother Nature, but can you fix it, please? I would show you the tower cam. We're having some technical issues with that. So what I'm going to do instead is show you our weather graphics. Right now, the only graphic we have up is the 3-day forecast, not the 10-day forecast, with some promising numbers and some promising information on this graphic. Warmer days ahead. Thank you, graphic, for giving us such positive news and information, because it is freezing cold today. I'm looking forward to that heat up tomorrow. According to this graphic, our high today is 57 degrees. What's interesting about right here in Arizona is that we don't really hit that high until about 3 or 4 p.m. in the afternoon, and that high only lasts for about an hour, so it's still cold for the majority of the day. Some of the things I'm just observing in my second winter here in Arizona. Although I will say this winter, much colder than last winter. Last winter was very misleading. But looks like we will have some warmer temperatures this weekend, so that is exciting. Something to look forward to. Plus, oops, I'm still coughing. We got the tower cam back, and now we've lost it. But I will show you a place that's warmer than Arizona. Washington, D.C. Probably warmer than Arizona right now. And you guys are in luck, because it looks like we got tower cam back. Boom! That is what Arizona looks like outside right now. In my opinion, it looks cold, and when I say Arizona, I mean downtown Phoenix specifically. This is obviously not a view of the entire state. In case you were not watching the morning show with Andrea and Celeste and Ron this morning, here's an interesting fact that they reported. Yesterday, the coldest place in the continental United States, like all around the country, coldest place in the continental United States, wasn't in New York, wasn't in Maine, wasn't in Wisconsin or Minnesota or North Dakota or any place that you would think is cold. Wasn't in Michigan, wasn't in Chicago. Nope, wasn't Montana, wasn't Idaho. Guess where it was, guys? was right here in our very state. The Grand Canyon was the coldest place in the continental United States. That is absurd. I just wanted to let you guys know that Arizona needs to step things up. I want 75 degree temperatures back. I don't know if I can handle it much longer if it stays this cold, guys. I might have to move to Hawaii or something. Anyways, let's go ahead and look at that view of outside right now. Arizona, the cold weather. I bet Donald Trump was not expecting such cold weather when he arrived to the Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport yesterday, where his rally took place. In fact, here is a look of his plane as he arrived at the airport yesterday. Those of you who missed it yesterday, here's a 3-minute clip so you guys can get some of the highlights of what took place right here in our very state of Arizona yesterday afternoon. Alright guys, I have no idea why this clip is not playing any audio. That's very odd for some reason. I'm trying to fix it, but no luck right now. So right now we're just looking at Donald Trump himself on stage. Very weird. Very concerning. Let me try another clip and just see if it works. Otherwise we're going to have a major problem with all of our clips today. Since we're on the topic of presidential candidates, I'm going to go ahead and play this story. The latest in the presidential race.
The fifth and final debate of the year, being seen by many as the most heated showdown of the GOP primary season, the rhetoric turning into back-to-back sparring face-offs between the party's 9 top polling candidates who made it onto the main stage Tuesday night. And as political analysts continue to debate who flopped and who came out on top, the candidates themselves were back at it this morning, returned to their campaign trails.
All this tough talk, Ted stood up there and said, I'm going to utterly destroy ISIS. Anyone can say that. What are you going to do it with?
The CNN debate focusing almost exclusively on national security and how each candidate would approach the heightened threat of terrorism, a topic that voters have cited as their top concern heading into the next phase of the election cycle. Political insiders say that shift from voters makes last night's face-off one of the most important yet.
Overall, it was a great debate for foreign policy and national security because it was very nuanced. It was very substantive compared with the last debates.
Tuesday's debate marked the candidates' final face-to-face meeting of 2015, leaving campaign watchers with a better idea as to how the GOP field could shape up in the new year. This as the focus now shifts toward the Iowa caucuses, which are less than 2 months away, and where the first official votes of the election season will be cast.
The caucus is a more arduous process, so these are people who are going to show up, listen to speeches, and Ted Cruz has been doing a lot of work on the ground, been going around and giving speeches, meeting the community. Donald Trump kind of like swoops in, does a big, massive rally, doesn't really connect with the voters.
When it comes to the 2016 Democratic contenders, they too will have one last chance to face off before the February caucuses, with candidates Hillary Clinton, Martin O'Malley, and Bernie Sanders meeting this Saturday night in New Hampshire for the third Democratic debate. In Washington, James Rosen, Fox News.
All right, so we got that clip to play. Now I'm going to try this Trump rally one again, and hopefully it works. If not, it just wasn't meant to be, guys. Sorry to say. There he is. He's waving. All right, I can hear his stuff now.
President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
We are led by the stupidest people I can't even imagine it. They're saying, are you going to run as an independent? I said, I just got a poll where I'm at 41 and other guys are at 2 and 3 and 7. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, I think I'll leave now and I'll run as an independent. It's amazing. It's amazing. Last night, I had Jeb come at me, low energy. No, I'm standing there, and all of a sudden I hear this, Donald Trump, it's just like, he said it just the way his pollster told him to say it. And then I hit back very, very hard. But look, we need strong people. We need sharp people. We are being killed. We are being beaten by everybody. We're not winning anymore. And I finished up by saying, we aren't winning anymore. We don't win on trade. We don't win against ISIS. We don't win with the military. Our vets are being mistreated so badly. It's horrible. Horrible. I went in there saying, boy, this is going to be a tough evening, because I heard all of them were going to come at me, right? 14 of them were going to be coming at me. I was prepared, but I said, this could be unpleasant in front of, millions of people. And out of the 14, Jeb and I guess Rand Paul, who doesn't have a chance. I mean, what's he doing? Because I'm not establishment Hollywood. I'm not establishment politically. So Time magazine picked a woman who's destroying Germany. She let the migration come right into Germany. She's destroying Germany. And if I have to work with her in a little while, I'll do just fine. But I'm telling you, what she did is wrong. They should have done a safe zone in Syria, had a big, beautiful, fat safe zone, and stopped all this nonsense. We're going to build a wall, and Mexico is going to pay for the wall. They're going to pay for it. And I love Mexico, and I love the Mexican people, and I have thousands of them that work for me, and they're incredible workers with incredible spirit, and they love me. And I'll tell you what, in the state of Nevada, they recently did a poll, and I'm leading with the Hispanics. And everyone's saying, oh, that's because I'm going to produce jobs. I'm going to take our jobs back from China and Japan and Mexico and all these other places.
All right, guys, so we were able to get that Trump clip to play. So those are some of the highlights of Donald Trump's visit right here in Arizona. Now, while he was in Arizona, he also, right before taking the stage, taped an interview with Bill O'Reilly that aired last night. Fox News sent us a couple of those clips, so I'm going to play those for you right now. This interview, in fact, making a lot of headlines. I saw that it was trending on Facebook nationwide because even Bill O'Reilly was calling out Donald Trump on his immigration policies, specifically having to do with his whole view on Muslims, saying Fox News host criticizes Donald Trump over his position on Muslim immigration. So I saw it trending on Facebook, clicked on it, and realized that that clip, that interview, was actually taped right here in Arizona. So given that we have a local connection to this interview, I thought we had to play it. Let me just go ahead and find it right now. Here it is, just a couple clips. Stand by. And there he is. You can see the Arizona flag right there in the background. That's our airport back there. Let's go ahead and watch.
I don't like saying bad things about Jeb Bush. I feel a little bit sorry for him, to be honest with you. And I don't like saying bad things about him. But you have to understand, he struck first. I mean, it was all stage stuff. Some guy wrote it for him, and he, came out, and right from day one, right from minute one, he came out and he attacked. So I attacked back. No, they don't. Actually, he was really the only one of any consequence that went after me. A couple of little shots, but his whole thing was about going after me, and they wrote it out just like his pollster said. He repeated whatever his pollster told him to do, and I thought it was inappropriate. But he's doing poorly, and I feel a little bit sorry for him, to be honest with you.
One more clip coming up. Stand by.
I am looking at families where they know exactly what the husband's going to do when they want to fly planes into the World Trade Center, when they want to blow up planes, when they want to blow up all sorts of shopping areas and other things and cause problems. The families know what's going on, Bill. Believe me, the families know what's going on. I don't know what I do, but I'll tell you what. They care more about their families, Bill. They care more about their families than they care about themselves. Something has to be done. When a wife knows exactly what the husband's going to do, and the husband goes up and he knocks out 200 people with a bomb, or he does I would do pretty severe stuff as far as I'm concerned. Yes.
All right, so that takes care of our Trump block here on News Now. Going to continue on the topic of politics since we've already started talking politics. Let me go ahead and pull up a couple more clips. In case you missed it yesterday, the federal government, the Fed, they hiked up the interest rate a quarter of a point, I believe, the first time since 2006, if I have my numbers correct. Let's watch the package to confirm that I am indeed correct. I could be wrong, though. My memory could serve me incorrectly. Who knows? We'll see. Let's watch the story.
It's the first Fed rate hike in more than 9 years, a modest 0.25%. But while that doesn't sound like much, the decision does mean that consumers will likely have to pay even more to borrow money, as interest rates for car loans, credit cards, non-fixed mortgages, even home equity lines of credit could all go up. A boost, Fed Chair Janet Yellen said, shouldn't be overstated.
Even after today's increase, the stance of monetary policy remains accommodative, thereby supporting further improvement in labor market conditions and a return to 2% inflation.
The move, meant to keep the economy from overheating, ramps up pressure on a White House deeply concerned about growth, which it forecast to remain modest into 2016.
We've obviously made substantial progress in growing our economy at a rate of a little over 2%. A year since 2010. That is progress that is important. We certainly would like to see the economy grow even faster.
The White House says the economy is, however, showing signs of strength, with businesses adding nearly 14 million jobs over 69 straight months, the longest streak on record. Other sectors also trending up, with new home sales up 15% in the past 10 months, car sales up 7%, spending at restaurants and bars up 8%, even furniture's moving, with sales up 5.6%. Add to that lower gas prices and a robust stock market. But for all the chest thumping on Wall Street, there's a stark reality on Main Street, as millions of Americans still can't find work.
And the economy really hasn't picked up. You have to look at the labor participation rate, which is at about 63%, the lowest since, I think, the Carter days in the 1970s.
And a recent Pew Research poll shows that the middle class is not only shrinking, its percentage of U.S. household income is down nearly 20 points since 1970. Chair Yellen also added that today's rate hike will be part of a gradual hike that should continue into next year as the Fed tries to keep an eye on inflation. And one other note I think you'll find interesting, experts tell us part of the reason for this dramatic drop in the labor force participation rate has to do with the fact that following the big recession in 2009, millions of Americans went to school to try to give themselves a leg up on the competition. And they also tell us that compared to the 1970s, there are millions more Americans on disability these days. At the White House, Kevin Corke, Fox News.
This really didn't come as a surprise, but it is still an open question as to whether the economy has improved enough to raise the cost of borrowing. No more free money. That is what the Federal Reserve has decided, and some banks are wasting no time passing along the new costs to consumers today. Fed Chair Janet Yellen said the economy is ready.
With the economy performing well and expected to continue to do so, the committee judged that a modest increase in the federal funds rate target is now appropriate.
For consumers, the first place you're likely to be hit is on your credit card statement.
There have been some reactions. Some banks have already raised the prime rate, which is what influences things like credit cards and home equity lines of credit. So you'll probably see a little bit of a rise there in your credit card statement. Otherwise, it will take some time to see how this affects mortgage rates and other aspects of the economy.
The Fed kept interest rates low for years to help jumpstart the economy through the recession. And the bank is likely to keep doing this, slowly inching up rates in the months ahead to keep things from overheating. But it's a gamble, and the economy, long accustomed to near zero rates, could slow down. And that scenario could make this a major issue in the presidential campaign, especially for Democrats.
Is if the economy does react poorly to this next year, I think it's going to be tough on Democrats in particular, who have been arguing that the economy is on a comeback and has stabilized for sure. It will make it difficult to prove that that was real.
The Fed wanted to raise interest rates in part because there was fear that if they didn't, they would be left with no tools to combat a recession in the future. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, guys. Joining me now is Daniel Baldwin. We have some fans in the chat room really eager to speak with you, but I know you're here in Arizona for a very specific cause. It's written right here.
I am.
Oh, no.
I'm here to pull all your cords out. Is that in here?
Yeah. It's just so I can hear myself.
Oh.
Make sure we're live. Make sure all the audios.
I get tired of hearing myself sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, I talk a lot.
When am I going to get to that point?
Come on now. So are we taking questions? Or?
We are going to take questions,
Okay.
but first we're going to talk about why you're here.
Well, I'm here because I'm a graduate of the SOBA Recovery Network. I went to SOBA Malibu. It's SOBA. It was the 9th rehab that I had gone to. And I just couldn't get it right. And until I found SOBA, I got and stayed sober, and I've remained sober. But we noticed that there were so many people coming to the Malibu facility and coming to the Texas facility that my good friend Eamon O'Hara and Greg Hanley, who's my sponsor in the 12-step program, decided to open a place in Mesa. So there's now SOBA Mesa. And we wanted to get the word out to let people know, because there doesn't appear to be any other place in the state of Arizona like it, which encourages long-term care. It's a facility that has, they will reach out and get you the detox help that you need. You'll go into rehab itself, and then you do long-term recovery afterwards, which don't be afraid of, because, once you get into a system where, you're in what many will call sober living or assisted care, you can go ahead and maintain your life. You can see your family, you can usually go do your job, but you just come back to this structured facility, so you learn how to implement the things that you learned in rehab, as opposed to going out after 30 days, which is a nightmare. I think it's 3% of the people that go into a 30-day typical insurance model rehab that stay sober. 3 out of 100 stay sober for a year. So it's a setup to failure system. Eamon and Greg decided that they were going to change the things that didn't work and keep the things that did work and put them all under one roof. And they've done so with SOBA Mesa. So I came to let people know, A, that there's a terrible problem going on in the state of Arizona, and B, there's an answer in SOBA Mesa, and I'm trying to get people to get into recovery and get the help that they need at SOBA Mesa.
Can you talk about your own process with recovery? Obviously, one of the obstacles when it comes to just becoming sober is being willing to go. For sure. And listen, Greg says a great thing. He said, treat it like it's an emergency, because it is. So if you know your child, and we're talking about heroin in particular in Arizona right now, which is booming. Mm-hmm. The escalation is incredible. 39% higher fatalities due to overdose in heroin in just the last 12 months in the state of Arizona. So we're fighting a war that we're losing miserably. Right. But yes, there are those cases, though, too, where you're going to lose your job.
does a boss who calls me and says, what should I do? Should I tell him he's fired? Yes, tell him he's fired if he doesn't go. I'd rather have him come in kicking and screaming, and then see if they find the miracle or not, rather than have them end up dead in a coffin. They're no good to me, then I can't help them.
But I feel like, because we talk about heroin a lot here on the show, because like you mentioned, it's a major issue here in Arizona. And I think one of the big problems here in Arizona is obviously the proximity to a place like Mexico where drugs can sort of come in illegally.
Well, okay, so you say that, and we're talking about heroin. Now, what do you do to a guy who's from New York City who's an alcoholic? There's a lot of liquor stores in New York City.
That's true.
So you know what I mean. I mean there are some people that move away. It's called a geographic, and they move away because of all the friends that they have and all. It's the saying, if you sober up a drunken horse thief, you still have a horse thief. He's just sober now. So. I don't encourage geographics and big changes to start off with, unless it's to go into recovery.
Right.
The epidemic is everywhere in the country. It's not just in Arizona. It just happens to be blowing up here more so than a lot of other places.
I want to read some of the comments. I think Jay Scoo's pointing out that it could be your peer group that influences the drugs. Tabitha saying you've overcome a lot. Daniel, congrats to you. Cheers to many more years of sobriety. Billy Phoenix saying, I quit drinking because I didn't want to do it anymore. Why do so many people need help? Larry talking about how his late brother was an alcoholic. Every day was a battle. Larry chiming in, I was the same way. There's so much alcoholism in my family, but I never got hooked. Rachel talking about meth. A lot of people kind of explaining their own experiences with addiction as well in the chat room. Rural Britannia saying, I've never been addicted to a drink. It comes down to every person is different.
Well, everyone's different. Remember, too, it's been proven now that there can be a genetic predisposition to be an addict or to be an alcoholic. So it may be in your family. Look, in my family, there's multiple members of my family that are sober, and some of them that have, it just never bothered them. So, I mean, whether or not, I always look at it this way. I look at it like yeast. Yeast is put in until it's activated with water. It sits in a dormant state. It's there, but you have to activate it. So, for some people, a good friend of mine's son, for instance, he just went away to college. I don't think the kid's ever even had a drink before in his life. I know he's never done drugs. And so for him, he saw his father in recovery, and it scared him, and he stayed on the up and up. Their communication, father and son, was very strong, and explaining to him what the dad had gone through, his experience, strength, and hope to his son. And then the son went off to college. I was still, will he ever have a beer? I'm sure one day he will, but thank God, if I had to go through my kids, the proposition of them never having done a drug or what's the reality? Are they going to smoke a little weed? That's the gate drug.
Do you think that marijuana is a gateway drug?
Absolutely.
Because that's a big debate. Some people say, well, marijuana is less harmful than alcohol.
It is, but what's the first one you do? You have your first beer or your first drink. You smoke marijuana. I don't know anyone that'll say, well, no, actually, I did heroin before I smoked weed, or I did cocaine or meth or whatever. You won't. You're going to smoke a joint because it's so readily available, and in some places, due to whatever your medical condition is, it's legal.
Or you just go up to Colorado and it's super legal.
There you go. That's
Sick
right.
or not.
Rocky Mountain High.
Let's see. Heroin is a huge issue in rural areas. In my town alone, I know over 10 people that have died from overdose. Happily chiming in. Speaking of heroin, I know there is a public service announcement that was put out here in Arizona, here in Phoenix, about heroin. I want to play this for the viewers so they get an idea. Let me go ahead and pull this up. We can watch this all together. I even think our county attorney makes an appearance in this video. Let's go ahead and watch.
About Arizona. Heroin use may sound like an issue for another neighborhood or another family, but you're wrong. The addiction often starts in your own medicine cabinet. Prescription drugs are one of the largest pathways to abuse of heroin. Many teenagers don't consider abuse of prescription medication as drug abuse because they don't appear the same as street drugs. Please discard prescription medication when it is no longer needed, and speak to your kids about the dangers of heroin and prescription drug abuse. Visit safekidsaz.org to learn more.
All right, so there was the PSA, and Bill Montgomery right there, our Maricopa County attorney, pointing out prescription drug abuse as well as something we haven't even talked about. But
well, that's what's leading the stereotypical telephone that my friend Eamon or my friend Greg will get is. And sometimes I've heard Greg cut the mother off. Let me guess, your husband hurt his back at work, you got painkillers, Oxycontin, Oxyco, whatever it is, and your kid got his hands on them. Now what happens is those are more guarded than many illicit, illegal drugs. So what happens is you get them, you can't steal them anymore, you get caught, you get a script for a little while, and then they cut you off. You start pretending that you have tooth problems or you have your own neck condition, and you may get it but finally the doctor's going to cut you off. And when they cut you off, you're a full-blown addict. You must have them, physiologically need them. So what are you going to do? Well, you're going to go, you would never use heroin, but you can find heroin. And it's easy to get. No one's going to cut you off, and that guy's going to show up at 4 o'clock in the morning if you pay him the right amount of money. So this is how they end up going to heroin, people that you would never imagine. And we're not talking about, you see, the images that disturb me about this PSA
right.
Are the images of a tenement being run down with graffiti all over. This is in upper middle class to upper class white politicians' kids, every high school in the state. It's not just in some inner city place where you're trying to blame it on, well...
You're saying heroin is the choice even in these
heroin is in the most affluent schools in the state. It's at ASU, it's at Arizona University, it's there, for sure.
Because the stereotype when it comes to wealth is usually cocaine.
Yeah, well, because...
Not that that's good either, but I mean...
Yeah, no, it's... The heroin is in every school. It is.
Well, I want to read a couple questions. Larry asking you, I always feel guilty for backing off when I realize my brother didn't want help. Do you think it's better for family to stay on the addicted person, or will they only quit when they personally want to?
Well, I mean, I think that's an individual question. What defines giving up? Does giving up on them mean that they're going to end up dead? So, I mean, I always say, if there's something that you can do, now enabling them is a different thing. So, you have to be careful about things like, well, he was going to lose his place, so I lent him the money. Because unless you're paying the landlord directly, don't give an addict money, for sure. Don't give them money. That's a bad thing. But quitting on them, and I call it quitting, well, some people, the short answer to this is, no, stay on them. Stay with them. They need help. What would you do? What would you do? The word disease is Latin for dis-ease. So this person has a disease. They're a heroin addict. That's not normal. People don't stick needles in their arms and change their reality unless there's something wrong with them. So this person has a disease. If it was cancer and they said, I don't want to go get my treatments anymore, I give up, I'm just going to die, you'd be at that door with your mother and father. You'd be short of dragging them out the door and going, you are going, I'm taking off from work in the mornings to take you to your chemo and blah, blah. So you would do that. And there lies the answer. You have to acknowledge the fact that it's a disease and that they need help.
Right. You're specifically talking about the concept of addiction, and I think that's something people forget about. We talk about mental illness as well here on the show, and addiction falls under mental illness, and you make a great point in the sense that the public tends to forget that those things are just as damaging as something like cancer.
Mm-hmm. It's another disease, but we readily accept the fact that cancer is dangerous, it's going to kill you, and that you would do what you had to do to fight it off and continue to prolong your life. But we don't always acknowledge that. We particularly, parents look at their kids, and I've heard many parents say, well, he made a choice to do this to himself. No, he didn't. He's got a disease. No one makes a choice of living, in sub-poverty levels and sticking needles in their arms, stealing, lying, doing all the things you have to do to maintain a heroin habit. So no one without a problem does that.
Hapalia has a question for you. What led you to drink? Did you have a problem with drinking or drugs and were not willing to admit it, or how did your family deal with the addiction?
Well, absolutely. I had some underlying problems and things that went on in my life, particularly in my childhood, that resonated deeply in me. I didn't even realize them until I got into long-term care and therapy, which is a component of going in to SOBA. So, it was through work that I did in the 12 steps, and it was through work that I did with a therapist that revealed more of some of the underlying reasons why, which is why I've been able to leave them behind me now, having properly flushed them out and dealt with them and spoke about them and felt them. Usually for me, it was the suppression of feelings about things in my life. And so the easiest way to suppress them was to modify or not be able to feel at all. Doing drugs at the end, especially for me, did not help me feel differently. It helped me to not feel anything. It just numbed me.
Numbing.
For sure.
One of the viewers in the chat room said, where is the center in Mesa? Do they need volunteers? Alicia, asking about SOBA. Does SOBA need volunteers?
I would suggest that everyone listening right now would go ahead and Google and search and get on the site for
We have the site up on the screen.
SOBA Mesa, SOBA.
Oh, Mesa. This is Malibu.
Yeah, that's Malibu. So you want to go to SOBAMesa.com. SOBAMesa.com.
There we go.
Go in there. You can leave comments. You can find out things. There's people to call. If you have a member of your family that needs help, a friend, a loved one, whatever it is, go ahead on, and it'll take you right where you need to go. There's a place here, there's hope, and there's a solution in the state of Arizona, and it's called SOBA Mesa. So I would ask you to go ahead and if you're the mom or the dad of the child or a friend, go ahead and arm yourself with the information and learn more about this facility, this great place that you can go, and these people can reclaim their lives. I'm here because it helped me reclaim mine. And I would encourage you to do so for a family member. If you love them, go ahead and Google that site and arm yourself, and let's get them the help they need.
All right, looks like we're getting more questions in. Pug Sitter Judd asking, Ulster County, New York is trying to set up safe zones for heroin users. What is your thought on that? Is it going to help prevent overdoses, or do you see it as enabling?
I have to say, I don't know what the studies show on this. I'm going to tell you my opinion. No, don't set up a place. And there's some places that because of AIDS we're giving out needles and giving out. You know what? I think that there's better stuff to do with the money than that. So if Ulster County is finding that their epidemic is so bad that they want to open up safe zones for people to shoot heroin, no, I'm not for that in Ulster County. What I am for, though, because that's where Eamon and I have a lot of family, which is in the upstate New York region, is opening a facility there. I'm actively looking in, along with the partners at SOBA, possibly going upstate New York in the next couple of years and opening up a place. So if they do, Ulster County, give them safe zones to shoot heroin, you can guarantee I'll be up there breaking those up in the next couple of years once we have a facility in upstate New York.
People that quit heroin just trade one addiction for another, happily, thanks. What's your response to that?
Well, this is not a methadone clinic, so and I hear you. When we opened up the SOBA Texas facility, we found out in San Antonio that there really wasn't any place else to go in the, at the time, 7th largest city in the country, now number 6 and on its way to number 5, San Antonio, Texas. And there really wasn't a true rehabilitation center to go to there, but there were a lot of methadone clinics. And, I think the methadone clinics are, there's some bacitracin ointment on gout. You know what I mean? It's like, you're not going to solve anything. You may slow it down, but at the end of the day, it's not a cure. There is no cure. A program of action in a 12-step based usually facility is probably the best way to go. I would say you're substituting one addiction for another. You're absolutely right. If you put them on methadone as the answer to get off of heroin, you're substituting. It's like Suboxone, So we early on saw people being given Suboxone to curb the thirst for the heroin, and that does absolutely work. And many facilities that I know of and that I believe in use this method. But what they do, if they're a good facility, is that they put them on X amount per day for a couple of weeks, and I'm making up the numbers because I'm not a doctor, and then they turn around, they give you half the dose for the next 2 weeks, then they give you a quarter of the dose for the last 2 weeks, and then you're off of it as they wean your dependence for this off, and then introduce some of the other things that are probably long-term better than a drug to help you stay sober. So, but the ones that walk out and take Suboxone for 2 years are addicted to Suboxone, and once you take that away from them, they relapse on the heroin immediately. So that's not an answer.
Lots of people are very interested in this topic. Happily is saying thank you for the interview, Daniel Baldwin. It's very informative. I don't have addicts in my family that I'm aware of anyway, but the information should arise. It's very helpful. Mr. Tommy Boy asking, is there a place where I can pass out clean needles?
Like I said, I don't know anything about that, but I will say this. Anything that supports the continued use of a drug is probably not something that I would want to do. I believe me, don't get me wrong. I get why some places do it. I remember up in Canada, in Vancouver, and some of the more drug centers of the city, they did this. The government was giving out needles and syringes and everything because of the AIDS problem. And so I do understand that. I just don't think that's long-term the answer. I'd rather take that money and spend it on sponsoring a facility that could get them off of it altogether, and therefore we wouldn't have to worry about whether or not they're using a needle and going to contract AIDS.
All right, I want to get to a couple more of your questions, but I do want to play one more video. This is a story that one of our reporters did on the heroin problem right here in Arizona. Going to go ahead and pull that up for you guys and play that for you now.
The photo album of a happy and active family. Snapshots of Christmas memories. Many weekends on the soccer field.
Casey's standing on the mountaintop.
But Jimena Ryan hadn't planned to add this to her son Casey's album so soon.
His father called like at 8:30 in the morning and said Casey's dead.
That was January 30th this year. Casey Ryan is one of many young people who have died this year in heroin overdoses. But his struggle with addiction didn't start with heroin. From marijuana to alcohol abuse, he was in and out of rehab until 1 year ago he was showing promise. And then came a setback, a major foot injury. Jimena says a doctor negligently prescribed Casey pain meds.
The pain medication really was the segue into the heroin. Doctors are overprescribing medicine. The whole system is broken. It is a perfect storm.
Jimena was watching her son closely and noticed her spoons started disappearing.
And I would find spoons that were blackened on the bottom, so he had been putting the pain medication in the spoon and heating it.
While Casey found heroin through his pain medication, for others, it's curiosity, thrill-seeking, peer pressure, or boredom.
What they don't realize is it only takes once, in some cases, in many cases, for them to open the door to a killer. Because this stuff kills. Kids are playing Russian roulette because they have no idea what they're getting.
Jimena is in a mom's group that she says sadly grows by the week. The heroin grabbing hold of kids at an alarming pace.
Parents are worried about marijuana. Are you kidding me? There's heroin all over Sherwood. As with all the other high schools in the area. So the kids in high school and middle school can access this stuff any day of the week, 24/7. It's just unbelievable to me, the lack of knowledge, the lack of awareness of what's going on in the communities with the kids.
Jimena recalls the night before Casey died was a good night.
Gave me a big hug. I love you, Mom. We're going to spend the day together tomorrow. I'll call you in the morning.
That call from Casey never came.
He just probably tried to, have one more hurrah. The craving, just the disease beat him.
Why are you talking about this? Why are you so transparent about it? A lot of people are nervous to talk.
It's part of the healing process to find some way to make sure that the loss of your beautiful intelligent, wonderful, soulful son or daughter doesn't end with the tragic death. I couldn't save my kid. I tried everything that I knew. No mom should ever know what her kid's heart weighed. Casey Patrick Ryan.
That was very emotional.
It was. That was very powerful. It's very true. Bravo to this woman, this mother, for her courage. You know, we live in a society because of the stigma of heroin and what it meant to somebody like myself at 55 years old to look at somebody in the 70s when I was in high school that had this problem. The picture of that kid, of that person, was inner city, homeless, robbing people and breaking into cars on the street to sell stuff at a pawn shop. And that just simply isn't the case anymore. We have to get over the, well, not my syndrome. And the well, not my syndrome is, well, not my kid, well, not my kid's school, well, not in my town, well, you know what? It is in your town. It is happening. 1 in 3 children in high school in the United States will face a heroin situation, meaning they'll walk into a bathroom or they'll see someone else. Now, if you're going to be one of the 33% that faces that, just in high school, you're going to face that situation. And I think the numbers of the ones that are using are literally, or in or around heroin, are 1 in 4. So 1 in 4, 25% of these kids are either either try it. I'm not saying they're going to a needle right away, but they're smoking tar, they're doing a line, and then they may get away from it for a while. But the ones that go on pain meds, they're done. They're done. They write those things like we used to eat Pez when we were kids.
Yeah, the one thing I noticed about that story is that the reporter was just reiterating so much of what you had just told our audience.
I promise you that the story that I'm telling you is one that we face every day on intake, and see people come in and they start to tell their story and we just look at them and shake our head going, no, we know how you got here. Mm-hmm. So and it's rampant.
We're going to chime in, check with the chat room. Rachel asking, following addiction and recovery, how should a family respond to recovery years down the road? My sister is dating the person who got her into drugs, but now she has recovered. That's a good question, Rachel.
So Rachel's sister is dating the guy that got her into drugs?
Yeah, even though that the sister has now recovered, she's
right,
dating the person who got her into drugs, I believe.
I think the question is he in recovery? So, because one thing for sure, I can't spend time with people that use drugs. There's no way. So, but I mean,
Did you have to cut people out of your life?
Oh my God, like a laser surgeon.
Or is it? Do you still keep in touch over the phone, or is it just not worth it?
If they're not in recovery, I don't have any. Now that doesn't mean I don't have friends that are normal that have a drink every once. My wife will have a drink, once a week. On the weekend, she might have a half a glass of wine or whatever, and that doesn't bother me at all. But no, she would never do drugs in front of me. There wouldn't be drugs in my home, or you can't. Yeah, you have to separate yourself from those people. You need to make friends with the people that are in recovery, and pursue those people and their interests. Those are the people around you that are going to help keep you, and you're going to help keep them sober.
I have an addict in my family. This is We the People, Freedom, Liberty. I have an addict in my family that takes Suboxone. How do you get off of that after treatment?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. We're seeing a lot more people that have a Suboxone addiction, and the double, and that's a rough detox. If you've been on it for a long time, and we've seen people on it for years. I have a relative of mine that recently I found out she is still taking that after trying to kick OxyContin, and now this has been the substitute. I'm not a therapist, and I'm certainly not somebody who is a proponent for pretending they know the answer to this. One thing for sure, though, is I believe one of the techniques that's used is they wean them off the medication. So they keep them on a certain level of it, and then they, even sometimes if it's only a quarter of that pill off, at a time, and then they keep them on, so let's say you're taking 2 milligrams, you'll go to 1.5 milligrams for a week, and then a half milligram. But we've seen a lot of people have to go to treatment just so they've been given the Suboxone to get off of heroin. Now they're so dependent on the Suboxone, they have to go back into rehab to get off the Suboxone because they're so hooked on it. So yeah, you definitely want to. The idea is to be drug free. Let's make no mistake about it. If you want to reclaim your life and you're a drug addict, why would you want to be hooked on another drug and be dependent on that drug? That's no different to me than doing the heroin. Pardon me, than doing the heroin, in my opinion.
There's your water.
I saw my water. I was choking just then.
I want to read a comment. This is really moving. This is a comment on Facebook.
Uh-huh.
As a former drug addict, your comment or your segment with Daniel Baldwin brought me to tears. So much needs to happen for people struggling to get away from drugs. So that's just one of the viewers who tuned into the morning show and caught your segment on there. So I thought I'd share that with you.
Well, thank you so much.
Rule Britannia, yes, thank you for your interview, Daniel. Who are you voting for in the election? Any opinions on who might help the heroin problem or the drug issue?
I am probably going to vote for the same person. Now, this person has each year almost doubled their vote intake. So back in 88 was the first time I voted as a write-in vote for myself. So I voted for myself in 88, and I got one vote. Then in 92, I voted for Clinton, and then I voted for Clinton again. And then after that, since then, I voted for myself each time. Now, when I was at the Brentwood voting facility, I had 3 elderly women, probably in their late 70s, standing behind me, and one of them recognized me from a show that I did. And she said, "Oh, who are you going to vote for?" I said, "I'm going to write my own name in again."
Did you get her to vote for you?
And so she and her 2 friends, I won them over before I got into the booth. They went and they got write-in votes, and I think I got 4 votes last election.
Did you have a campaign speech in that minute that you gave them to convince them why you'd be the best candidate?
Yeah, 407 beers ago. No, that wasn't it. I'm looking to go to 8. I'm looking to go to 8 this time. It depends on who gets in. If there's a candidate, and right now it doesn't look like there's a candidate that's going to be up for election that I feel is worthy of my vote. So once again, if you could, my attitude was, if you can elect one of these 2 idiots, you can elect anybody. You might as well elect me.
Are there any candidates out there really talking about the drug problem right now? It was touched upon briefly a couple debates ago, but I feel like people are now focusing on terror and immigration.
Yeah, I don't. Well, the thing to do if you're going to run is scare them. You want to scare the populace, and you want to make them run for cover, and then tell them how you're going to change it. What I'm waiting for is to hear how any of them are going to change it. So I haven't heard that yet. I've just heard them identifying the problems that we all already know exist. They've dropped buildings in downtown New York, back in 2002, or 1. So we're well aware of the terrorist problem. Mm-hmm. We're spending billions of dollars to fight a mythological war in the Middle East right now. So, what are you going to do to change it?
A lot of people love your answer, by the way. I think you might have more people writing you in come 2016.
I see that. Daniel Baldwin 2016 coming in. Come on, baby. Let's start a movement. If Trump can be on The Apprentice, I can be elected too. Come on, baby.
Well, Larry's actually making a good point. Chris Christie is one candidate that actually was talking about addiction back in New Hampshire. I do remember that last week or a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I hear them talking about addiction. I hear them confirming what I'm telling you, that there's a problem. But the question is, what are you going to do about it? What's your answer? What's your plan of attack? So I want to hear that more. I want to hear what you're planning on doing about it.
Happily, one more question, SK, for Daniel Baldwin. Did your addictions have any long-term repercussions? For instance, has that addiction influenced your current relationships with family members or friends?
For sure. I still, in my career, there's people that can remember back 10 years ago when I had troubles and say, hey, how's he doing? Is he doing all right? And there's family members that I think to this day still go, God, he looks great. He's doing okay. But you can see that little look on their face, like waiting for the other shoe to fall kind of thing. Because you know what? For a long time, that happened in my life. I would get sober, and then I would fail or get sober. Now, I've been sober for a long time now. So
how many years has it been?
Many. Older than you. Well, I got sober when you were in grammar school.
That's not true.
No? I think so.
Were you sober in, 1987?
No, I wasn't. Oh, gosh, no. 87? You were in grammar school?
No. I was
But you weren't even born in 87. Stick with that.
Let's go with that. No, 1999.
Look at this. Yes, the war in Afghanistan was because of poppies. Now we're going to get in there. We're going to start.
Rule Britannia.
We're going to start.
Rule Britannia is a very big Trump fan. I just want to.
Really?
Yes.
I have many experiences with the Donald.
Maybe you can enlighten Rule Britannia with some of them. I'm sure they would be very interested.
Another show.
Billy Phoenix saying a great way to keep her kids off drugs is to refuse to enable them to actually be a parent. How influential is parenting when it comes to the drug issue? Because you can be a great parent and still have kids that fall into the trap.
For sure, and there's a great thing that Billy says that, and let me enlighten you to something. These are your kids living in your house under your guide. So a great thing that was given to me about the detection of whether or not they're drugs, no one knows your kid better than you do. If they're sleeping more, if they're lethargic, if they're coming in late, their grades are dropping, they're not as interested in people, places, and things as they were. If you just know, you know better than anyone your kid. If something seems funny, then something's wrong. For sure, something's wrong. So don't wait. You have every right to go down to a pharmacy and say, I'd like to take an at-home drug test, and then walk up to your child, 17, 16, 15, whatever they are, and say, listen, I know this may be alarming to you, but I really would like you to go ahead in the bathroom and urinate in this cup and hand it out to me as soon as you're done, and I want to see what's going on. And just, oh, but Dad, I swear, why would you ever do it? I can't believe you don't trust me. Pee in the cup, please, now. You know what I mean? And that's just the way it goes. Now, you may get that cup back and find out that they're not on anything, and then you're going to have to say, well, then, and that opens the gate to a conversation of, well, I've just noticed that you've been very cranky lately, and you've been short with people, and you've been sleeping more, or whatever, so maybe we need to talk about something else. Or
it could be depression or something like that.
Could be. Or 9 out of 10 times, one of those little bars is going to come up lit up twice as opposed to just once, which means whatever that category is, and they list like 14 of them. So there's nothing they're going to hide from you, and you're going to find out, and you're going to say, can you explain to me why cocaine and heroin are both coming up, opiates, on this cup? Well, I know someone put something in my drink when I was at that party, and I'm not sure about, you know what, now there's your answer. And so that opens up another set of discussions that you're going to have with your kid. But believe me, many of you parents out there are going to be really, really amazed by doing that test at how many of your kids are doing something you don't know about.
Rural Britannia saying heroin exports went from 4% to 97% after the war in Afghanistan.
Well, that's what the Vietnam War was about. The Vietnam War wasn't about the North Vietnamese invading the South Vietnamese and communist strongholds. It was about the French getting tired of guarding the poppy, which they cultivate in the United States, and the CIA uses for black operations and blah, blah. Do you want to go into this whole thing with me right now? Because I'll roll with you, Rule. It's been going on since, Khmer Rouge.
Lyman Spitzer has a question. Are psychedelics all right to use if you stay away from hardcore opiates and stimulants?
Let me ask you something. Can you go into a department store and buy psychedelics? Incorrect. There's, some of the stuff too. Here's the great other thing about doing drugs that I know my friends that are more learned than I, and I'm sitting across from the great Eamon O'Hara, who is the director out at Soba Mesa, and Eamon will testify to this to you too. You don't understand the chemical cocktail that you're about to ingest. One guy shooting a same dose of heroin that he shot every day, but maybe he's under a little stress, maybe he ate a combination of things or didn't eat a combination and hasn't slept and this and that, and suddenly that amount that time, he's overdosed. He hits a hot needle. There's no total explanation why. It has to do with all of the biochemistry in your body. So you go ahead and take the ecstasy, or you go ahead and you take acid or peyote or whatever it is you're going to take, because you're going to go on that trip and it's harmless, it's natural. My friends take it all the time, and that's the kid you see comatose that comes out that has a stroke or is in a wheelchair for the rest of the life. And if you're not supposed to, if it's illegal, that means that you're not supposed to be taking it. So don't take it.
Ryan Smith also saying Bernie Sanders has been very vocal about heroin as well. So I guess there might be a couple. Jay Scoo's asking about the banks and laundering drug money. I don't know what your question is, Jay Scoo.
I go to banks and I use the laundry and I have some money. That's all I have to say.
Rachel saying, thanks, Daniel and SK, for this. I'm really enjoying this interview. Pugs Jitterson responding to when I said 1987, saying, was anyone sober in the 80s?
Right. No, you're absolutely right. That was an oxymoron in the 80s.
That's funny. If your kids fall through the cracks, you're not being a parent. Billy chiming in.
Let's start a new term. Just say no to cracks.
Let's see. I got through all the viewer questions, it
Beautiful.
looks like. Before you go, though, I do want to step away from the drug issue for just. It still involves drugs, though. You're working on a TV series specifically about sober living.
I wrote a pilot. I'm going to do. Nowadays in television, there's so many networks and cable outlets and places to go,
and streaming as well.
For sure.
Hulu, Netflix,
so I'm going to shoot 4 scenes. And these are and tied together. You'll be able to see in this 4 scenes, and I'll be doing this in January in California. You'll understand the entire show, So
you have to give me more than this.
Well, what it really is about is a sober living facility, and I am the proprietor of the sober living. The sober living is not doing particularly well. It's in Malibu, but it's up. In Malibu, the closer proximity you are to the Pacific Coast Highway, the higher the real estate is. So if you're on PCH, or if you have a view of the water above, but when you're way up the canyon, it turns out that a friend of mine who owns a rehab has a very high-end client. It's like the equivalent of let's just say Marlon Brando's kid kind of thing, and the kids they're being besieged by paparazzi and everything. So he comes to me and says, "Look, can you take this kid in your place?" And he's referring to me from the biggest rehab in the world. And so it's my chance now, if I can keep this kid sober. So it's the crazy mayhem that goes on. And believe me, if you know someone that owns, particularly a place that drives a lot of clientele, the stories we can tell about what goes on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're writing it from a real perspective.
Oh,
you know it firsthand.
I'm actually hoping that the people I'm writing about don't watch it, because all I did was change their name. Or I'm going to be in trouble. The owner of the place that I'm talking about is a friend of mine. So I have some stories that I've heard over the years, and I said, "Can I write the story about the guy going in the room and pulling his pants down and blah?" And he goes, "Yeah, no, please don't write that, because if that comes out," I'm like, "Can I change the name and say?" He goes, "Yeah, please don't write that, because if that comes back to me."
Just say it was your imagination that
right,
day.
Exactly. It was a dream.
We have a question from the UK, Joe Foley, and I don't exactly know what he means by this, but I'll ask you anyways. Does America have a problem with legal highs? It's a big problem over here.
Well, I mean, tell me what legal highs are. So that's alcohol. Listen, I've spent a lot of time in England and a lot of time in Great Britain, and so your culture is such that drinking is very, very accepted. Drinking and driving is being cracked down on.
And cigarettes too is something.
For sure, a lot of people smoke, and I think anything done in moderation. And you're enjoying your life and it's not interfering with you. So you have to take a look at that. Are you missing? Are there consequences towards your casual using or drinking? Are there consequences to smoking cigarettes? Of course there's consequences to smoking cigarettes. And you may find that out later near the end of your life, because it'll be what ends it. But I mean, are you showing up to work late? Are you as effective as a parent? Are you, is your casual legal using of whatever the substance is? Listen, these prescription drugs are legal. So, the stuff we're talking about, you may legitimately have pain in your back. Moreover, what happens is, what do you do with a guy who's sober, who has to have dental work done, or who sustains a terrible car accident and is in pain? The answer to that is, you give the prescription to somebody that you trust, your significant other, your sponsor, or whatever it is, and you let them dispense it to you, so you're not left to make that decision yourself. But it starts with the legal casual stuff, and then it leads to the big leagues.
All right, just a couple questions, and I got to wrap this up. Happily, a comment. All these Baldwin guys were and are handsome. There was even a term coined in the 80s and 90s from that. A cute guy was referred to as a Baldwin.
I got that story. My agent said to me, Alicia Silverstone has a movie coming out called Clueless. You got to go see it. And I said, why would I go see that movie? That's kind of a kid's college movie. And she said, no, you got to go see it. And I said, I'm not going to see the movie. Just tell me what it is. And so she said, no, you have to go see it. So I got my daughter, and we went with the baseball cap and the sunglasses, and we went down to the movie theater, and we watched, of course, the famous scene walking in the mall. And she said, he's a Baldwin. And I went, you couldn't have just told me that on the phone? I think they were referring to my brothers anyway. They weren't talking about me. Last question, tell me.
Last question. Kathy K., what's Baldwin's opinion on induced coma helping cure addictions?
Well, I induced a coma on myself for the better part of 20 years. If you're talking about a weapon to fight addiction that you induce a coma, I'm not really familiar or learned enough on that matter. But I'll tell you what, at some point they have to wake you up. So, what's your opinion on having terrible financial issues and sleeping it off for a weekend and getting away? When you come back on Monday, do you still have terrible financial issues? Indeed, you do.
Probably have more, because if you sleep for a really extended period of time,
Right.
you're not making any money.
And there's interest on the loan. So, so there's your answer. No, I don't know much about it, and I think there's one way to do it. Just you have to surrender, and you have to be willing to do the work. And if you took half the amount of time you spent using, lying, cheating, stealing, and doing all the things that drug addicts do to stay high, if you applied half of that effort into staying sober, you'd live a beautiful, healthy, happy life, and you'd be sober.
Wise final words. I have one last question. Can I just see your tattoo?
Which one?
Well, this is the one that I could see. Maybe we can show the viewers.
Oh, no, that's the one you want to see. The Celtic cross. And, of course, I can flash you until I come next time. The princess.
Did you get any of these after becoming sober?
Yeah, I got some after becoming sober.
Do any of them
So you
represent
thought they were all
anything?
drunk?
No.
Choices.
I didn't know if there was no. I meant like you became sober and like something you got something on your body to remind you to never go back. Something crazy symbolic like that.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
You could get one.
I could get one now.
What would that be?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
What would it be to remind you?
I'll get. You know what I would do? I would get my wife's name put on me. That would remind me to stay sober, because I know that if I ever went back there, I would lose her, and she's very important to me.
That's really sweet of you.
Yeah, I would do that.
All right. Well, thanks so much for hanging out. I'm going to go ahead and show the viewers the website for the Soba Mesa.
Soba Mesa. What I really would like people to do is go ahead and click on Soba Mesa when you get a chance today and read up on what they're doing. And then if you've got somebody that's got a problem, there's ways that you can contact them or leave them a message, and they'll get a hold of you. And let's get these people, let's get it going here in Arizona, because we got a big problem going on and we're not doing well fighting it.
Well, Daniel, thanks so much for giving us so much
Thanks
of your
for having
time
me on. No
and
worries.
answering everyone's question. I'm going to go ahead and walk you out, guys. Go ahead and take a look at the Soba Mesa website.
Is that because of this?
Oh,
the finger.
Hold on. There we go. I think so. Ask him about the finger.
Is that the finger?
I don't know, I guess.
The finger is, wait, I'm going to show you. This is even better. How am I going to do this? So I went to get I've gotten a manicure before, but not many times. And so my two daughters, Avis and Finley, are 7 and 6. And they said, Daddy, we really want to go get our toes done. And blah, blah. So I said, okay, I'll go. So I agreed to let them do this. So they did this. And then after a while, that wasn't enough. So I ended up.
Oh, God, this is great, guys.
I ended up doing this.
Oh, my
that
God.
On?
Yeah, they can.
There it is, baby.
Well, I wish I could zoom in.
There it is.
Maybe I could.
What? Wait, we're going back up?
We could go to this camera, maybe.
Which one?
Right here. If you want.
I'm Carlin. Are we seeing? Are we seeing?
I think they can see it. They can see most of it.
All right.
Well, you could just continually paint your nails now as that reminder, maybe. That could be the thing.
That's what I'm doing. Was that supposed to be in my ear the whole time?
No. You don't. I'm just monitoring the audio.
It's terrifying.
You're fine. You're fine.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for hanging out. And put this website up to remind
Cool.
people to get help now if they need
you.
it. Thank you. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to go live now to the shot where President Obama is expected to speak any minute now. We know President Obama is speaking about terrorism, national security. That was scheduled for 10:15 a.m., so in about a minute, I'm going to go ahead and show you the podium because he could be walking out any second. All right, guys, while we wait for President Obama to arrive, I'm going to play Nancy Pelosi. She's holding her weekly press conference right in the upper right-hand corner.
And others, and the negotiators, Brian Deese and others in the negotiations, was really, they really were essential in securing a solid, bold global commitment to act on climate. As you know, His Holiness spoke about this to the Congress when he was here. Pope Francis wrote his encyclical, Laudate Si, about protecting the environment. I feel particularly close to that because Laudate Si, he's praising St. Francis, who was one of the earliest environmentalists, and he is our patron saint in the city of San Francisco. It just comes down to only the Republicans in the Congress of the United States continue to cling to their denial on the subject. Before all of you were born, there was a play called Stop the World, I Want to Get Off. And I think that could be their slogan. As you know, today the House will vote on a permanent, unpaid-for Republican tax extender bill that will give hundreds of billions of dollars to special interest at the expense of hardworking Americans. My problem with most of it is that it is unpaid for. Many of the initiatives in the bill have Democratic origins, issues that relate to the earned income tax credit, child tax credit, American Opportunity Act for Education, 179, an initiative to help small businesses, came from us. The issue of R&D tax credits, something we've all worked on, coming from the Bay Area. Of course, the R&D tax credits have been important to us, and we've always talked about modernizing them and making them permanent. But the issue of having all of that unpaid for, in my view, is unconscionable. And I say that because we have a responsibility, not just in terms of the provisions of a particular bill, but how it affects our responsibilities to be architects of our children's futures. The idea that this future is built on the quicksand of tax breaks, deepening the deficit, making the deficit even larger, in the out years threatening the stability of Social Security. It's just plain wrong. But it fits comfortably in a plan that they've had since President Bush became president, tax cuts for the wealthy, let it trickle down if it will. This now deepens the deficit. At some point, they will have to borrow more from the Social Security Trust Fund, undermining that. Certainly is an obstacle to having comprehensive revenue reform, how we have tax reform to lower the corporate rate, to promote growth, and to keep America number one. It also dampens the opportunities we have to invest in discretionary investments in our children's education and their future. It's just plain wrong, and I intend to vote no. I did speak on the floor at it. But nobody said it better than the House Progressive Caucus. Perhaps you read their letter, but in case you didn't, I'll just read you this paragraph. We are concerned that the current agreement is weighted too heavily toward corporate America, furthers the long-term Republican goal of creating separate fiscal responsibility standards for tax cuts and investments, and will open the door to further attacks on discretionary investment and our social safety net programs. Now, what is really important here is again, many of these initiatives are of our own invention, and some of them we want to be made permanent, but the unpaid for, it's a Trojan horse, and they're using it to put stuff on there for benefits to corporations, to ship jobs overseas. It's appalling, and I will not. It does not have fiscal soundness. It does not have growth in the way that we need to, so many more Americans can participate in the prosperity of our country, and it does not have my support. As you know, we have the omnibus tomorrow. Hopefully then we can go home, but we shall see. Many of our Democrats still have some concerns about what is in the omnibus and what isn't in the omnibus, and particularly what isn't, and that is what we wanted, the opportunity for Puerto Rico to do restructuring, to declare bankruptcy. Doesn't cost the American people 1 single penny, not one thin dime. What are some of the others? What, not one red cent? Whatever it is, it doesn't cost us any of that. But instead, they resisted putting it in the bill. Now, I'm encouraged that the Speaker has said that we will come together after the first of the year, and by March 31st, 2016, we will have resolved this issue, and we certainly will look forward to working together to accomplish that. He wants it to go through the regular order through committee. I think we've done enough research. We know what the problem is. There have been hearings, there have been meetings, all the rest. We can just get moving on it starting now. But again, the fact that it is not in the bill, again, not costing anything, and the fact that it didn't go through committee, I understand that concern the Speaker has, but there are other things in the bill that didn't go through committee either. And then we have concerns about oil and lifting the ban on crude oil being exported. That was probably the biggest obstacle I have to overcome to support what is before us in the next today and tomorrow. This exporting of oil is.
Look what I got you guys.
This Nancy Pelosi, she goes on and on and on.
There's so many people in the chat room like, where's Ron? Someone else, there's a new person in the chat room saying, where's Ron Hoon? I love his commentary. I saw that.
Really?
Like 15 minutes ago.
Who
I was
said
searching
that?
This whole building.
Who said that?
This person with this new name. Or this crazy long name. It was
Really?
Gnorn. Why do I need a last name for a YouTube account? He was the one who said it.
Cool.
Yeah. So.
Well, I love hanging out with you guys in the chat box. Yeah, I got to run to a meeting. No, I looked up here at 10 and I saw you were busy, so I thought I'll just go for my walk. Ooh, it's a rainy day in New York. Did you show them that pic?
I
That's
did
kind of
not.
cool.
But also, let's just make one thing clear. It is freezing cold in Arizona. New York is warmer.
Right.
New York is warmer.
I would say half of the state of Arizona is covered in snow.
It is absurd.
Pretty close to half,
You were
anyway.
saying on the morning show that the coldest point in the country was the
Grand Canyon, 11 below. But we had said that on our map. We showed it on the map. We just didn't know it broke, for the rest of the country was the biggest.
Insane.
I know, and it's still so. Now, here's the thing. My hope was that it wasn't going to get super cold in the next, because the East Coast has been so warm.
Yeah.
The Cardinals play the Eagles on Sunday Night Football, and that could be miserable if it's snowy or super rainy and like
No, they have good
14
weather.
degrees. I think even through Sunday,
It's like in the 50s still.
it should be sunny and okay. So the Cardinals are going to go back there and take care of business.
I just can't believe that it's warmer in New York than Arizona.
Yeah. Hello from New Hampshire. Hi, Larry. I love New Hampshire. One of my favorite things.
Because it's a state of politics.
Yeah, but just I've
In
been there
general.
several times. My wife and I have gone several times and gone back to they call them leaf peepers, the people who go back just to see the gorgeous colors. And I got the feeling we were like one of maybe 5 people all day who went to the Franklin Pierce birthplace.
I've never.
I know, you act like
He's
it
a
wouldn't be exciting.
He was a president.
Franklin Pierce.
Right, I just
He
didn't-
actually probably was the saddest president. He had more bad things happen to him. But anyway, his home is right there in New Hampshire.
Interesting.
So I highly recommend it if you haven't been there yet.
So I see that
Larry.
your meeting's starting.
Yeah,
I'd
I gotta
like to
go.
keep you longer.
I gotta run.
But I wanted to give you guys even a minute or two of Ron.
Thanks for saying hi, you guys.
And actually, I have something to show them anyways. Breaking news, this tanker rollover in Peoria. So
Oh,
while we wait
boy.
for President Obama, who's
Yep.
always late because
Yep.
he was scheduled for 10:15, now it's 10:35.
Okay.
We're going to go to this tanker rollover.
Ooh, look
and
at
Ron's
that.
going to go to his meeting.
Okay, look at that.
Let's
Oof.
check out. Wow. That is pretty crazy, guys. So this is what we know so far. This is Loop 101 northbound at Grand Avenue and 91st Ave. 91st Ave and Grand North to Loop 101 are currently closed due to this tanker rollover. Asphalt truck on its side spilling liquid onto the road was the report. You can see that asphalt right there. You can see how it's all black. Oh, man. One patient, he has minor injuries. I'm assuming that's the driver. Crews are working to contain the spill. And crews are working to keep the spill from entering the storm drain and from leaking onto the 101. 101 is being shut down in the northbound Peoria. Police are investigating. As you can see, police and fire are on scene. Reading some of your comments in the chat room, I see Rich Robbins asking, do they know what caused the tanker to flip over? We don't have that information right now. We know police are on scene investigating. We have very limited information right now. We know that the truck was spilling asphalt and that crews were on the scene working to contain that spill. As far as injuries are concerned, one person with minor injuries. So that is good news there. No fatalities involved in this crash in Peoria. All right, guys, looks like Chopper has left the scene, so we are going to resume Obama Watch.
So,
Still waiting for President Obama. In the meantime, we'll be listening to Nancy Pelosi's weekly press
and
conference.
I heard one of my colleagues say, well, in our area we have more R&D. No, in our area is where most of it started. So we know R&D, and that's why I support modernizing and making it permanent, but not at the expense, not in the way that they're doing it, and not as using it as a hook to drag out all the kinds of dogs and cats that they want to bring out that will not necessarily be stimulative to the economy, but just for the benefit of a special interest. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Leader, are you definitely going to vote for the omnibus?
Yes, I am.
You are? Okay, I just want to be clear about that.
In other words, I think I told you once the Dalai Lama, when I was criticizing China for its human rights violations in China and Tibet, he said, we've got to rid you of your negative attitude. And I'm like, wait a minute, I thought I was speaking for you. So I've tried to rid myself of my negative attitude on the big oil so that it did not prevent me from recognizing what else is in the bill.
Like you are, going to, I'm not sure you're pushing your members very hard to vote for it.
Well, you don't know that, do you now? But it's not a question. I want to tell you something, because perhaps you don't know this about our members. We build consensus. It's not about pushing. Sometimes you say, oh, you're going to let them vote their conscience. They always vote their conscience. We just want to make sure they have all the information that they need to make the judgment that is consistent with their view of the Constitution, their representation of their constituents, and their conscience. We call it the 3 C's. The caucus, the fourth, is the least, it isn't even a factor. But we do want to build, again, another C, consensus there. And that's what we do, and that's how we stay unified. We don't stay unified because we heard them. We stay unified because we have shared values and how they see those values in this weighing the equity. As I said, I had my own problem with it because of what I knew, the exploitation of oil. So the other thing about oil that I want to tell you just for this moment, the reason it is also harmful is the difference between the Brent oil price and the West Texas oil price. You know that the price of oil in the U.S. and the price of oil in the world market was always kind of the same until fracking. And then there's a disparity. Now it's about $3 a barrel, but it was $20 at one point. And so so this encourages them to do more fracking and all of that in order to get more oil to ship overseas. And this is why we have such serious numbers as to how it would add to the emissions. So it has almost nothing going for it, except it's what the Republicans want. And I want to show my colleagues what they were willing to yield. And then we'll see where they come down. But that you have you don't understand our caucus if you don't know that it's about a shared values and a respectful debate, and then we see where we come. Okay, well, what are you going to do here? I have time for like one more question. How about?
Well, the White House, as you know, also supports this package, maybe grudgingly, but it's not just Republicans. So wouldn't you be kind of opening a rift or doing a disservice to the president if you can't get this over the finish line tomorrow?
Who opens the rift? Our members are going to do what our members are going to do. And I don't even understand. I'm respectful of other people's views, of course, but they're separate votes. Members see them as we both in omnibus, we're enabling them to do the other side of it. They're going to do that anyway because, tax breaks for special interest make my day, say the Republicans. They'll vote for those in droves, right? Regardless of what it does to the deficit. Where did all the deficit hawks go? Probably part of the endangered species. I don't know. But in any case, we're going to do what we do. Everybody does what they do. We have a very different caucus. Our caucus is magnificently diverse. Over 50% of it is women, minorities, and LGBT community people. We're very close to our constituents, and we represent them. Our job title and our job title and our responsibilities are the same, representative. So they have a little bit of a different perspective than maybe those in the Senate. Although we've worked very closely with them and are respectful of our colleagues in the Senate and the White House, we may have a different view on this.
For some last
We're not
concession.
holding out. We have serious unease in our caucus because there's not, I don't think the Speaker's going to reopen the bill. He's made that pretty clear. But I think that it's really important that the commitment on Puerto Rico be very, very, be followed up with right away. But again, that's where it is, and there's no shortcut here. People have to go through it all, and we'll see where they come down, and then we'll see what the Republicans come up with. In the meantime, we'll be talking about big oil versus what we did for renewables, which is quite remarkable in the package. We'll be viewing what the investments were that the appropriators were able to do in a bipartisan way. And then I feel sorry for the appropriators because they did such good work, and on top of the work that was done on the budget before to bring us to a place where we've gotten rid of sequestration for this 2-year period and had more opportunity for investments in our future, so that was good.
This is a 2-minute warning to the president.
Again,
This is a
along
2-minute
came
warning to the president.
big oil. So thank you all very much.
All right, guys, we are just getting the announcement from Fox National that we have received the 2-minute warning, meaning President Obama is scheduled to come out anytime in the next 120 seconds. Stand by.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. It's Mike Page taking over for Samia for the next 2 hours. Happy to be here with you guys as we wait for President Obama to make a statement on the national security. And here we go.
One of those is yours. Good morning, everybody.
Back here, I guess.
Good.
There you go.
Well, as President and Commander-in-Chief, my highest priority is the security of the American people. And on a regular basis, I convene members of my national security team for an in-depth review of our efforts to prevent terrorist attacks against our citizens around the world and here at home. We examine any known and emerging threats. We review our security posture, and we make sure that we're taking every necessary measure to protect our people. Today, I wanted to hold our meeting here rather than in the Situation Room at the White House. I wanted to hold it at the National Counterterrorism Center, because this is the hub of where so many of our experts and efforts come together. And I want to thank our Director of National Intelligence, Clapper, Jim Clapper, as well as NCTC Director Nick Rasmussen, and everybody at NCTC, all of you, for welcoming us here today. Now, Nick, along with CIA Director Brennan and FBI Director Comey, provided a threat briefing. And Director Comey and Attorney General Lynch updated us on the investigation into the San Bernardino attacks. I reiterated that the investigation will continue to have this full support of the federal government, and that we should leave no stone unturned in determining why and how these terrorists carried out that tragedy. Secretary of Homeland Security Johnson updated us on the measures we're taking here at home to increase awareness, stay vigilant, and enhance the safety of the traveling public, especially with so many Americans traveling during the holidays. Now, after the terrorist attacks in Paris and San Bernardino, I know that a lot of Americans were anxious, and that's understandable. It's natural. What matters most to all of us are our friends and our families and our communities and their safety. That's true of folks inside of government as well as outside of government. But here's what I want every American to know. Since 9/11, we've taken extraordinary steps to strengthen our homeland security. Our borders, our ports, our airports, our aviation security, including enhanced watch lists and screening. And we've gotten much better, thanks in part to the people in this room, of preventing large, complex attacks like 9/11. Moreover, and I think everybody here will agree, we have the very best intelligence, counterterrorism, homeland security, and law enforcement professionals in the world. Our folks are the best. Across our government, these dedicated professionals, including here at NCTC, are relentless, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. At the Operations Center here, people from across our government work literally shoulder to shoulder, poring over the latest information, analyzing it, integrating it, connecting the dots. They're sharing information, pushing it out across the federal government, and just as importantly to our state and local partners. In other words, what you see here today is one strong, united team. So our professionals have a remarkable record of success. Of course, when terrorists pull off a despicable act like what happened in San Bernardino, it tears at our hearts. But it also stiffens our resolve to learn whatever lessons we can and to make any improvements that are needed. In the meantime, what the world doesn't always see are the successes, those terrorist plots that have been prevented. And that's how it should be. This work oftentimes demands secrecy. But as Americans, we should not forget how good these patriots are. Over the years, they have taken countless terrorists off the battlefield. They have disrupted plots. They've thwarted attacks. They have saved American lives. And so for everybody who is involved in our counterterrorism efforts, I want to say thank you. And the American people, thank you. Now, I want to repeat what my team just told me. At this moment, our intelligence and counterterrorism professionals do not have any specific and credible information about an attack on the homeland. That said, we have to be vigilant. As I indicated in my address to the nation last week, we are in a new phase of terrorism, including lone actors and small groups of terrorists, like those in San Bernardino. Because they are smaller, often self-initiating, self-motivating, they're harder to detect, and that makes it harder to prevent. But just as the threat evolves, so do we. We're constantly adapting, constantly improving, upping our game, getting better. And today the mission to protect our homeland goes on three main fronts. First, we're going after terrorists over there, where they plot and plan and spew their propaganda. As I described at the Pentagon, we're hitting ISIL harder than ever in Syria and Iraq. We are taking out their leaders. Our partners on the ground are fighting to push ISIL back, and ISIL has been losing territory. Our special operations forces are hard at work. We took out the ISIL leader in Libya. We've taken out terrorists in Yemen and Somalia. So we're sending a message. If you target Americans, you will have no safe haven. We will find you, and we will defend our nation. Meanwhile, as always, we're working to protect Americans overseas, including our military bases and service members. And Secretary John Kerry updated us on security at our embassies and our diplomatic posts. Second, we continue to do everything in our power to prevent terrorists from getting into the United States. We're doing more with countries around the world, including our European partners, to prevent the flow of foreign terrorist fighters, both to places like Syria and Iraq and back into our countries. We're implementing additional layers of security for visitors who come here under the visa waiver program, and we're working with Congress to make further improvements. Any refugee coming to the United States, some of them victims of terrorism themselves, will continue to get the most intensive scrutiny of any arrival. They go through up to 2 years of vetting, including biometric screening. And the review that I ordered into the fiancé visa program, under which the female terrorist in San Bernardino came here, is ongoing. Third, we're stepping up our efforts to prevent attacks here at home. As I said, the NCTC is constantly sharing information with our state and local partners. Across the country, more than 100 joint terrorism task forces are the action arm of this fight. Federal, state, and local experts all working together to disrupt threats. At the state level, fusion cells are receiving tips and pushing information out to local law enforcement. And just yesterday, the Department of Homeland Security updated its alert system to make sure Americans are getting the most timely and useful information. And with groups like ISIL trying to radicalize people to violence, especially online, part of our meeting today focused on how we can continue to strengthen our partnership between law enforcement, high-tech leaders, communities, faith leaders, and citizens. So we've got to keep on building up trust and cooperation that helps communities inoculate themselves from the kind of propaganda that ISIL's spewing out, preventing their loved ones, especially young people, from succumbing to terrorist ideologies in the first place. And finally, one of our greatest weapons against terrorism is our own strength and resilience as a people. Now, that means staying vigilant. If you see something suspicious, say something to law enforcement. It also means staying united as one American family, remembering that our greatest allies in this fight are each other, Americans of all faiths and all backgrounds. And when Americans stand together, nothing can beat us. Most of all, we cannot give in to fear or change how we live our lives, because that's what terrorists want. That's the only leverage that they have. They can't defeat us on a battlefield, but they can lead us to change in ways that would undermine what this country is all about. And that's what we have to guard against. We have to remind ourselves that when we stay true to our values, nothing can beat us. So anyone trying to harm Americans need to know, they need to know that we're strong and that we're resilient, that we will not be terrorized. We've prevailed over much greater threats than this. We will prevail again. So I want to once again thank all of you at NCTC and every one of your home agencies across our entire government for your extraordinary service. I want every American to know, as you go about the holidays, as you travel and gather with family and the kids open their presents, and as you ring in the new year, that you've got dedicated patriots working around the clock all across the country to protect us all. Oftentimes they're doing so by sacrificing their own holidays and their own time with families. but they care about this deeply. And they're the best in the world. And for that, we're very grateful. Thank you, everybody. Happy holidays.
All right, folks, so that was President Obama giving an update on terrorism, not only here in the country, but around the world, and the new security measures. Hope everyone is just having a fantastic day. It is Friday Eve, and we are getting close to a week away from Christmas. Can you believe this? I can't. I don't know what's going on anymore. I mean, it's going so fast. So hope everyone's having a great day. We got a show lined up here for you guys. Don't worry. Let me get you my top 5. Here's what we got in store for you. Fortunately, dead children found in a storage unit. I'll have that story for you coming up. Disney Parks' new security measures put in place with all this terrorism threats going on pretty much every day now around the country. And a university is trying to fire a professor that claimed Sandy Hook was a hoax. We'll have that story. Stolen Christmas decorations across the country. Come on, folks. Really? What's going on with that? And rules on regifting. That is what is in store coming up on Fox 10 News Now. And, of course, any live events that happen, we will bring that to you as well. Looks like we have a White House briefing coming up in the next 10 minutes. I'll go to that, but let's go to some of the stories that I had here for you, including the first one, dead children found in that storage unit. Let me bring up that story here for you. I hate to start with such sad news, but we got to go with it. Here we go.
On November the 27th. And after she comes in a few minutes later, the gentleman comes in, the boy, I think 17, 18-year-old, right here.
Suspects Tammy Huntsman and Gonzalo Curiel walk into the front office of the Motel 6. Front desk clerk Amanda Latham checked them in.
This is the first I heard about it. Actually, I heard more from you than I heard from anybody. I had no idea. That's why I brought tears to my eyes. I had to walk away for a minute.
2 beds, 2 rooms, they requested. And they said only one person in one room.
So nothing alarming, the fact
Nothing alarming. She looks all normal person when she checks in. She had her phone on when she came in, and I don't know what she was reading or whatever.
And did they say how long they were going to be staying with you guys?
Just the one night.
It's unclear if the kids were with them. They're never spotted on surveillance. You see the couple drive in their SUV to rooms 165 and 166. After about 12 hours, the couple leaves. Tammy goes back into the front office to request a receipt.
And look at her. She's smiling, she's talking, so...
Could this have been one of the last places the 2 small children lay their heads down?
And here in the car, you cannot even see anything.
The bodies of 2 small children were found in a Reading storage facility on Monday, presumably the bodies of missing siblings Delilah and Sean Terra, who were left in the couple's care. The thought leaves Amanda, a mother of 5 with 3 stepchildren, unnerved.
I took on children that weren't mine. I don't understand how someone, it baffles me. I don't see how someone could do that to a child. They're innocent.
On the outskirts of Reading, at a small storage facility, Lori Miller sits at her desk, keeping an eye on the security camera.
It's just something that just doesn't happen around here.
But these cameras didn't capture a gruesome delivery to unit number 32.
I think that I'm still in shock.
Sunday night, police broke off the lock and found 2 dead children inside.
It's just heartbreaking.
The kids, identified by family as 3-year-old Delilah Terra and 6-year-old Sean Terra. The siblings were reported missing from Salinas while under the care of 39-year-old Tammy Huntsman and her 17-year-old boyfriend Gonzalo Curiel. The 2 are considered suspects in their death. They're already behind bars for child abuse, torture, and mayhem in connection to the abuse of a 9-year-old in Plumas County.
It's disgusting to me.
Now, investigators from 3 counties are working on a case that has shocked and disturbed so many.
The poor little babies. My heart's broken for them. Like, amazingly broken for them.
Fox 40 has learned Huntsman has family in Redding. A relative told us off camera they're as upset about what happened as everyone else in the community.
Yep, that's a sad, sad case there. Our thoughts and prayers are with family and friends of that situation. Moving on here, folks, on Fox 10 News Now. We're just warming up here in the stream. Boy, what a day it was yesterday. You were part of it. You saw Donald Trump here in Mesa, Arizona for a rally. So, you know, when that happens, the chat goes crazy. And then more times than not, unfortunately, we do have to shut the chat down when Donald Trump is on because he brings so much attention that people act up and don't behave and say things that, well, they really shouldn't be saying. So we do appreciate the people that are taking this chat seriously and not going crazy, and that's why the chat is open right now. All right, moving on here, folks. You know, it seems like this happens every year around Christmas time. Stolen decorations across the country. Come on. Why do we have to do this every year, folks? I mean, I think people are just very, very bored, and they do things that are stupid. And you really shouldn't be doing that. But here's some stories of stolen Christmas decorations across the country.
Take a look. Sheriff deputies say this thief swiped the Christmas decorations from Rob Warzinski's front yard in Port Orchard last night. Warzinski says he decorates with inflatable characters and lights timed out to music every year.
I have an 11-year-old in the house, and it's for him and all of his friends. That's what I've done it for.
But last night, someone stole more than a dozen candy cane decorations.
All along my whole walkway, all the way in the front of the house and all the way up the driveway.
The thief didn't take the most expensive stuff, but Warzinski says it's not what was taken that's troubling.
Why? Why would they steal anything for Christmas? Why ruin people's Christmas spirit?
The Warzinskis have had problems with theft and vandalism in their yard before. That's why 2 years ago, they decided to install these security cameras. They got a shot of the thief's face, which has been shared with the Kitsap County Sheriff's Department. Deputies tell me they've had reports of other decorations being stolen in nearby Silverdale, but so far this is the first report in Port Orchard. Warzinski tells me thieves have targeted his neighbors too, which is why many of them don't decorate.
It's also depressing to see half of my block not even lit up because no one wants anything stolen.
He's trying to hold on to his spirit, hoping for a Christmas miracle.
I want someone to recognize him, point him out, and tell him to come back over here and apologize to my face.
In Port Orchard, Tina Patel, Q13 News.
It's a hallmark of Christmas, the Nativity. You have Mary and Joseph, the shepherd and his flock, the 3 wise men. But at the Journey Church, the centerpiece, Jesus, is not in his manger. It seems someone stole the statue. But lead pastor Mike Boswell isn't shedding tears.
All of us know that Jesus is alive. He's not in the manger, and that's why we celebrate Christmas, and we just want the community to come out and celebrate with us.
The Nativity is just a small part of a 50,000 light show the church puts on every night. Though the Jesus statue was precious, Boswell and his church are choosing to turn the other cheek.
God loves people, we love people, and we want people to find God through Jesus Christ.
They even have a special message to whoever robbed their cradle.
Whoever may have taken it, love to invite them to come, and they don't have to admit it, but come and join us and become part of us.
All right, folks, bring it back. Just bring it back for that story. Come on. All right, moving on here. A university professor is under fire because he thinks that the Sandy Hook shootings was all a big hoax. And now they are trying to fire him. Let me bring this up, his picture here, folks, so you can, this is the professor. I'll read you the story here. It says, Florida Atlantic University sent a firebrand professor a letter Wednesday stating that he was being recommended for termination and has 10 days to appeal before a final action may be taken. The Sun-Sentinel reported that James Tracy, an associate professor in the School of Communication and Multimedia Studies, had recently got into a public feud with the parents of a boy who died in the Sandy Hook school shooting back in 2012. They just had the 3-year anniversary. Hard to believe already, folks. 3-year anniversary. But it says Tracy has also gained notoriety over comments he made regarding the Boston Marathon bombing, the church shooting in Charleston, South Carolina, and the San Bernardino, California massacre. The school called the alert a notice of proposed discipline termination by the vice provost for academic affairs at Florida Atlantic University. In a December 2012 posting in the aftermath of the Sandy Hook massacre, Tracy questioned how gunman Adam Lanza was able to fire off so many shots in such a short span and a lack of surveillance video released to the public. So that is the story there, folks. Let me know what you guys think about that story. Do you agree with the professor, or is he just plain nuts? Let me know what you think there. You know, I do see things online about these false flags about Sandy Hook and stuff like that. I think it's interesting at best. But how would you feel if you're one of those family members who 3 years ago buried a little 6-year-old, and now there's people thinking it's a false flag? Very interesting stuff. I think it's interesting at best. I haven't really seen any real solid theories, though. But you never know. Do want to get you caught up on some other stories making headlines.
In this season of giving, sometimes what's under your tree doesn't quite suit, so the naughty and even the nice may find themselves secretly re-gifting.
Have you ever re-gifted a Christmas present?
Yes, I have.
What was it?
I can't tell.
Not the one that I gave you.
An American Express survey found 75% of Americans think re-gifting is socially acceptable, and about half of them admitted to doing it last Christmas.
A book. I've gotten a book, a science fiction.
How did you know it was a re-gift?
Because I'm not interested in science fiction, and the person I got it from, I just figured it was a re-gift.
You forgave them for it?
Yeah.
A sweater that looked a little like they didn't want it, and I got it, so you know.
How'd you feel about that?
Hey, it was a sweater. I took it, I wore it, it was okay.
Etiquette experts urge care when considering recycling that unwanted gift. Be sure you don't get caught.
You're not going to regift within the same gifting circle, so there's no chance that there's overlap, that somebody's going to recognize the gift that someone else gave you as the gift that you're now giving them.
Also, don't forget to snoop on social media. Avoid re-gifting among mutual friends. And never do this.
Make sure it's not sentimental, so something that your grandma knitted for you.
So the next time you get a gift that you don't, well, really need, as you can see, be sure to take the labels and the price tags off before you give it again next year.
One more tip. Regift only good gifts. A mug from the 90s or PJs covered in candy are rookie blunders. Once you've got it down, rejoice and regift. Sharon Crowley, Fox 5 News.
I can't believe we are still talking about regifting. It's like, folks, don't regift. That way you don't have to be paranoid or worried. Will they find out? You know, it's like, just get a new gift. Just accept the bad gift that you got. Just accept it, deal with it, and move on. But don't regift. At best, donate it to charity, okay? Just do that. It's ridiculous, I think, sometimes these people, they're like, can I regift this? See, they're always looking out for themselves. They're always thinking about themselves on Christmas. Those are the people you got to worry about. They're the hardest to buy for anyway, because they're thinking about themselves. It's interesting. It's very interesting now. You know, another thing I've been seeing a lot as we're talking about Christmas, just days away now, 8 days away. Hard to believe. Wow. I don't think because of technology now, I don't think families are really enjoying the moment of opening Christmas presents. Let me explain to you. Before cell phones, you would open your presents. You maybe would be video recording it. I know my family used to video record the times, but now it just seems after every present, someone's Snapchatting it or, you know, putting it on Facebook or Twitter already. They're not getting in a good groove with the opening of the presents, and they're really just caring more about that present to look cool, put it online, than really thinking, oh, wow, my uncle really got me this, or my aunt got me this, or my mom, or my brother, or my sister, or so on. So that's my little thought of the day. It's like technology, I think, is screwing up the Christmas spirit of gift giving. Because now, as soon as you get it, you want to put it on social media or whatever. It's interesting, right? I don't like it like that. Wish we could go back to the time where, you know, you had to call the person and say, oh, what'd you get? Or here's the thing. You had to meet up with someone. You had to actually have a conversation in person with someone to say, hey, what'd you get for Christmas? I think it's interesting. I think it's really interesting. But, oh well. You know, technology does help, though. Sometimes it gets you Skype and able to see family members that you can't see for Christmas. So there's two ways to look at it. Definitely two ways of looking at it. We have right now Senator Ted Cruz having a media availability live right now. Let's go to and see what he's talking about.
And you all in one day, and we're doing that day after day after day, doing rallies on the ground. Because what we're seeing in the Super Tuesday states across this country is we're seeing conservatives coming together. And I would note it's striking, most of the other candidates on that debate stage, they're not even trying to run national campaigns. Their strategy is typically move either to one state or another, live there a year. You know, some of them I wonder if they've become registered voters in one of the early primary states, and hope to catch lightning in a bottle and get lucky. I don't believe that's possible. I think the only way to win this election is to earn the support on the grassroots. And so we have an incredible team on the ground in the first four primary states, but we've got an incredible team that continues on to go the distance. And going the distance is important because, listen, we've seen in prior elections that when there is a conservative candidate, the establishment tries everything they can to kill that. And they spread lies, they spread deceptions, and they use money. Now, in this election, the terrain is very different. Number one, we have the infrastructure, the national infrastructure, the grassroots support across the country that conservative candidates in past cycles have lacked. But number two, because of the incredible fundraising we've seen from the grassroots, 600,000 contributions at tedcruz.org, we finished the last fundraising quarter with more money in the bank than any Republican in the field. That's part of why the Washington establishment is panicking, because they're used to having conservatives with no money, no ability to communicate, where they can just swamp them with false attack ads. Our strength is the grassroots, And we are competing the distance to win this nomination and then to turn out the millions of conservatives who stayed home in 08 and 12 and win the general.
On immigration, I want you to clarify something. You said that your amendment on the Gingham bill was for citizenship. But I want to read you something that you said in that same year, May 28, 13. It was not to kill immigration reform, but it was to amend the Gingham bill so that it actually solves the problem rather than making the problem worse. How did that square with your expectations?
You know, it's interesting. We're in Las Vegas right now, so let me use a Vegas analogy from poker. It's called calling their bluff. Listen, the Democrats and the establishment Republicans who supported the Gang of Eight, they claimed they were all about, they cared for the people who were here illegally. And so that amendment, I introduced an amendment that made anyone here illegally permanently ineligible for citizenship. That amendment called their bluff because it revealed that the proponents of the Gang of Eight were being hypocrites, that they were not telling the truth, that what they claimed they were interested in was not in fact what they were interested in. What they were interested in, what Chuck Schumer and Barack Obama wanted was very simple. They wanted millions of new Democratic voters. There's a reason why I think the new politically correct term is no longer illegal aliens. It's now undocumented Democrats. That's what was going on. It was a pure partisan political game. And by introducing an amendment to strip citizenship, it laid naked the partisanship, the hypocrisy, and the lies behind the proponents of the Rubio-Schumer amnesty plan. There is a reason why every other strong opponent of amnesty supported me in that amendment. Jeff Sessions and I were side by side. It's one of the more ludicrous aspects where the Rubio campaign is trying to claim, well, Cruz and Sessions opposed citizenship in the Gang of Eight bill. So therefore, they must have supported every other aspect of the Gang of Eight bill. That is utter nonsense. And by exposing the hypocrisy, by calling their bluff, we won. We defeated amnesty. We beat it. All of Washington was saying this cannot be stopped. That they had the votes to ram it through the Senate, and that Republican leadership in the House was going to take it up and pass it. This was a done deal. And by revealing the truth, calling their bluff, we were able to mobilize and energize the American people and defeat it. And by the way, what we've seen in the last 2 days, this is the establishment strikes back. We won that fight. We defeated amnesty, and they are furious. They're furious. They all sided. 2013 was a moment, as Reagan put it, a time of choosing, where everyone could decide, where do you stand? Now, Marco Rubio is a friend of mine. He's a wonderful communicator. He's a charming individual. He's very well liked in Washington. Marco Rubio campaigned telling the people of Florida, if you elect me, I will lead the fight against amnesty. In Texas, I campaigned telling the people of Texas, if you elect me, I will lead the fight against amnesty. We said the exact same thing to the voters. But come 2013, we made very, very different decisions. Actions speak louder than words. In 2013, Senator Rubio made the decision to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chuck Schumer and Harry Reid and Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. And not only not to do what he promised the voters of Florida, not to lead the fight against amnesty, but to author a massive amnesty bill that would have undermined our national security, would have taken away jobs, would have driven down wages, would have undermined the rule of law, and would have increased illegal immigration. I made a very different decision in 2013. I chose to stand side by side with Jeff Sessions and Steve King and the American people and lead the fight to defeat the Rubio-Schumer amnesty bill in the Judiciary Committee and on the floor of the Senate. Now, at the time, the Rubio campaign was convinced they had made a masterful decision. This was a move to co-opt all the big money Republican donors who support amnesty, because for big business, amnesty means cheap labor. Now times have changed. 2 years later, they regret having led the fight for amnesty. And so they're trying to blur the record by claiming those who opposed amnesty somehow agreed with them. It is complete and utter nonsense.
Senator
Santa Cruz. I'm going to go, guys. Thank you. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You guys can follow me this way.
There is a mulch.
Oh, there is a mulch?
There is one now.
Yay.
All right, folks, that was Senator Ted Cruz taking some questions from the media. And looks like we have our White House briefing already underway. We will go to that. Well, they have State Department as well. We'll go to the White House briefing for now. Here we go.
In the Senate, and their historically large majority in the House. But their opposition to many administration priorities melted away in the face of the administration's determined and forceful effort to advance our agenda. For example, Republicans have spent a significant amount of their time, both legislatively and otherwise, trying to undermine the ability of the administration to reach an historic international agreement in Paris. Despite Senator McConnell's prodigious letter-writing efforts, that agreement was reached, and it was historic. There, as I mentioned yesterday, there's nothing that's included in the recently passed or the recently agreed to budget agreement that will prevent us from successfully implementing our end of that bargain. Republicans were talking, in a related measure, Republicans were talking a real tough game about building the Keystone Pipeline. The President announced earlier this year, the State Department announced earlier this year, that wasn't going to happen, and it's not going to happen. We saw Republicans vowing to block the President's ability to reach an international agreement to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Not only did Republicans fail to prevent that agreement from being reached, they actually even failed to pass legislation noting their disapproval of that agreement. And this year, as we have in previous years, we saw Republicans enter the Congress vowing to use their newfound influence and authority to repeal the Affordable Care Act. That hasn't happened. In fact, in just the last couple of days, there are more people signing up for health insurance through healthcare.gov than ever before. And I think that is a good indication of the ongoing health and significant benefits associated with the Affordable Care Act. The unifying theme of these accomplishments is that so many of these victories that were enjoyed both by the administration and by the country were not just the productive and effective management of the news cycle. Instead, these were accomplishments that were years in the making. And years from now, our country will continue to be strengthened by these breakthroughs. Fortunately, not every administration victory had to come at the expense of Republican political bluster. For example, Republicans did relent on their partisan insistence on including ideological riders in the budget agreement. And we do expect that the President will have the opportunity to sign into law an historic budget agreement that does adequately fund both our national security and our economic priorities. In addition, over the summer, the President did work effectively with Republicans in Congress to build a bipartisan majority to pass Trade Promotion Authority legislation. After that legislation was passed, the President and his team were able to succeed in negotiating a Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement that will have significant economic and geopolitical consequences for our national security for generations to come. And we anticipate working closely with Democrats and Republicans on Capitol Hill next year to secure congressional approval of that agreement. There's a similar dynamic underway when it comes to criminal justice reform, and we're optimistic that the administration will be able to work effectively with Democrats and Republicans to advance on some common ground to make our criminal justice system more fair, and that will serve the country well. So, Josh, I appreciate your indulgence on the long tee-up. Today is also the last scheduled press briefing of 2015. Hold your applause. So I felt like if I didn't take this opportunity to discuss this with you now, I would not have another opportunity to do so. So thank you for indulgence. Let's go to the questions.
Great, thanks, Josh. I wanted to start with Secretary Carter and his acknowledgement that he was using personal email to conduct government business until just a few months ago. With so much attention having been on this issue in the wake of the Hillary Clinton situation, how did this happen, and is the President disappointed in his defense secretary?
Well, Josh, Secretary Carter himself has spoken to this, and his explanation is that he made a mistake. He owned up to that mistake. He acknowledged that it was his alone, and he acknowledged that he has taken steps both to ensure that the information that was transmitted on his personal email has been properly archived on the government system. He did note that, based on his own knowledge of the emails, that no classified information was transmitted there. And I know that the Department of Defense has also indicated that they're prepared to cooperate with legitimate congressional oversight into this matter. And Secretary Carter also indicated, finally, that that he has curtailed his use of any email whatsoever, but certainly will ensure moving forward that emails about his government work is conducted on his government email consistent with administration policy.
So the White House learned about this in May, and we know that the counsel's office here reached out to the Pentagon at the behest of the Chief of Staff to raise some, to ask about this. Given that that happened much earlier in the year, how was it disallowed to go on until just a few months ago?
Well, again, what you said is true, Josh, that the White House Chief of Staff did ask the counsel's office here at the White House to contact senior officials at the Pentagon to alert them to concerns about about email use, and those concerns were relayed. In terms of what action was then taken by senior officials at the Pentagon, I'd refer you to them to sort of explain what steps they took in response to those inquiries from the White House counsel's office.
I think the question this raises for a lot of people is whether this is a broader problem in the administration among the top officials. Are there any other cabinet level officials or top national security officials that have been using private email to conduct government business?
Mm-hmm. Well, Josh, to confirm that, you're going to have to check with the individual agencies. The agencies themselves are responsible for administering their email systems. We've discussed earlier that there is clear guidance that's been given by the administration about what those practices should entail. There's no ambiguity about them. I'm certainly not aware of any officials who are currently using their personal email for official government work on a regular basis. But if there, let me just say this way, if there are, this surely is yet another reminder about of why that would be a poor choice.
Has the White House counsel's office or other apparatus here at the White House reached out to any other agencies to convey those concerns similar to the way they did with Secretary Carter?
Josh, I'm obviously not aware of all the conversations that take place from by the counsel's office to other agencies, but I will say that I'm not aware of any other outreach like that. But it's very difficult for me to account for every sort of every conversation from the counsel's office.
And on one other topic, President Putin gave his annual marathon news conference, and
he should do it every day like I do. Don't you think that would be pretty entertaining? I guess I would be entertained.
So your definition of the word entertainment.
And he described the U.S. and Russia as having the same general approach to the crisis in Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And given your strong pushback yesterday against this idea that the U.S. had changed its position regarding Assad needing to leave, and given the fact that Russia clearly has a different opinion on that than the one that you described yesterday, is President Putin incorrect to describe the U.S. and Syria as having the same approach? I'm sorry, the U.S. and Russia.
Having the same approach to Syria. Well, I guess as I did describe yesterday, that is certainly not the way that this administration sees it. But I'll just say that I'm not surprised to hear that he might have a different explanation, primarily because of how isolated Russia is right now. Because of their destabilizing actions in Ukraine, Russia is subject to a series of economic sanctions that have been imposed on their economy by the United States and our European allies. That has had a negative impact on the Russian economy, and it has isolated Russia in ways that I recognize they're quite uncomfortable with. Not so uncomfortable as to cause them to change their strategy in Ukraine yet, but I think this is the latest indication of that discomfort, that President Putin would be trying to suggest to the international community that he is in line with the policy of the United States when it comes to Syria. They're not. We do agree about the need for a political transition inside of Syria, but the Russian military continues to engage in operations unilaterally inside of Syria that are not focused on countering ISIL, but rather on propping up the Assad regime. That is not consistent with the policy or view or priority of the United States of America or any of the 65 nations that are part of our coalition. So we would welcome Russia's constructive contribution and integration into our counter-ISIL campaign, but that would require substantial changes in their military strategy. Okay, Julia.
One other thing that Putin was saying was that he was basically accusing Turkey's shooting down of the Russian plane as coming from an arrangement perhaps between Turkey and Washington, where Washington would turn a blind eye to Turkish troops in Iraq, and that this was somehow Turkey showing its support for Washington for the U.S. by shooting down this plane. Is this anything you care to comment on that accusation?
Well, it's nonsense. The fact is, I'm going to start by saying, again, that Turkey is a NATO ally of the United States, and we certainly are strongly supportive of Turkey's right to defend their territory and their airspace. The available information on this incident indicates that Russian military aircraft violated Turkish airspace, and we know that Turkish pilots warned the Russian pilots that they were violating Turkish airspace. And those warnings were ignored, apparently, by Russian pilots. At the same time, the United States has urged both Russia and Turkey to find a way to de-escalate the tensions between their two countries. We certainly have no interest in trying to provoke a conflict between one of our close NATO allies and Russia. In fact, given the significant challenges that we're all facing inside of Syria, we would much rather Russia find a way to work more cooperatively with the United States and our coalition partners. That, by the way, includes Turkey.
Okay. I also wanted to ask you about the president's trip tomorrow to San Bernardino. I know he'll be meeting with the victims of families, and I know he's done things like this in the past, like when he went to Oregon, but a lot of times those investigations and kind of the heat of the moment has died down by the time the president arrives. And we understand this is an ongoing investigation. There are reports that there may be charges against a man who provided weapons to the killers in these attacks that may be coming as soon as today or tomorrow. Is the president concerned at all of coming in at a time where law enforcement is already so strained, from federal to LAPD to local law enforcement in San Bernardino, that they're already so strained with the investigation that adding in all the national security, all the security constraints around his visit, he may be straining them further?
Julia, let me just start by saying that I've seen those news reports about potential Department of Justice legal action, and I'm not able to comment on those reports at all. If there are any announcements to make about the investigation, particularly when it comes to prosecuting an individual who may have been involved to one degree or another, any announcement like that would come from the Department of Justice. As it relates to the president's visit, we are always conscious of the impact that a presidential visit could have on law enforcement or emergency response resources. And that does, as you point out, on occasion limit the president's ability to travel to a particular location where there is a significant ongoing law enforcement response. In this situation, based on what we know about the investigation so far, and this is something that the FBI director has confirmed, is there's no information at this point that connects these two terrorists to an ongoing plot or terror cell. So while the investigation is being pursued quite aggressively and rather urgently, I think for obvious reasons, I would not anticipate that a visit by the president just for a couple of hours to that community to console the families of the victims of that attack would have any impact on the pace or success of the ongoing investigation.
And will the president be doing any kind of public statement at all while he's there, or would this be a very private meeting?
Our expectation is that this will be just a private meeting. Okay? John.
John, back to this issue with Secretary Carter and his personal email. I guess I can understand how a cabinet secretary might have not been aware of the rules before the controversy surrounding Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. How is it that Secretary Carter kept on using his personal email even after the White House made it perfectly clear that it was against policy, that it was not to be done? After the whole controversy with Secretary Clinton, how did he continue to use his personal email?
Yeah. John, I think even in the context of some of the exchanges that you and I had about Secretary Clinton's email habits, I think you had asked me about other cabinet secretaries, and I observed that surely given the attention to Secretary Clinton's email habits, that no one would make the same mistake. But as Secretary Carter himself admitted, he did make that same mistake. I think it's obviously a mistake, but to his credit, he owned up to it. He took full responsibility for it. And most importantly, actually, he's taken the steps that are necessary to rectify it. So the concern that the White House Chief of Staff had in contacting the Department of Defense was ensuring that requirements to retain records related to official government business were being properly archived. And that is what prompted the White House Chief of Staff to contact the counsel's office, who contacted the Pentagon about this matter. So my point is that realizing his mistake, Secretary Carter also has ensured that the necessary records retention has been done and that those records are now properly stored on the government email system.
But he kept on using it until the Chief of Staff of the White House saw what was going on, right? I mean, it wasn't that he didn't rectify this until Dennis McDonough actually said, what's going on here?
Mm-hmm. Well, again, for the timeline, you'll have to check with the Department of Defense about it.
And is the president aware of this? President disappointed in this? I mean, this was an issue he commented on, too.
Yeah, it is something that he's commented on. I think that...
I mean, he made it perfectly clear that what Secretary Clinton did was, not appropriate, and he didn't want to see anybody else acting that way.
Well, what I haven't spoken to the president about this issue, but I'm confident that after having read about it in the New York Times, the president would agree with Secretary Carter's assessment that it was in fact a mistake.
Okay. How big a mistake? How big a deal is this?
Well, again, what Secretary Carter has said, I have no personal knowledge of his emails or his email address or his email habits. So, but based on what they have said, he indicated that he did not frequently use personal email for government work, but that he did, in fact, do it on a number of occasions. He says that those emails did not jeopardize the proper protection of classified information. Based on what has been described thus far, it clearly is a mistake because it runs counter to our policy. The consequences of that mistake at this point, however, do not seem significant.
But it's worth having a thorough investigation to be sure that what he says is true?
Well, I think what the Department of Justice has indicated is that, the Department of Defense has indicated that they would cooperate with legitimate congressional oversight into this matter.
Okay, and then I just have one other item.
Sure.
Also from Vladimir Putin's press conference,
Wow.
additional item. I don't know if you caught this one. He said that Donald Trump is a very colorful person, talented without any doubt. And then he said that he praised Trump for wanting to move to a different level of relations, to a more solid, deeper relations with Russia. And he said, why wouldn't Russia be open to that? What do you make of this? I guess it's not quite an endorsement from Vladimir Putin, but it's...
it sounds pretty close. I can see that.
What do you make of that?
Well, I guess it'll be up to Mr. Trump to decide whether or not he'll accept it.
But do you think that U.S. relations with Russia under a President Trump would be noticeably deeper and solid than they are under President Obama?
Well, I'll say that I haven't spent a lot of time contemplating the consequences of a Trump presidency. But I do think the relationship between Russia and the United States under President Obama's leadership has been one that has certainly served the American people quite well. We have been able to work effectively with Russia in a couple of areas, advancing our space program, disposing of Bashar al-Assad's declared chemical weapons stockpile, reaching this international agreement to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Russia even contributed constructively to the Paris climate talks and made some commitments that were important to the completion of that agreement. There are ongoing diplomatic discussions to try to reach a political resolution to the situation inside of Syria. And despite our significant concerns about Russia's military operations inside of Syria, the progress that we've made on the diplomatic track would not have been possible without Russia's constructive contribution to that effort. So I think President Obama has effectively managed our relationship with Russia in a way that has advanced the interests of the United States while also standing up for the basic international norms that Russia violated based on their activities along and across the Ukrainian border. Okay, Jim.
Getting to the president's visit to the NCTC, he mentioned that on the table for discussion was sort of this how to better line up law enforcement with high-tech firms and so forth, and it seemed to be that that he was talking about this issue of encryption and social media and how to go about detecting when terrorists or potential terrorists might be trying to communicate through this type of messaging. Can you give us a little bit more of what was discussed there, and how do you? I mean, what is being discussed within the administration in terms of how to go about that problem? Is it going to be done legislatively? Is it something you can do administratively through executive order? What tools do you have at your disposal?
Well, Jim, technological innovations have affected our lives in a variety of ways, and they've also had a significant impact in our ability to counter terrorists. In one respect, we know that terrorists have exploited encryption technology to try to protect their conversations from law enforcement and national security authorities. And that does make it harder for our national security professionals to do their important work of preventing and potentially disrupting plots. We also know that some terrorist organizations use social media to try to radicalize potential recruits. And we're cognizant of that fact as well. So this presents some significant policy challenges, primarily because, particularly in this country, we believe strongly in protecting the privacy of our citizens. Those civil liberties protections are not protections that are taken lightly by this administration. So the question really is, how do you balance the need to protect those civil liberties while you also protect the country from terrorists? And so this raises a whole host of questions. And frankly, Jim, I think that you address them in each of the ways that you described. There presumably are some administrative or law enforcement steps that can be taken to better protect the country. There are also some steps that the administration can hopefully do in consultation and with the cooperation of technology companies to better protect our country. After all, the people who have created some of the most innovative and successful social media organizations in the world certainly didn't intend for terrorists to use those tools to maim or kill innocent people. So there should be an opportunity for the administration and the technology industry to work together on this. And at some point there will be a role for Congress to play. So I certainly wouldn't rule out continued discussions with members of Congress about the most appropriate way for them to contribute to this effort as well.
And is it fair to say at this point that the U.S. government does not have the capability or legal authority to penetrate all encrypted messages that are being sent back and forth. That there are some messages that are getting through that you can't detect, that you can't look at.
Well, Jim, I'm not going to be prepared to offer a detailed assessment of the capabilities of the U.S. intelligence community.
That seems to be, though, the conventional wisdom and
well, I'd
the understanding of a lot of experts in this field. So
I'll just say in general that we are concerned about the way that some terrorists are using encryption technology to make their plots harder to detect and disrupt. That certainly doesn't diminish the effectiveness or determination of our law enforcement officials and our national security officials to protect the homeland. People should continue to have a lot of confidence in their ability to do that. But this is a continuing source of concern by our law enforcement and intelligence officials.
And just finally, and I'll let it go, there's a New York Times story that says that the administration is preparing a big release of Guantanamo detainees, terror detainees. Has that occurred? Is it about to occur? What can you tell us about that? And it seems that the Congress, as part of this deal, is throwing up some roadblocks to closing the facility entirely before President Obama leaves office. Is another way to go about it to drastically reduce the number of detainees in that detention center to the point where it is all but closed?
Well,
there's a hardcore number that you can't, but
yeah. Well, I think it's hard for me to comment on those published reports. As you know, the way this process works, Jim, is the Congress does require the administration to offer notification to Congress 30 days prior to any planned transfer of a detainee out of the prison at Guantanamo Bay into another country. Those kinds of transfers only occur when the national security professionals in the U.S. government have determined that the risk that those individuals could pose to U.S. national security after being transferred have been sufficiently mitigated. And that means that the U.S. has to engage in a series of complicated diplomatic talks with other countries who've agreed to take custody of these individuals to ensure that those security precautions are properly implemented. But I don't have any announcements about any planned transfers at this point. But I can tell you that the current population at the prison is 107 detainees. There are currently 48 detainees whose case files have been carefully reviewed by national security professionals. And those professionals have determined that under the right circumstances, those 48 individuals could be safely transferred. The U.S. government is working diligently to find countries who will work effectively with our national security professionals to put in place the appropriate security precautions to allow those individuals to be transferred. But I don't have an update for you on anything that may be in the works. Okay? All right. Cheryl.
Thanks, Josh. End of your question on nominations. There are a large number of federal judges that have been pending in the Senate. Is there, and it's creating judicial emergencies across the country. Is there a particular problem, or does the White House have any year-end deal here where you're going to move a lot of these nominations?
Mm-hmm. Well, we have been quite frustrated about the partisan approach that Republicans in the Senate have taken to stalling the confirmation of highly qualified judicial nominees. In some cases, as you point out, these nominees would be serving in courts that currently under a state of emergency because of caseloads that are stacking up based on judicial vacancies. So the proper response to that should be is that the administration would engage in a nationwide search for an appropriate individual, well qualified, to step into that role and fulfill that responsibility to ensure that the wheels of justice in our system continue to turn. But that process has been blocked by Republicans in the Senate, not because they have legitimate questions about the qualifications of the individuals who are nominated, but rather because of their partisan opposition to the President of the United States being able to do almost anything. they're certainly entitled to a point of view that is different than the President of the United States, but it certainly doesn't make sense and certainly isn't consistent with the expectations of the American people for them to use their authority to somehow punish the President by slowing down the justice system. So, we continue to urge Republicans in the Senate to do the right thing for the country when it comes to carefully considering and in a timely fashion confirming legitimately qualified and experienced nominees for the job.
So at this point, you're not expecting a package or a list of nominees to move?
I don't have any sort of agreement like that to announce at this point. Okay? Angela.
On Puerto Rico, after yesterday's briefing, Speaker Ryan said that he's amenable to moving some sort of legislation to aid Puerto Rico very early in the new year. You've said in the past that the White House would support some sort of package to make it easier for Puerto Rico to refinance. What do you want to see in such a package now that it looks like there will be a package?
Well, Angela, we made note of Speaker Ryan's comments as well, and we certainly are gratified that the Speaker has committed to bringing up legislation early in the new year to give Puerto Rico access to an orderly restructuring regime. That's what we believe is necessary for Puerto Rico to address the significant financial challenges that are facing the island. There are some other aspects of that legislation that we believe should be included in a package. The first is we believe that Congress should provide some independent fiscal oversight to ensure that Puerto Rico is following through on the financial reforms that they would commit to. Third, we believe that there are some aspects of Puerto Rico's Medicaid system that could be reformed that would allow the people of Puerto Rico better access to health care, but also relieve some of the pressure on Puerto Rico's state budget. And we also believe that Congress should provide Puerto Rico with access to the Earned Income Tax Credit. This is a tax credit that has significant bang for the buck when it comes to a small investment of money that yields a significant and positive economic impact. And we believe that would be a common sense package that would benefit the people of Puerto Rico and allow that government to dig out of the deep hole that they're facing right now. I don't think any fair-minded individual would consider something like this a bailout of Puerto Rico. And the reason for that is simply that the administration does not support a bailout of Puerto Rico. But there are some common sense steps that the Congress could enact that would allow Puerto Rico to institute the kinds of reforms that would allow them to get back up on their feet.
Does the administration plan to work with the Republican leaders on this legislation?
We are certainly willing to work in bipartisan fashion on a legislative fix like this. There's nothing in here that seems particularly partisan or ideological, at least based on my review here. So, hopefully it's the kind of thing that that Democrats and Republicans who are genuinely concerned about the government under which millions of Americans are living to institute these changes.
Now, on one other topic, you've consistently said that you wouldn't comment ahead of any sort of Fed rate increase, but for the first time since you've been White House press secretary, and in fact for the first time since the president's been the president, there has been a Fed rate increase. What is the president's reaction to that?
Well, Angela, the reason that I have avoided commenting ahead of any potential rate increase is to protect the ability of the Federal Reserve to make independent decisions about this. And I think those same concerns and the same desire to protect their independence also limits my ability to essentially provide some post-game analysis of decisions that they've already made. So in this instance, I'm going to have to reserve comment on the decision that they've made. Okay. Jordan.
Thanks, Josh. I want to ask a little for some more information on the president's meeting with Mayor Bloomberg yesterday. How did that meeting come about? Did Mayor Bloomberg reach out to the president or vice versa? And was this meeting arranged before or after the San Bernardino attacks?
Jordan, I don't know exactly when the meeting was arranged. We can take a look at that for you. Mayor Bloomberg obviously helps to fund and operate an organization that is working aggressively across the country to promote common sense gun safety measures. And White House officials stay in touch with the leaders of an array of organizations that are trying to advance that goal. So, I don't know if Mr. Bloomberg had a long-standing request to meet with the president about this, but Mr. Bloomberg was invited by the White House to talk to the president about the work of his organization and the progress that was being made both across the country and in the administration to institute policies that would make our country safer.
I noticed with this meeting and with the meeting with former Congresswoman Giffords, they didn't appear on the president's public schedule. Why is that?
This was intended to be a private meeting between the president and Mr. Bloomberg. But upon some requests, we confirmed that the meeting occurred, and to provide you, tried to give you a little sense of what exactly transpired in the meeting. But the intent of the meeting was for the conversation to remain private.
And throughout these meetings, can you give us a bit of more of an idea of what kind of progress the White House has been making toward an executive action on guns, and do you have any kind of update on the timing of when that would be released?
I don't have an update either on their progress or on the timing, other than to tell you that this is something that continues to be the focus of a significant number of professionals inside the administration, including over at the Department of Justice. That work continues, and I anticipate that work will continue through the holidays as well. Okay, April.
Josh, I want to ask you two subjects. Back on Cuba, did President Obama, in his consideration, think about, in his efforts to go to Cuba possibly, is he thinking about the issue of Gitmo and the possible closures when he factors in a decision if he will go to Cuba?
I don't think those two things are related. Our view is that there's no ongoing discussion about transferring the military facility outside of the United States custody.
So if he decides to go, it has nothing to do with Gitmo, with the status of Gitmo?
Correct. It would be dependent upon the social, political, and economic circumstances inside of Cuba. The president indicated that if the circumstances were right, then he would like to have the opportunity to travel.
Are the circumstances close to right, or are they right?
I don't have an update for you, but we'll keep you posted.
Is it on the table still?
It's certainly something that we're considering, but it will be dependent upon the political, economic, and social conditions on the ground.
And lastly, in Baltimore, did the president say anything, or does the White House have anything to say about the mistrial yesterday and the fact that they're looking to have another trial, and there will be several more trials for the police officers who are also charged in the Freddie Gray state?
I don't have a specific reaction to it, April. This is part of the ongoing criminal justice process, and it appears to be a process that all sides are engaged in with good faith, and we hope they will continue to do that moving forward.
Any comment on the fact that you said from the podium, you talked about Chicago and how they exercise their right to speak, protest, expression, but there were no major riots or anything, and that didn't happen in Baltimore. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, the reaction to the mistrial that was declared, was a largely peaceful one, and I think the interests of the city are well served by that kind of a reaction.
There are more trials to come, and we're still optimistic that those type of reactions will happen no matter what.
I would say that we continue to be hopeful that those kinds of appropriate responses will be what we see. Okay. Margaret.
Josh, when we were talking about Secretary Carter's emails, I think you said so far it does not seem significant. This was a mistake, was how you described it on the Secretary's part. Are you saying that clearly here that there was no violation of the law?
I'm not aware of any sort of violation of the law. If there is, that's something that will have to be considered by the Department of Justice. But
it's a violation of policy, White House policy.
It is. Our policy is that government work should be done on government emails. I guess what I was trying to convey is, that based on what we know so far, and again, I have not reviewed the emails myself, and I don't intend to, but based on what Secretary Carter has said about them, It does not appear that his mistake led to any sort of breach of classified information. But the Department of Defense has indicated that they're prepared to cooperate with legitimate congressional oversight into this matter, and presumably that's among the things that members of Congress will want to take a look at.
Does the building have a view on whether the email should be made public beyond, answering requests from armed services?
I'd refer that question to the Department of Defense. They'll have to make that decision.
But given the amount of public scrutiny surrounding former Secretary Clinton, does that become a model for what happens to cabinet officials?
Maybe if they're running for president.
But is there a different level of scrutiny for a quote-unquote mistake because you're running for president versus keeping your cabinet members in line with policy?
Well, again, I think it's understandable that people who are no longer serving in government but are running for an elective office might be subject to a heightened form of scrutiny. And I also think, as I've said before, that this is a testament to Secretary Clinton's commitment to transparency, that she's taken the extraordinary step of requesting that the State Department release tens of thousands of pages of her email. Again, I don't think that is, I think that says something important about where Secretary Clinton's priorities are. But obviously, Secretary Carter will have to make his own decision. But again, I think he is legitimately held to a different standard because we're talking about fewer emails. We're talking about somebody who continues to serve in the government, and we're not talking about somebody who's running for elective office.
But you are encouraging him and the Pentagon to share those emails, the 72 that the New York Times, I guess, FOIA, with Congress?
Well, I think what the Department of Defense has said is that they are already prepared to cooperate with legitimate congressional oversight. And I'm confident that'll be a discussion they'll have with members of the, at least of the Senate Armed Services Committee.
And one follow-up, Nancy Pelosi was just speaking on the Hill, and the leader said she's not confident that the omnibus can pass the House. Does the White House remain confident that this will be settled by the time the president heads on vacation tomorrow?
We certainly are hopeful that that Democrats and Republicans in the House will come together around a bipartisan proposal that does not include any ideological riders, but does include adequate funding for our national security and economic priorities. So, we'll certainly be making that case to Democrats, and presumably Speaker Ryan and other senior Republicans are making that case to Republicans, and working together, I'm hopeful, even confident, that we'll be able to build a bipartisan majority for the bill. Okay, Kevin.
Josh, thanks. I want to follow up on Jim's line of questioning on Gitmo. Previously, I've asked you if you felt like the number of detainees would be below 100 by year's end. Do you believe that that is still a possibility?
I don't have an update in terms of planned transfers. We're under some limitations about what can be said publicly about this. But obviously, if there are any transfers that are planned, Congress will get appropriate notification at least 30 days in advance. And then once those transfers have occurred, we'll be able to announce them and discuss them publicly.
Speaking of the 48 that you mentioned earlier, do you believe that Congress has already been notified about the possible pending transfer for those individuals? And is there some sort of expiration on such a request, or is there a revocation if it is approved by Congress if the transfers are not made in a timely fashion?
The way that this typically works, Kevin, is we will actually, based on these individuals that have been cleared for transfer, we will go to other countries and negotiate specific agreements with them to take custody of these individuals consistent with our concerns about the national security risk that they pose. Once the other country has agreed to those conditions and agreed to the transfer, then we will notify Congress of our intent to transfer them.
Okay, gotcha. The president's been talking a great deal about counterterrorism, the Oval Office, and then the Pentagon, and then today. Seemingly he's sharpening his message, but I'm wondering, what does he feel about the sort of grumbling that he's also hearing, perhaps even from some Democrats, about the fact that you're sharpening the message, but there's not a lot new there? Has he heard that criticism, and what would be his response to that?
Well, I haven't heard a lot of that specific criticism. We certainly have heard criticism from Republicans, but we haven't heard any of those Republicans actually share any of their own new ideas, with the one exception of Senator Lindsey Graham, who's proposed a large-scale deployment of ground combat troops by the United States into Iraq and in Syria. The president has already taken that option off the table. Other than that, we have seen people like Ted Cruz suggest that the president should order the Department of Defense to destroy ISIL. I know that that's something that Senator Cruz tweeted last week. That is actually something the president said was our policy goal more than a year ago. And that is precisely why, over the course of that year period, we have seen the president order the Department of Defense and our coalition partners to take almost 9,000 airstrikes, to deploy special operations forces to Syria, to ramp up the amount of assistance that we're providing to opposition forces inside of Syria and to Iraqi forces. We've seen the deployment of what we're calling these ETFs, these expeditionary task forces, who have the capacity to carry out raids against ISIL leaders, both to either detain or kill those ISIL leaders, but also to try to exploit any intelligence opportunities that are available. Those efforts have yielded some progress. There are thousands of square kilometers inside of Syria that ISIL previously used to control that they don't anymore. They're about 40% of the populated areas inside of Iraq that ISIL used to control. They've been driven out of them by Iraqi forces, backed by the United States and our coalition partners. So we have made important progress, and along the way, the president has frequently sought to double down on those aspects of our strategy that have yielded some progress. That's going to continue to be our strategy moving forward. Again, even in the context of the debate earlier this week from the Republican presidential candidates, we saw a lot of bluster, a lot of offensive, divisive rhetoric, some of it even a little sophomoric, but we didn't hear a single good idea about how to actually protect the American people.
Anything new, though, that the president wants to roll out as he continues to talk about the importance of protecting the homeland and combating terrorism?
Well, Kevin, in just the last couple of weeks, the president did announce this new deployment of special operations forces. He did announce the significant ramping up of the equipment that is being provided to opposition forces on the ground. We've talked about how we have accelerated the diplomatic process, the diplomatic track to trying to solve the political chaos inside of Syria. And there's a meeting that Secretary Kerry is convening in New York on this precise topic tomorrow. So there's a lot just in the last few weeks that has happened to ramp up our counter-ISIL efforts. And I certainly wouldn't rule out any additional steps that will intensify even further those aspects of the president's strategy that have already shown signs of progress.
Last one, I want to, if you can you give me sort of a sense of what Secretary Liu's ideas will be like today? I mean, I know you can't sort of step on what he's trying to get out there, but for timing's sake, can you just sort of give me a readout of what's happening today?
Yeah, what the goal of the meeting that Secretary Liu is convening at the United Nations Security Council in New York today is to better integrate, further integrate the international effort to shut off ISIL's financing. You heard from Adam Zubin yesterday about how the United States has led the way in trying to capitalize on what we know is a significant ISIL vulnerability. They need access to significant sums of money in order to manage the caliphate that they're trying to establish, in order to recruit and pay fighters, and in order to continue to protect themselves and wage war against basically the rest of the world. And based on the fact that we know that they need access to that capital, we can take steps using intelligence and using our own sophisticated understanding of the international financial system to shut off that flow of financing and to apply pressure to them and make it a little bit harder for them to achieve their objectives. And our goal here is to make sure that that our intelligence efforts and that our counter-finance efforts are closely integrated with our military efforts. And so this is actually another example of something that the president ordered in just the last few weeks. The president actually ordered the Department of Defense to take airstrikes against oil tankers that are operated by ISIL. They did that because we know that ISIL derives a significant sum of money by being able to sell oil. So that's sort of a good example of how increased intelligence can give us more information about exactly how ISIL operates. And our understanding of their financing actually buttresses our ongoing military strategy.
Thanks. And is the president going to watch the new Star Wars film? Mm-hmm. Does he get like a special deal where they, give him a screening here at the White House, or how does that work out?
Well, I certainly wouldn't rule that out. I know that Gardner was interested in seeing that as well. So, maybe you guys can get together and give us a little thumbs up or thumbs down on it here. So, good. Since I poked fun at you, Gardner, why don't you ask the next question?
I've got some, yeah. So back to the email.
Thanks, Gardner.
Yeah, sure. Back to the email issues. Can you help us just sort of understand? I understand from what you've said, Josh, that Secretary Carter has said that there were no national security problems with his private email. Has there been any independent confirmation of this?
No, not that I'm aware of. But we've talked about the Department of Defense's commitment to cooperating with legitimate congressional oversight. I'm not even sure that would be described as independent, but it certainly would be. It's probably more of an adversarial consideration of the facts. But that's the way that our system was constructed.
In March, what message was sent out internally to ensure that no senior administration official was using personal emails? I mean, we talked about this obviously at the podium, but can you help us understand?
As I mentioned to John, I think we were quite. It was pretty evident to anybody who was reading the newspaper or watching cable television that there would be significant negative consequences for an individual who was not in compliance with administration policies about email use. And those negative consequences were largely the risk of being embarrassed publicly for not following those rules. Again, Secretary Carter has come forward to acknowledge that he made a mistake. He's owned up to that mistake. And he also has vowed to both ensure that doesn't happen again. He has taken steps to ensure that the records are properly maintained on a government system. And he has vowed to cooperate with legitimate congressional oversight into this matter. So he certainly made a mistake, but he's also certainly taken the appropriate steps that are consistent with the expectations of the administration.
When the Chief of Staff discovered Carter's use of personal email back in May, what steps were taken then by the White House and by the Pentagon to ensure that classified information had not been and would not be mishandled going forward?
The step that was taken by the White House was the White House counsel's office contacted senior Pentagon officials to let them know of concerns that Secretary Carter may not be in compliance with our administration's email policy. For any steps that the Pentagon took in response to that communication, I'd encourage you to check with them.
Why wasn't this referred then to the Pentagon IG, or why wasn't Congress then told about this? Why are we just hearing about this now?
Again, I think for those kinds of steps, I'd refer you to the Department of Defense. Those are steps that that agency would take.
Secretary Carter is obviously central to the fight against ISIS. Is this too much of a distraction given how central the fight against ISIS is to the administration?
I'm not at all worried about this distracting Secretary Carter from his important responsibilities to protecting the country. In fact, Secretary Carter right now is traveling in the Middle East, meeting with our allies and partners to discuss our ongoing counter-ISIL efforts and to discuss opportunities to intensify those aspects of our strategy that are working. I know that Secretary Carter is also devoting a significant amount of time on this trip to thanking our men and women in uniform who are serving overseas, doing important work protecting the country, and that is causing them to be away from their families over the holidays. That also is important work for the Secretary of Defense to be engaged in, and the news over the last 18 hours or so has not at all distracted him from those important responsibilities.
Thanks, Josh.
Okay. Leslie.
Thanks, Josh. You mentioned that there were social, political, and economic circumstances or conditions in Cuba for a presidential visit. Can you do you have preconditions on those?
Not that we have discussed publicly, so there's nothing that I would lay out from here, but I think that is consistent with the way the President himself described the decision-making that he would apply to any potential travel.
With dissidents, would that be a precondition?
I wouldn't lay out any preconditions publicly at this point.
Given that the number of arrests of dissidents have been up and there's been an increase in the exodus of Cubans leaving for the United States, how likely do you think he'll be able to go before he leaves office?
Well, I wouldn't put a number or a percentage on it, but the president's certainly hopeful that he'll be able to have the opportunity to travel at some point before he leaves office. Obviously, we've made a significant investment in overhauling our policy toward Cuba. There was no expectation that the conditions on the island would change overnight, but we continued to be optimistic that over time, by developing stronger ties between our two countries, by more closely integrating our economies, that the kind of change we'd like to see in Cuba will start to take root. And essentially, this is change that we believe accurately reflects the ambitions of the Cuban people.
With the detainee arrest numbers going the opposite direction, would you put odds on the likelihood of it going?
Well, Leslie, we've seen those kinds of politically motivated arrests and detentions fluctuate. And I would anticipate that we will continue to see them fluctuate. I think that there will be days where we'll be pleased that there are some dissidents who've been released and concerns aroused when some political opponents of the regime are rounded up. What I will say, though, is one of the benefits of this policy change is the fact that you and I are now having this conversation. That for so long, the failed U.S. economic embargo against Cuba served as a distraction and essentially, in some ways, actually gave the Cuban government cover to engage in all of this nefarious activity that is inconsistent with our values, knowing that so much of the discussion about their island nation would be centered on a failed U.S. policy. Now that obstacle to a close examination of the Cuban government has been removed. That certainly has had a positive impact on U.S. relations with other countries in the hemisphere, but has also concentrated attention and focus on the actions of the Cuban government. And I do think that that kind of public pressure will have an impact. Again, not overnight, and maybe not even one that will be immediately obvious by this time next year when the president's preparing to leave office. But I do feel confident that in the medium and long term, that this policy change won't just serve the United States very well, it will also serve the Cuban people very well.
Another island-related question.
Sure.
On the Guantanamo story that was referenced earlier on the number of detainees, it mentioned there's a military decision to sort of limit the amount of access that the press has to the prison camp. Is that something the most transparent administration in history endorses?
Well, that obviously was not a decision that was made by the White House. This was a decision that was made by the military commander at the base. So for questions about that or why that policy was implemented, I'd refer you to the Department of Defense.
Something you're concerned about, or?
Well, again, I don't feel like I know enough about the policy to comment on it from here. I think in general it doesn't sound like the kind of thing that we would be supportive of. But ultimately, this is we're going to defer to our military commanders to make the decision that they believe is appropriate for the setting that they're in charge of. Okay, Chris.
Josh, Congressman Gerald Nadler and Senator Kirsten Gillibrand have introduced legislation to designate a historic site in honor of the 1969 Stonewall riots that were seen to have galvanized the modern LGBT rights movement. Does the president support the legislation?
I haven't seen it, Chris. We'll take a look at it and let you know if we have a position to announce.
The president has authority under the Antiquities Act of 1906 to designate a national monument on his own accord. Is there any reason for him not to use that authority to designate a site for the Stonewall riots?
Well, I wouldn't want to speculate on a presidential decision like that prior to any sort of presidential decision being made. So, we'll keep you posted. Okay, Chris.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
I want to just go back for a minute to Ash Carter, and given all of the attention that was around Hillary Clinton and what you just acknowledged from the podium, that you said back then you felt pretty confident that the rest of the administration would take notice.
Yeah, I did.
Was the president?
I was.
Was Dennis McDonough shocked, or were they disappointed?
Well, I think the White House Chief of Staff was certainly concerned enough to ask the White House attorney to contact Pentagon officials to raise some questions and share those concerns with Pentagon officials. Again, what sort of response the Department of Defense undertook based on that communication, you'd have to ask them to describe.
You said it's not a distraction, but is it an embarrassment for the administration, especially given that essentially there was a huge warning out there?
Yeah. Look, Secretary Carter made a mistake, and he owned up to it. He's discussed it already today. And as I mentioned earlier, he's taken the appropriate steps to ensure that records are properly maintained, to ensure that this kind of mistake doesn't happen again, and to ensure that his agency is prepared to cooperate with legitimate congressional oversight into this matter. That certainly meets the expectations of the administration. And again, he made a mistake, he owned up to it, and has taken steps to ensure that this kind of thing doesn't happen again.
And just a quick one on the budget. Paul Ryan, behind closed doors with his members, apparently touted the budget deal as a win for Republicans, and specifically reportedly mentioned a pause in the Obamacare Cadillac tax. And I'm wondering if you think the Republicans got the best of the deal.
Yeah. Well, Chris, I will say that in reading some of the coverage today, people have suggested that a 2-year suspension of the Cadillac tax would somehow undermine or even put the Affordable Care Act at grave risk. If I had a nickel for every time that somebody inside the Beltway suggested that the Affordable Care Act was a grave risk, I'd probably be able to buy an actual Cadillac myself. So, come on, guys, it's the holidays. We can even put one of those like red bows on it, like they do in the commercials.
It'd be a CTSV.
So there you go. That's pretty good. That line's made in America. But look, we continue to believe that Republicans have once again fallen short of their efforts to repeal the Affordable Care Act. And all you have to do is look at the recent data here. The rate of uninsured Americans inside the United States is at historic lows. The rate of growth in healthcare costs inside the United States is at historic lows. 17 million Americans have gotten healthcare coverage since the Affordable Care Act went into effect. Since the Affordable Care Act went into effect, we've had 69 consecutive months of private sector job growth. That is the longest sustained job growth in American history. And more recently, earlier this week, more people than ever were using healthcare.gov to sign up for health insurance. So the impact of the Affordable Care Act has been important and positive, both on our economy, on our budget, and on the health of the American people. That was the goal. And it's not surprising to me that Republicans seek to try to score some political points off the Affordable Care Act. And I guess if that convinces a few more Republicans to support a compromise budget proposal, they should do that. But it doesn't change the basic facts about how the Affordable Care Act has changed this country for the better.
But no pause, no concern that they're chipping away at it.
No, there's no impact that the 2-year suspension of the Cadillac tax will have at all whatsoever on the continued strength and functioning of the marketplaces moving forward. The funding streams are entirely separate. The other statistic that I've heard, and this will be a complicated one, but humor me on this one because I think it's illustrative of why I described the impact yesterday as minimal. There are 3 sort of tax changes related to the Affordable Care Act that would go into effect if this budget agreement is signed into law. And those tax changes are a 2-year suspension of the Cadillac tax, as you pointed out, a 2-year suspension of the medical device tax, and a 1-year suspension of the health insurance tax. The total amount of revenue that is derived from the suspension of those taxes is $35 billion, which sounds like a lot of money. But when you consider that during that time period, essentially over the next 4 years, between 2015 and 2019, the Affordable Care Act is slated to cost $203 billion less than was originally projected. And that means that the net outcome here continues to be a healthcare policy that saves the government money. This is one of the most substantial and important pieces of legislation that's been passed to cut the budget deficit. That's another reason it's particularly ironic that a bunch of Republicans who presumably came into office vowing to cut government spending are so harshly critical of a plan that is having some success in doing exactly that. Andre.
Thank you, Josh. To come back to Russia for a second, the comments you made at the top of the briefing contrast very sharply with what Secretary of State Kerry said when he was talking in Moscow a couple of days ago. So my first question, was the secretary speaking for the president when he was speaking in the Russian capital?
The Secretary of State was representing the United States of America when he traveled to Moscow to sit down and have a conversation with his Russian counterpart, Foreign Minister Lavrov, and when he sat down for a conversation with President Putin. Our differences have been widely discussed, both in this setting and many others. There is one area, however, where the United States and Russia have been able to work constructively together. And this is a testament to the efforts of Secretary Kerry and to Foreign Minister Lavrov, and that is being able to cooperate when it comes to trying to broker a political transition inside of Syria. And that's hard work, and that's not something that's going to happen overnight or even in the next month. But in order for us to make progress, Russia and the United States are going to have to work together in pursuit of that goal.
So when he comes back, he makes a report to the president. Has the president reviewed the report? Has the president approved the report? Does the report include not only the political transition piece, but also cooperation on fighting ISIS together?
I don't have any specific conversations to tell you about in terms of the President consulting with his Secretary of State. Obviously, anytime the Secretary of State of the United States meets with the Russian President, President Obama is certainly interested in getting a readout of that conversation and understanding the point of view that President Putin conveyed. What we're most interested in right now is essentially two things. The first is one where we're making progress, which is Russia's continued constructive engagement in those political talks. But the second thing is a priority for us, but one where we have not yielded a lot of progress, which is we would like to see Russia integrate their efforts with the other 65 nations that have signed on to our coalition to degrade and ultimately destroy ISIL.
One of the things that the Russians have suggested on that military front was, especially in light of what happened to their pilot, to cooperate on rescuing air crews in case of accidents. The Pentagon seems to not be interested. Why not? Does it sound like a good idea to you?
It would be a good idea if Russia were actually willing to cooperate effectively and integrate their military efforts with the rest of the international coalition.
Josh, but what does it mean for Russia to be willing? As you know, President Putin, and he touched upon this in his conference today, but he has said this many times before. He says, we ask the Americans, whom do we bomb there? Whom do you want us to cooperate on fighting against? No answer. We ask, whom do you not want us to bomb? No answer. How do we cooperate?
Yeah. Well, I think that President Putin could certainly begin cooperating by doing a couple of things. The first is he could make sure that his military operations are not focused on propping up Bashar al-Assad, but actually countering ISIL. That's what his rhetoric indicates, but when you take a look at the military operations that they've undertaken thus far, the vast majority of the operations are actually centered on the opposition to President Assad. And the concern that we have, Andre, is that the people that the Russians are bombing right now are overlap with the kinds of people that we're trying to get to participate in a political transition moving forward. So that is why the ongoing Russian military operations represent a fundamental contradiction. The Russian military strategy right now is a significant barrier to the success of the Russian political strategy. And resolving that internal contradiction is no small matter and has significant consequences, not just for U.S. national security, but for Russian national security as well.
One last thing.
Okay.
Frankly, I don't understand this from the mere fact that the ministerial conferences in New York that you referred to, today's and tomorrow's, both of them are the result of a joint action, joint initiative on the part of the U.S. and Russia.
Yeah.
How can they do that together if as you say, Russia's actions are a barrier to progress?
Yeah.
Why didn't the secretary say so when he was speaking in Moscow?
Well, I did not sit in on the 3.5-hour conversation that he had with President Putin, but I'm confident that that was conveyed in that setting. Andre, you did raise something else that you're right that I should give the Russians credit for. Somebody asked earlier about Secretary Liu. Kevin, I think this might have been you. that the resolution that the United States will put forward at the UN Security Council about better integrating the international community's ISIL counterfinance efforts is being co-sponsored by the Russians. And that is another example of Russia's constructive engagement in this effort. But as long as Russia continues to engage in a military strategy that attacks the people that we want to be part of these political talks, that is going to be a setback to the international community's efforts to resolve this situation.
Thanks,
All right. George, I'm going to give you the last one, and then we'll retire for the holidays.
Absolutely. You started the briefing with a list of what you called accomplishments.
Yeah.
How do you square that?
It's a pretty good list, right?
Well, how do you square that?
I mean, here's the thing. If I'd have read that list off the top at the beginning of this year, at the first briefing of 2015, I don't think anybody would have thought that it was realistic that we were going to get all that done.
Well,
Particularly facing new Republican majorities in the House and Senate.
Well, but how do you square that long list with the president's approval ratings, which sunk to as low as 43 in the Wall Street Journal?
Yeah. I think it is an indication that we are much more focused on the work of the American people than we are on reading polls. And that's a lucrative industry these days, and certainly will be in 2016. There'll be people who work for your organizations making a lot of money talking about those polls. And God bless them. I certainly don't begrudge them at all. Maybe I'll have the opportunity to do that at some point in my career, too. But what I'm saying is we're focused right now, and we'll be focused for the next year, on the priorities that the president has set out to achieve. And we have achieved those priorities, even though they have been strongly opposed by significant Republican majorities in the House and Senate.
But why do you think people don't give you the credit that you think you should get for those accomplishments?
Well, I think people do. I think again, I'll let you guys analyze the polls, but my guess is the fact that we saw a terrorist attack in San Bernardino. That probably leaves people a little concerned, as it should, and that may have a broader impact on their assessment of the current condition of the country. But I also think that people derive some confidence in knowing that they're president of the United States and that the national security infrastructure of this country is focused squarely on ensuring that the American people are safe, not just over the holiday season, but over the long term. So I would anticipate that this is something we'll continue to talk about in the new year as well. Okay. So I won't do a week ahead, but I will do a day ahead. Tomorrow, the president does intend to convene a news conference here at the White House. This is the president's traditional end-of-the-year news conference. We'll do that here in the briefing room tomorrow afternoon. After the news conference, the president will depart the White House, and we'll head to San Bernardino. The president will not be on the ground for a long time, but he will be on the ground for a couple of hours, long enough to spend some time with the families of those who were killed in the terrorist attacks in San Bernardino a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, they're going.
So is that the only thing in San Bernardino?
That'll be the only thing that he'll do. There. Obviously, those families are going through a difficult time, not just because they've lost loved ones, but obviously at the holiday season, I think that loss is even more acute. So, the president felt before he could begin his holiday that it was important for him to spend some time with these Americans who are mourning, and know that even as Americans around the country are going to hopefully get a chance to spend some time with their families in the weeks ahead, that our thoughts and prayers will continue to reside with those families. After that visit, the president will depart for Hawaii, and the president's intent is to get a couple of weeks in Hawaii, spending some downtime with his family, and I hope all of you have the same opportunity. All right? Thanks, everybody.
Well, there we go, folks. The last White House briefing before the holidays. You saw it right here on Fox 10 News Now. You know you're going to miss those updates there from Josh Earnest. He's going to really enjoy Christmas and beyond, as well will the president. So you can see as they're replaying that tape there.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you all for watching Fox10Phoenix.com, part of Fox 10 News Now. Getting you all caught up with the day's big headlines. But look at this 10-day Foxcast. Look at the weather in Arizona, folks. We're setting up for a 57 tomorrow. Sunny skies. Weekend warming up, 69 and 70 for Saturday and Sunday, respectively. And then Christmas week. This is your Christmas week forecast. It's going to be mid-60s all week long with lows in the mid-40s before warming up just a little bit again on the beautiful weekend after Christmas. This is setting up to be just a beautiful end to 2015. And of course, we always enjoy you guys being part of the stream and in the chat, always voicing your opinions to the stories that we are covering. You know, this is the spot for breaking news. When breaking news happens, we always have you covered right here on Fox 10 News Now. You've seen it with San Bernardino, you've seen it with Paris, and you're going to see it again in the future. And hopefully it's a breaking news story that's actually good, but my bet is it won't be. But we're hoping you're getting it all set up for Christmas and getting those presents all wrapped up, because we are just days away, 8 days away and counting from the big December 25th holiday known as Christmas. Gotta love that 10-day Foxcast, though. Really loving it. Samia will be back in about 10 minutes. You guys got me for the next 10 minutes, so I'll say hi to everybody. Hope you guys are having a great afternoon. It's almost 1 o'clock here in Arizona. It was a cold start to the day. About 37 degrees when I walked outside to hit the gym up. I will be training once again, running on Saturday. Hoping to get 9 miles out. We're going to be running in less than a month away from the P.F. Chang's Rock and Roll Marathon. So I'll be running the half marathon there. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a great run right after all the hustle and bustle of the holidays. You're really gonna take down all that Christmas food. Finally, we're gonna melt it off. One way or another, we're gonna melt it off, right, guys? Yeah, Rachel, I've been running in the cold, and you know what? I think it makes you just a better person for it. Even though it really only sucks for the first mile. First mile, your body's like, enough with this, man. What'd you do to me? You're running at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's 35 degrees out. What are you doing? What are you doing to me? But then finally your body gets warmed up. It gets ready, right? It's kind of like how life is, right? You're comfortable in your bed. You don't really want to maybe jump out and start running. But once you get going, right? Once you get going in life, a lot easier, isn't it? Body gets warmed up. So I like that metaphor, because running is all about, running really sets you up for great things. Really does. Tells you a lot about your character, because you could quit. It's the greatest thing. You could quit whenever you want, right? But really tells something about you. If you say you're going to run 6 miles and you only run 4, and you just say, well, I had enough, I quit. It says a lot about your character. It does. So we got to just throw that out there. You learn a lot about yourself when you're running, especially when you run by yourself sometimes. When else are you going to have an hour or even 2 hours all by yourself and your thoughts? It's a great experience. I really wish, if you guys don't take up running, maybe you do it for 2016. You never know. You're going to like it. And if you don't, well, there's always something else, right? Go do what you like in 2016. That's my thing. Do what you like. Here's the latest with San Bernardino and Congress. get you all caught up with those headlines.
Congress is investigating the San Bernardino shooting. On Thursday, the House Oversight Committee looking at the vetting process for immigrants and refugees. Amid fears Islamic militants could be attempting to enter the U.S. through those programs. For many, entering the U.S. on a fiancé visa is not a complicated process. That appears to be the case with San Bernardino shooter Tashfeen Malik, her eventual husband Saeed Farouk vouching for her. Committee Chairman Jason Chaffetz claims if social media had been probed in the screening process, it would have been easy to see Malik was an ISIS sympathizer.
Back in 2011, when Homeland Security was thinking about using social media, the decision in Homeland Security was, bad idea. They made the wrong call.
But the head of the immigration program hit back, telling the committee about several new programs that are using social media and other open sources to track terrorists.
Any thought that the Department of Homeland Security had simply foregone the use of social media for purposes of immigration screening is a mistaken thought.
The hearing comes a day after FBI Director James Caan said the San Bernardino terrorists used private messages to communicate, not open social media. But some lawmakers say the level of technology should matter when it comes to stopping terror attacks.
The IT companies have to cooperate with the government. They have to find a way, whether it's private messaging is one thing, but also the encrypted apps.
The hearing comes a day ahead of President Obama's planned visit to San Bernardino to meet with survivors and victims' families. In Washington, Shannon Bream, Fox News.
All right, that video ran out. So we'll get you some other stories here in just a little bit. Got Samia coming up in the next 5 minutes. Hope you guys are really, really enjoying a great afternoon. I'll be back on at 5 o'clock today. But before that, Kinsey's going to be on at 3.
No, I'm going home. Bye.
Kinsey's joking, folks. You didn't even hear what she said, but she said she was going home early. No, that's not the case, folks. We're locked in for you. Fox 10 News Now, streaming Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Show you that 10-day one more time as I get some just a little bit more stories downloaded here for you guys. I like this story. We're going to play it one more time. It's called a re-rack. Rules of regifting. Mainly, just don't regift.
In this season of giving, sometimes what's under your tree doesn't quite suit. So the naughty and even the nice may find themselves secretly re-gifting. Have you ever re-gifted a Christmas present?
Yes, I have.
What was it?
I can't tell.
Not the one that I gave you.
No.
An American Express survey found 75% of Americans think re-gifting is socially acceptable, and about half of them admitted to doing it last Christmas.
A book. I've gotten a book, a science.
How did you know
fiction
it was a regift?
Because I'm not interested in science fiction, and the person I got it from, I just figured it was a regift.
You forgave them for it?
Yeah.
A sweater that looked a little like they didn't want it, and I got it, so you know.
How'd you feel about that?
Hey, it was a sweater. I took it, I wore it, it was okay.
Etiquette experts urge care when considering recycling that unwanted gift. Be sure you don't get caught.
You're not going to regift within the same gifting circle, so there's no chance that there's overlap, that somebody's going to recognize the gift that someone else gave you as the gift that you're now giving them.
Also, don't forget to snoop on social media. Avoid regifting among mutual friends. And never do this.
Make sure it's not sentimental, so something that your grandma knitted for you.
So the next time you get a gift that you don't, really need, as you can see, be sure to take the labels and the price tags off before you give it again next year. One more tip. Regift only good gifts. A mug from the 90s or PJs covered in candy are rookie blunders. Once you've got it down, rejoice and regift. Sharon Crowley, Fox 5 News.
All right, folks, that's going to do it for me. I hope you guys all have a great afternoon. There's Kinsey. Kinsey's there. She's going to be there at 3.
And I have an interview coming in at 3:30.
Oh, look at that. Can you tell us the interview?
It's the boys from Brophy that had the signs that said Donald Trump smokes crack and free Gucci.
It's happening 3:30. It's an interview you're not going to want to miss. Welcome back. We're going to put on the White House while we get Samia all transition. Make it a great one.
All right, as you can see, the White House just turned into the back of a bunch of people's heads. This is Iowa, and this is a Ben Carson event. Let's tune in. Let's watch. Let's wait. Ben Carson coming up.
The Carson American Singers are going to come out. I'd like to introduce you to. These are all people who work with us. Drew is on the advanced team, Drew Ballesteros, and Mary Grout is also with campaign finance, that's right. And our national finance director, Dean Parker, shares his wife with us as well. This is Joanne, who's representing
All right. Now, can you hear now? All right. Something. So, all right. Well, we'll work on that, and I'll just keep talking. So, like I said, Ben is the same person behind the scenes as he is in front. He's not someone necessarily who's going to yell and scream from the rooftop, but he's someone who's going to go and present real solutions, real things that are going to fix America. He actually went overseas to go and sit down with the refugees so that he could understand the problem rather than just yell about it, rather than just say something and present a solution without knowing. Because he spent his whole life wanting to actually go get and be a part of the solution and actually know what the problem was, not just assume that somebody was going to brief him and that was going to be enough. Okay, he actually got involved. And you know what he found out? He found out they wanted to be over there. They wanted to be home. They wanted to help. They didn't even want to come here. So isn't it even more of a good reason to not have people coming here that might be infiltrated, that might actually make this country more dangerous? Well, Ben understood that because he went there. He didn't just talk about it. And you saw that in the debate, I think. He had a very, very good debate up on stage, whether they gave him much time or not. So Ben Carson is absolutely someone that I believe will make a great next president because he's going to be all action and not all talk. Without further ado, I'll give you Ben Carson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I am very delighted to be in the home of the music man. You know, on such a beautiful day, nice and sunshiny. One of the things I love about coming to Iowa, the way that the system works, is that you actually have a chance to see people up close and personal, and they get a chance to actually see you, which actually works very well for me because, you know, the media tries to distort everything that I say, and I understand them. I mean, they're looking for a scandal and they can't find one, so they got to. I do understand that. You know, you got to attack someone's character. You got to say they're crazy, all this kind of stuff. So I do feel sorry for them. But the fact of the matter is, the place where I really want to put my emphasis these days is on the young people, on the next generation of Americans. Because that's really why I got into this fray, having spent my entire professional career taking care of young people, trying to give them a chance. And when I look at what's happening in our nation, it frightens me. Because America is a great place. I am thankful every day when I wake up that I was born in this country. And I've visited 58 different countries. And some of them are beautiful, but there is no place that compares to our country. And, you know, I sometimes get a little tired of hearing people denigrating our country and saying that we're not exceptional, saying that we're evil and that we cause so much trouble to people. And, you know, we displaced the Indians and we had slavery and, you know, we're just the most evil people that ever existed. You know, the fact of the matter is, if we were so bad, why are so many people trying to get in here and not too many people trying to get out? Think about it, you know? And that's not to say that we haven't made mistakes. We have made mistakes because we're people, and people make mistakes, and they always will. We're not perfect, but doesn't mean that we can't learn from the mistakes that were made. And that's really the key. You know, I think back to Walter Dandy, who was a famous neurosurgeon at Johns Hopkins many decades ago. He was the first one to do all kinds of things. He was the first one to operate on the posterior fossa, this compartment back here that's relatively small. People said, you can't operate back there because the tissue will swell and the patient will die. But Dandy operated on somebody who had a lesion in the posterior fossa, and the tissue did swell and the patient did die. And another, and they died, and another, and they died, and another. The first 13 all died. I mean, I can't even imagine what he said to the 14th patient when they asked how the other 13 did. He probably said nobody's complaining. But you know, the power. but here's the key. He learned. And now we're able to do posterior fossa operations quite routinely and quite safely. And that really is the key. Being able to learn from things that don't work and to make progress. You know, as a youngster, my ideal was to become a doctor. There was something about medicine that always attracted me as a youngster. I even like going to the doctor's office. And, you know, that's strange for a little kid. I would gladly sacrifice a shot just so I could smell the alcohol swabs. And if I was really lucky, you know, I could get to put on the stethoscope and listen to all kinds of things. It was so cool. And going to the hospital was like the best thing in the world. Because, you know, a lot of people, they go to the hospital and they get frustrated. They say, I'm waiting all this time to see somebody. My time is important too. But I didn't say that. I was delighted. I would just go and sit out in the hallway and listen to the PA system. Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones. To the emergency room, Dr. Johnson, to the clinic. They just sounded so important. And I'd be thinking one day they'll be saying, Dr. Carson, Dr. Carson. But of course they have beepers now, so you still don't get to hear it. But it was that dream that sometimes was the thing that pushed you on. Just having that dream. Even when things looked bleak. You know, I remember as a first-year medical student, you know, I didn't do well in the first set of comprehensive exams. And I was sent to see my counselor. And he said, you seem like a very intelligent young man. I bet there are a lot of things you could do outside of medicine. And he tried to convince me to drop out of medical school. He said, you're not cut out to be a doctor. And we can help you find another discipline. But I was devastated. The only thing I ever wanted to do since I was 8 years old was to be a doctor. I thought I had passed the final hurdle. I was in medical school. And the person the school chooses to help you get through tells you to drop out. I went back to my apartment and I just prayed. I said, Lord, I always thought I was supposed to be a doctor. It's not looking that bright right now. My dreams are starting to fade. So help me to understand what to do. And then I started thinking, what kind of courses have you always done well in? And they were courses where I did a lot of reading. I said, what kind of courses have you struggled in? They were courses where I listened to a lot of boring lectures. Because I don't get anything out of boring lectures. So I made an executive decision to skip the boring lectures and to spend that time reading. And the rest of medical school was a snap after that. And, you know, years later, I went back to my medical school at the University of Michigan as the commencement speaker. And I was looking for that counselor because I was going to tell him he wasn't cut out to be a counselor. You know, because, you know, some people are just negative. They always have a negative thing to say. They never invest any time and effort in solutions, in things that are positive. And, you know, that's something that I steadfastly resist, is all the negativity. Some people see it as a sign of weakness. They say you don't want to attack other people. You don't want to talk about them. No, I don't. I want to talk about solutions to the problems that face us. You know, this is what we've engaged in traditionally, the politics of personal destruction. And then we get people who don't solve problems. And that is a real issue for this country right now, because I don't know how much longer we can go down this trail. And I believe the election next year is critical in this country. And if we get another secular progressive and they get 2 or 3 Supreme Court picks, America as we know it will no longer exist. It will be something different. And, the choice is going to be ours as to whether we're going to allow that to happen. But it means that we have to be active, not just for ourselves, but for all the people in our spheres of influence. We've got to get them to start paying attention, very close attention to what is going on. We've got to get them to listen to the candidates themselves, not to what people are saying about them, not what people are saying that they said, but actually listen to them themselves. I was intrigued yesterday. I was looking at one of the left-wing articles. I do that when I need some comic relief. And, they said, Carson is okay with tens of thousands of children being slaughtered. And their basis for saying that, of course, was the debate when Hugh Hewitt, made that question about, are you going to be okay with, and the audience booed him. And I said, you got it. Well, of course, they take that out of context and say, I'm saying yes. You got it. I want all those kids to be killed. And everybody knew that's not what I was saying. And they knew it too. But that's how deceitful we've gotten in this country. And it works on people who are not able to discern things from themselves, who just look at headlines, who just listen to what pundits say and don't think for themselves. It is absolutely critical at this time that we abandon that way of doing things and utilize that intellect. And, have a different frame of thinking. When I was a youngster growing up, I thought that I was not smart. And that was an opinion shared by pretty much everybody else, too. And my classmates, they all teased me. Whenever there was a joke about somebody being dumb, they just substituted my name. But there was one person who didn't think that I was dumb, and that was my mother. And she was always saying, Benjamin, you're much too smart to be bringing home grades like this. I brought them home anyway, but she was always saying that, and she was always positive. She only had a third-grade education herself, grew up in dire poverty with a huge family in Tennessee. But she was a woman with great faith in God. And she always figured that no matter what was going on, God was the answer. So she prayed and she asked God to give her the wisdom to know what to do to get her young sons to develop themselves intellectually so they could control their own lives. And you know what? God gave her the wisdom, at least in her opinion. My brother and I didn't think it was wise at all. I mean, turning off the TV, what kind of wisdom is that? Making us read 2 books apiece from the Detroit Public Library and submit to her written book reports, which she couldn't read. And, we didn't know that. And she would put little check marks and highlights and underlines, and we would think she was reading them, but she wasn't. And I was really pretty upset because everybody else was outside having a good time, and there I was in the house reading books. But an interesting thing happened. As I read those books, I began to have a transformation of my thinking about who I was. As I started reading about people from all over the world, and particularly people of great accomplishment, and I began to understand that the person who has the most to do with what happens to you in life is you. It's not somebody else. You're the one who gets to decide what you want to do, how much energy you want to put into it. And it really changed the perception of who I was. And within the space of a year and a half, I went from the bottom of the class to the top of the class, much to the consternation of a lot of those students who used to laugh and call me dummy, who are now coming to me saying, Benny, how do you work this problem? And I'd say, sit at my feet, youngster, while I instruct you. I was perhaps a little obnoxious, but it sure felt good to say that to those turkeys, but it was a transformation in my thinking. And that is something that I think is very important to understand, because that transformation can occur in our thinking in this country and put the American people back at the pinnacle as the people who are in charge of this nation. The government is not in charge. The people are in charge. The government works for the people. Somehow we've managed to get this whole thing screwed up and turned around, and it's time for us to turn it back around. You know, one of the things I think that facilitated the transition to put the government at the pinnacle and the people a step below was the so-called Affordable Care Act. Because it's supposed to be a country that is of, for, and by the people. And the government is supposed to be there to facilitate life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. With the so-called Affordable Care Act, along comes the government, says, this is what we're doing. We're cramming it down your throat. And if you don't like it, too bad. And you see, if we accept that, then we accept the new order. And we accept the beginning of a fundamental change of who we are in this nation. That's the real reason that I railed against it so hard. Not so much because it didn't work, not so much because it wasn't affordable, but really because it was beginning the transition of America into another system. And I think if we go much further down that road, it will be considerably too late for us. Well, at any rate, you know, it was our founders, and particularly Jefferson and Franklin, who emphasized the importance of education and of being informed to the people, because they felt that if the people were well informed, it would be very difficult for them to be manipulated. But if they were not, slick politicians and complicit media could lead the people in a completely different direction. For instance, I'm sure many of you have heard recently how well the economy is doing. And, you know, we essentially have full employment without 5% unemployment. That's the definition of full employment. How many people believe that? Okay, so clearly there are no uninformed people here. That's good. I'm pleased to see that, because, you know, informed people recognize that the real number is the labor force participation rate, the number of people who are eligible to work who are actually working. That number is at a 38-year low. And it's because of a lot of the policies that have been enacted in this country. You know, from 1850 until 2000, the economy grew at a rate approximately twice what it has grown from 2001 until the present time. And they say that's the new normal. Let me tell you, there is nothing normal about that, not in our society. And we have to start thinking about what are the things that are actually causing this sluggishness. For one thing, an $18.5 trillion national debt. That is a staggering number. Try to pay that back at $10 million a day. It'll take you more than 5,000 years. That's what we're putting on the backs of future generations. That is totally unfair. And, you know, this generation is the first generation that will be worse off than their parents. And it's just going to continue to get worse unless we take some pretty dramatic action to stop the deterioration right now. But it's even worse than that, because the fiscal gap, and if you don't know what that is, please go home and read about it tonight. Look it up on the internet, the fiscal gap. That's the unfunded liabilities that we have, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all the governmental programs, going into the future, infinite horizon, versus what we have coming back from tax revenues and other sources of income for the government. Those numbers should be virtually identical if we were fiscally responsible. But we're not. So a gap has formed. bring that forward to today's dollars, it's called the fiscal gap. It sits at over $200 trillion. It is a staggering amount of money. Now, many of the liberals will say, it's just a number. It doesn't mean anything. It means a lot. It means the quality of life of those who are coming after us. And other pinnacle nations have also thought that it didn't mean anything. You know, in the 17th century, Spain, 18th century, France, go back to ancient Rome. All of these pinnacle nations, just like we are, kind of lost track of anything that resembles fiscal responsibility, and look what happened to them. And if anybody thinks that it will be different from us, they're living in a fantasy world. In fact, I would go so far as to say that if I were in charge of this nation and I was attempting to destroy it, let me tell you what I would do. I would drive wedges between the people. I would make the people think that they were enemies. I would have a war on women, racial wars, income wars, age wars, religious wars. I would have a war on everything I could possibly have a war on. I would make Democrats think that Republicans were evil. I would make Republicans think that Democrats were evil. I would make people think that if somebody didn't agree with you, they were your enemy and that you should do everything you can to destroy them. And then I would try to destabilize the nation financially by just driving the debt into unreasonable levels. I would invite people in here from other countries and give them all kinds of benefits. And I would be encouraging people in this country to be on food stamps and to be on all kinds of government assistance. And I would be giving people free telephones. And I would be, telling people free college tuition and all kinds of stuff and getting them used to all of this while just driving the debt into the stratosphere, making it virtually impossible to ever fix it. And then I would weaken the military. I would have the smallest Navy since 1917, the smallest Air Force since 1940. Through the sequestration, I would gut the personnel. I would tell the veterans how important they were, but I would do nothing to improve their situation so that the number of people applying for the voluntary military service would be down by 14%, so that many of our top generals would retire early in frustration, all while our enemies, global radical Islamic jihadists, were increasing in strength. That's what I would do if I was trying to destroy the country. Now, any resemblance to what's actually going on right now is purely coincidental, I'm sure. But it does give you some insight into the amount of trouble that we're in and why we must all come together. You see, our unity is our strength. A wise man by the name of Jesus Christ, and echoed by Abraham Lincoln, once said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." Never has stood, never will stand. We cannot fall for the divisiveness that they are trying to create in our society. The people who are trying to divide us are the real enemies of America. And we must be the ones who recognize that, and we must be the ones who pull together. We must be able to talk to people with whom we disagree. Because if you put your beliefs on the table and they put their beliefs on the table, most of the times you'll find you're not nearly as far apart as you think you are. And we share a common value system in this country. Most of us do. Have you noticed that there is an American way? There is an American dream? What other country has a way or a dream? There is something very special about our nation. And believe me, the values and principles that allow this nation to go from nowhere to the pinnacle of the world in record time and to the highest pinnacle, they are something that we want to keep. We should be in no hurry to give them away for political correctness, which is what is going on every day in our country. And we have to stop it. We have to recognize that if we want our children to live in peace and safety, we have to recognize that the radical Islamic jihadists are going to destroy us unless we destroy them first. That's all there is to it. We don't have a choice. Well, we do have a choice. We can sit by and act like they're the JV and that we don't have to worry about them. Or we can use all of our resources, everything possible, to destroy them. That means getting rid of their caliphate. You know, they have taken half of Iraq, a third of Syria, and they have territory in many other places. They need that to legitimize themselves as a state. And it's only when they have a state that they can then go ahead with their jihadist movement. We take the state away from them. That's what we do. And, you know, they tend to hide amongst the population. And they figure that we won't bomb the population, therefore they're safe. And it's true, we're not going to bomb the population, but we need to draw them out. How do you draw them out? You start taking their territory. They come out to defend it, you blow them away. That's the way it works. Either that, or we get all the territory back. Either way, it's okay. And then we take their oil. They're the wealthiest terrorist organization ever. Why are they so wealthy? Because they have that revenue stream. We take that away from them. We cut off their ability to send money anywhere. Every mechanism that they have, we find it and we obliterate it. Because one of the ways they're able to recruit people is by promising them a better life. And they are able to give it to them, but they can't give it to them if we cut off their mechanisms for giving people money. That is very important. We go to their command and control centers in Raqqa and Mosul, and we cut them off, just like we did with Sinjar a month ago, working with the Kurds and our special ops people. We cut off their supply routes. We softened them. And then we were able to go in with our special ops and the Kurds with the Air Force behind them, and we were able to take that city. That's a mechanism that works. Things that work are what we should be doing. And then when it comes to this country, we need to recognize that if we have them on the run all the time over there, they're not going to have time to do a lot of stuff over here. But we do still have to recognize that our best defense against terrorist attacks here is readiness. And we have to prepare the American people. We have to educate the American people about what to do. When I was a kid, they used to have air raid drills. Some of you probably remember that, a siren, and then you were supposed to get under your desk or what have you. You know, we need to start training our people in terms of what they do if they're in a situation and how to recognize those situations. That is absolutely essential. We also need to monitor the communications network, the internet, very carefully, and we need to put alternative messages out there than the messages of hate and murder that they're putting out there. We also need to disrupt them. We need to find out who their servers are. We need to use cyber warfare against them. Some people say, that's dirty, you can't do that. Well, let me tell you, they're dirty, so you can use dirty tactics against them. You know, this is war, and there is no such thing as a politically correct war. And we have to be in contact with the imams and with the clerics and with the moderate Muslims, and we need to make sure that they understand that they have to be at the forefront of identifying the people who are radicalized. Because if they're not with us on that, how are we supposed to identify them? If they can't identify them, how are we supposed to identify them? And if we can't and they can't, then obviously that's going to affect the way that we deal with them in general. They need to understand that. That makes all the sense in the world. And we have to recognize that we cannot allow political correctness to kill us in this situation. You know, there have been some documents that have been uncovered during the Holy Land Foundation trial looking at, Muslim extremists in this country. And one of the things that was discovered is that they feel that they can succeed in gaining not only a foothold, but gaining control in this country because we will be so concerned about being politically correct that we will not be able to preserve our own system and our own rights. And I don't believe that's true. But what we have to recognize is that we do have principles here. They are Judeo-Christian principles. We should not be afraid to say that. We should not be afraid to say Merry Christmas to people. We should not be afraid to say the name Jesus Christ to people. And that, I don't think, is hate speech at all. I think it is an indication of who we are as a nation. And, you look at every bill in your wallet and every coin in your pocket, what does it say? It says, "In God we trust." So let's not let the secular progressives make us afraid to stand up and say that we believe in God and that we believe in godly principles of caring for your neighbor, of loving your fellow man, of developing your God-given talents to the utmost so that you become valuable to the people around you, of having values and principles that govern your life. Those are the things that made America into a great nation. And our compassion for each other will also have a profound ameliorating effect in this nation. A lot of people have accused me of being hypocritical because they said, you grew up very poor, and now you must have had some government assistance. You want to withdraw all the government programs and all the safety nets from everybody, which is 100% false. It's a blatant lie, but it's what the left does. I have no desire to withdraw safety nets from people who need them. But I have a very strong desire to provide ladders of opportunity for people who are in poverty so that they can crawl out of a system of dependency and become part of the fabric of America. Isn't that what it is all about? Isn't that what we should be doing? Somehow we've gotten the whole thing mixed up. It is our duty, the citizens of the United States, to take care of the indigent in our society. It is not the government's responsibility. And we need the government to go and read the Constitution, because then they will be straight on what it is that they're supposed to be doing. Now, it could be that they read it, maybe they read the preamble and they mixed it up. Because when you read the preamble, it says one of the duties of the government is to promote the general welfare. And I guess they think that means put everybody on general welfare. But that's not what it means. It actually means to make a level playing field that allows people to thrive in our society. That's the thing we have to be thinking about. And, one of the things that I've been thinking about in terms of helping to ameliorate some of the conflicts in our society and to get people to rise is overseas we have more than $2.1 trillion of American money that's not being brought back by our companies because we have the highest corporate tax rate in the developed world. Well, what I would propose is a 6-month tax hiatus so that money could be brought back, repatriated in our country, tax-free in that 6-month period, with the only stipulation being that 10% of it has to be used in enterprise zones and to create jobs for people who are on welfare and unemployed. You want to talk about a stimulus. That would be the biggest stimulus since FDR's New Deal. And it wouldn't cost the taxpayers 1 penny. That is low-hanging fruit. That is the kind of thing that makes a huge difference. And also, think about this. It will get companies once again thinking about how do we invest in the people around us. Because now the government has taken over that job. They'll go back to the private sector. And once they start thinking about ways that they can invest in each other, that's what actually will bring people out of poverty. And we'll have fewer people on the dole, fewer people that we have to pull along, more people pulling the wagon, less people in the wagon. That's the kind of thing that made America into a great nation in the first place. And if we can get back to that fairly quickly, I think it'll make a big difference. I think the other thing we need to do is recognize that all of these regulations that we have in everything, you know, yesterday I was in Nevada listening to the Bureau of Land Management talking about why they need to stop the mining that was going on. And then I had a chance to listen to the miners and talking about how this was a tremendous boon in the economy for those people. But what we're seeing with all these regulations is that it's the insinuation of the government into every aspect of our lives. And here's the part that many people don't realize. Every single regulation costs money in terms of goods and services. You have to pay for it. I sat around table many an afternoon at Kellogg or at Costco and talking about new regulations and how many lawyers we're going to have to hire and how many other people would have to be brought in. And it costs money. And guess who gets to pay for that? The consumer. But who gets hurt by it? Poor people and middle-class people. Because think about this. When you go into the store and buy a box of detergent and the price has gone up 10 cents because of regulations, who gets hurt by that? Rich people don't even notice it. A poor person notices it right away. Middle-class people might not notice it right away, but they notice it when they get to the cash register, and everything in that cart has gone up a little bit, and they begin to recognize that they don't feel the same kind of power that they used to have. Those are the kinds of things that are affecting us as a nation. And when you look at the national debt, how is that affecting poor people and middle-class people? Well, I want you to think about the fact that part of the American dream is being able to build up a nest egg and being able to retire. And it used to be that Joe the butcher every Friday went to the bank and put 5% of his check in a savings account, and he watched it grow over 10, 20, 30, 40 years. He retired. He had a nice nest egg. With or without Social Security, he was okay. That's not happening anymore because there's no money to be gained in your savings account, no money to be gained in the bond market. So the only people who can make any money are wealthy people who have risk tolerance, who can put money in the stock market. So what happens? The gap, the income gap, it grows. Now, Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton will tell you that is growing because of greedy rich people. No, it is growing because of these asinine economic policies that are oppressive to the poor people and to the middle-class people of our society. And that's just going to continue to get worse because this so-called utopia that the socialists are always looking for, it always ends up looking the same way. They tell you don't have to worry about anything. Government's going to take care of you. We're going to take care of your health care and your food and your housing and everything. And everybody's going to be equal and everything's going to be wonderful. The problem is they all end up looking the same way, with a small group of elites at the top who own and control everything, a rapidly diminishing middle class, and a vastly expanded dependent class. Well, if you look around carefully and you observe it, you'll notice that that's exactly what's happening in our country right now. And that's exactly what we don't want to happen. So it was Thomas Jefferson who predicted that we would reach this point in our country. He would say because we would not be paying attention. We would be more interested in the football game and who's on Dancing with the Stars. He didn't use those examples, but he was just saying we wouldn't be paying attention. And as a result, the government would do what governments always do. They grow and they infiltrate and they begin to dominate the people. But he said just before we turned into something else, the people of America would awaken. And they would recognize what was going on. And they would have the courage to stand up and speak out and take control of America once again. And I say, now is the time to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'd like to reintroduce myself. Can you hear me? My name is Candy Carson, and I approve this message.
All right. Now, we have time for a few questions, if anybody has a question. Yes. Yes. She said that in the last election in 2012, a lot of evangelicals didn't vote. Can I speak to those people who didn't vote and may not vote this time around either? Yes. First of all, it was 25 to 30 million evangelicals who could have voted in 2012 and did not vote. And obviously, we see that that did not work out well for us. What we need to do is help those people recognize that when you don't vote, you are voting. Okay, but you're voting for the wrong people. And I can guarantee you the secular progressives are going to be encouraging you not to vote. They're going to be saying, you got to stick to your principles. And if that person doesn't agree with you 100%, you better just sit down and don't go vote because you'll be violating your conscience. That's what they want you to think. That's called manipulation. Don't allow it to happen. You know, God gave us these brains for a reason. And he didn't give them to us so we can always agree on everything 100%. I always say if two people agree 100% about everything, one of them isn't necessary. So, you know, let's abandon that mode of thinking and start thinking. And what I would really say to those evangelicals, you have children. And you have grandchildren. Do you want to leave their future in the hands of secular progressives, of people who have a different set of values, of people who do not believe in the same things that you believe in? You're the ones who get to make that decision. But it means getting involved. You know, in the pre-revolutionary days, you think about our patriots. They did not believe in what King George III was doing and his tyranny. And they began to have town hall meetings. And they invited everybody, even the loyalists. And they said, what kind of country do you want to leave to your children and your grandchildren? What are you willing to fight for? What are you willing to die for? And they encouraged a ragtag bunch of militiamen to defeat the most powerful professional military force on earth. That's what we must do again. We must get everybody in our sphere of influence involved, evangelicals or not. Get them involved. Talk to your Uncle Joe, the alcoholic, who likes to do nothing but drink all day long. And tell him, Uncle Joe, if you don't get involved, there's not going to be any beer for you to drink. Make sure he knows that, okay? And, you know, your aunt, who's an invalid in the nursing home, go visit with her. Make sure she has an absentee ballot. Help her fill it out. If everybody in here gets 3 people who didn't vote last time involved, it will have a tremendous impact. Yes. Okay, what are my thoughts on biofuels, renewable energy? My thoughts are that we have a country that is rich when it comes to energy. And we can use that actually to drive down our national debt. But we have these archaic energy exportation rules, and we need to abolish those so that we can start using all of our energy very, very appropriately. You know, right now, for instance, we can extract natural gas for about $2 a cubic liter, and we can convert it to liquid for about $2 to $3, and we can ship it overseas for about $2 or $3, so that by the time it gets there, instead of being $2, it's maybe $8 to $10. But right now, they're paying like $16 over there. So that's how you undercut Putin and put him back in this little box. But I believe all of our energy should be able to compete. I don't believe that we should subsidize anybody. We let everybody rise and fall on the merits that they have. Now, when it comes to biofuels, we have to recognize that some agreements have been made that extend until 2022. And therefore, you know, we phase out subsidies at a point where people are able to recoup from what they've done. But my general philosophy about government subsidies for anything is that we ought to get rid of all government subsidies. And let's not let the government be the one that pick and choose winners and losers. Let excellence be the thing that picks winners and losers. That's how America ascended to the pinnacle, and that's how we will stay on the pinnacle in the future. Yes? Okay. The question is, do I support, you know, enhanced interrogation techniques like waterboarding? I support whatever we need to do to keep America safe. That's the way I look at it. And I also support not blabbing to the whole world about what we will and will not do. Okay. Yes.
Since political correctness is enforced by the government, how can we change and get away from political correctness?
Well, since it's enforced by the government, we need to change the government. We need to get people in there who do not believe in that foolishness. Because the fact of the matter is, you think about all the people who bled and died so that we could be free, so that we could have freedom of speech and freedom of expression. They must be rolling over in their graves when they see us complying with this silliness. And it's, you know, and it's not a matter of being rude to people, but it's a matter of us learning how to engage in civil discourse. Talk to people. You know, what happens when people stop talking? You think about before people get divorced, what do? They stop talking, and next thing you know, their spouse is the devil incarnate. This is what we don't want in our society. Yes? How do I feel about China? All the money that we're borrowing from them, the fact that they're hacking into our systems. Well, first of all, you know, we have tremendous cyber warfare capabilities, particularly offensive. We're not that great in defensive, and we need to have a public-private partnership because we have some outstanding people in the private sector, and we need to take advantage of those, particularly in terms of our defensive capabilities. Offensively, we have capabilities, but we're afraid to use them. Many people who are in the know have told me that they cannot get the go from our administration to use our offensive capabilities. But I'll tell you, in a Carson administration, if somebody else attacks us in the cyber sphere, they're going to get hit so hard they will not be thinking about ever attacking us again. That is absolutely crucial for us to do. As far as borrowing money from them and paying interest on it and then giving it to other people, you know, that doesn't make any sense. That's craziness. But I do believe in foreign aid. But there is a way to do it. For instance, in Cameroon right now, there are American companies that are over there helping to develop millions of acres of incredibly fertile land. They're getting record crops, making a lot of profits, but at the same time building the infrastructure of that country, providing jobs over there, and teaching them the ag business so that we're creating friends rather than enemies, and it's not costing us any money. It's a win-win situation. It's the same kind of thing we should be doing all over the world, including Central and South America and Mexico, so that they don't feel that they have to come here, and at the same time, our companies are making money. And we have time for one more question. Okay. How should the U.S. be treating Israel? Israel is our friend. And, you know, I think the whole world has noticed that we have turned our backs on our friend. And it seems to be a pattern with this administration. You know, there was a gentleman's agreement that if the Ukrainians gave up their nuclear weapons, if they were invaded, that we would come to their aid. They were invaded. Did we come to their aid? No. I think the world notices that we turn our backs on our friends. And I think it's vitally important that we reestablish our connections with all of our friends. They should never doubt. And in fact, even in the Middle East, you know, you go around, you look at Bahrain, you look at Kuwait, you look at Saudi Arabia, you know, you look at Oman, you look at all of these countries. Why are they not enthusiastically joining the coalition that we've called for? Because they look around, they see how we treat Israel. They see how we treat our other friends. And they say, we better sit on the fence here, because if we get in bed with the Americans and then they turn their back on us, we face the full wrath of ISIS. And they don't want that situation. So in the kind of war that we're in right now, our friends have to know that they're our friends. And our enemies have to fear us. And that's the kind of administration that I would have. People say you're not tough because you're soft-spoken. Toughness is not determined by the number of decibels with which you speak. Toughness is determined by what you have been able to overcome. And I defy anybody else who's running to put up a list of accomplishments that even begins to compare. Thank you all very much. How are you going to do that? Okay. Because you have control of all the executive branches and you're the ones who extend Okay. I think you got it. Thanks for running. Oh, absolutely. Right. Helped already. When did that come? I thought you were doing that.
I just keep tapping until she tells me I'm done.
Oh yeah, I'll take one for you. If I can get one with him. All right.
I recognize you from Libya.
Yep, I got it.
Yeah. You want to say a few comments?
All right, joining me now is the one and only Steve Kraft. It's been so long.
Kaboom!
I'm excited to have you, and it's very fitting timing because we just came out of a political event. We just watched Ben Carson speak live in Iowa. The event started with some Christmas carols and some singing.
Right, that's cool.
Followed by Ben Carson speaking with a brief appearance from his wife.
With a brief appearance from Santa Claus.
So there's that,
Alrighty.
and I'm glad to have you up here. You weren't in yesterday, which happened to be the day
So I heard. I heard Donald Trump was in town.
Donald Trump was in town.
Who
We
knew?
had the day after the GOP candidate, the GOP debate. Normally, that's when we break things down.
Yep, it is.
So let's start with Ben Carson since he's on the screen. Is he just done?
Yes. Bye, Ben.
That's a great lower third. I should just change it right now from Ben Carson.
He's done,
2016
and part of it is
to
his
Bye Bye
own
Ben.
fault, and part of it is not his fault. The part that is his fault is not knowing more than the average high school junior about foreign affairs. That's part number one.
And it's a huge part of being the president.
Yeah, it is. He should have read some textbooks and Time magazine and watched TV and everything else. Watched Fox, for that matter. Really get up to
Right.
speed a little bit. But anyway, that's part of it. He gives me the feeling that he just believes that he could sort of govern the country by divine intervention somehow, that he's just a vessel for a higher power in making decisions. And while that may be true for him, it's hard to win an election that way.
Either way, though, this is making him a more high-profile figure. So
Yeah,
it's
he can cash
obviously-
in on a speaking
exactly.
tour, get a talk show or whatever.
Lucrative talk show, speaking tour.
The other thing
book-
is,
book
and he's already
sales.
done plenty of that. The other thing is, part of it is not his fault, and that is that, as Bob Dylan said, the times they are a-changing. And everybody's getting hyped with national security, and it doesn't matter how well-versed the doctor might be, they're going to look for somebody who's really, you'd think people are going to be looking for someone who's really been dealing with it somehow. But then there's Donald Trump, who probably doesn't know a heck of a lot more than Ben Carson.
But
Although,
he comes off as knowing a lot more. This is the way he presents
right,
himself.
and I think he's
his
probably,
confidence.
in the business world, he spent more time there. He probably knows more people in the Middle East just by developing golf courses and hotels.
Right. The money talks, especially in places
What's the
like
rest of
United
that phrase?
Arab.
Money talks and
I don't know, but I know that people
Money
in Saudi
talks
Arabia have a
and
lot of money.
something
And the
walks.
UAE, and most of that, Arabian Gulf area,
Mhm.
lots of money, lots of oil money. So I'm sure Donald
Yes,
Trump
no,
is
I think
very
Donald Trump
familiar.
spent time in Dubai and
Right.
United Arab Emirates, probably in Egypt, certainly in Israel. For all I know, he might have been in Saudi Arabia. Who knows? But there's a lot of money there, and so obviously the Trump brand would have extended there and has. So he seems to defy gravity in every way, and that includes what he can get away with saying. And whether or not he knows specifics about American foreign policy seems to be almost beside the point. People like his attitude.
What
But
do
Ben
you-
Carson is toast, I think.
What do you think about this person's comment? Pug sitter Jen. Carson would make a beneficial addition to cabinet, but he will not be a good president. Do you think he'll get any role in the government?
I could see him as Surgeon General. That's pretty important.
Right.
He has obviously a vast knowledge of medical topics, and
Right.
so he's very accomplished. He's famous surgeon. So Surgeon General, he might wind up doing that if a Republican wins the White House, and maybe even if, well, actually he's not going to make it if a Democrat wins. But if a Republican wins, he could be there.
Has there been a moment in recent history where a president has appointed someone in their cabinet of the opposite party?
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely. Ray LaHood, who was Secretary of Transportation, is a Republican, and he was appointed by Obama. So it happens,
Just not that often.
Not that often. Generally the party that wins has a a policy agenda, and the opposing party doesn't fit it, because that's why they ran against each other. So typically they're not going to get in. Sometimes, though, something isn't quite as partisan, like transportation, let's say, or maybe housing or some of those things, you can find someone from another party. And Obama really made a big thing out of, I'm going to reach across the aisle and bring in this Republican guy who served for like 5-6 years.
Good to know. To Guy, Steve Kraft, any dirty secrets on Trump that you think will come out?
No. I think every dirty secret there is about Donald Trump is no longer a secret. There are no secrets, really. I do think, though, if you're talking about just secrets, like financial secrets, not that they're really secrets, but a lot of people don't know that much about his 4 Chapter 11 bankruptcies. And were he to win the nomination, those would certainly be discussed. But then again, it's not unusual for companies to use Chapter 11.
Right.
He had some failed casinos in New Jersey, in Atlantic City, that forced him into Chapter 11 with respect to just those businesses. It's not really unusual, but it's not, politically it's not really a feather. It's not a feather in your cap to have bankruptcies in your past, but he could probably get around that pretty quickly.
Let me see what the chat room is saying. I did ask them if they had any questions for you, Steve Kraft. In the meantime, let's go ahead and start talking about, what day is it? Tuesday night's debate.
Right.
Looks like the White House is on the screen. Who is going to be living here, Steve Kraft, in January 2017?
I have no clue.
Who is going to be living here? That is the
Probably
question.
Hillary Clinton. Probably. That's my guess.
Because no GOP candidate can beat her?
Oh, I think it's possible, but I think the most electable GOP candidate is not the one who's going to get the nomination.
Who do you think the most electable one is?
Rubio.
And you don't think he's going to get it now? You think Trump has it?
No, I'm not sure that Trump has it. And Rubio might still get it. But I think Cruz has substantial support in really rock-ribbed conservative places and in evangelical strongholds. Probably will win in Iowa, will probably do very well in South Carolina and across the South in his own home state of Texas.
What is Ted Cruz's appeal?
Well, I mean...
This is just coming from my perspective. I see the appeal. I see the Trump appeal. I see the Ben Carson appeal. I see why people gravitate towards Rubio. I personally, this is personal opinion, don't understand Ted Cruz. Like, I see him and I'm just like, okay.
If you talk to a lot of Republican folks, his father is a evangelical pastor, pretty well known. And he represents sort of a guy who is not just elected to the Congress and serving in the Senate, but has single-handedly shut down the U.S. government, or tried a couple times, and then one time he did do this big filibuster, of course, just to stop the wheels of government. He's willing to...
but doesn't that come off as being difficult and hard to work with? And
well,
wouldn't it be a problem to work with the other... I mean...
You might think it's being difficult, but he thinks it's a noble effort to turn around the country, to turn it in a different direction, because he thinks that there's too much similarity between Republicans in Washington and Democrats in Washington, and it's kind of the same party, and he wants more quote-unquote true conservatism, whatever that means. And he's very hardcore on his issues. He's not afraid of offending people. And to some people, that is a badge of honor.
Yeah, but Donald Trump isn't afraid of offending people.
True, but Cruz has actually served in the Senate and knows how government works.
You could argue that Trump has...
Trump's
been
a business
in business,
guy. He's a business
we
guy.
are concerned about the economy as well.
He's a business guy, and he's rubbed shoulders with government people, and he's had to deal with government people to run his business.
He invited them to their wedding, to his wedding.
Right.
Government people.
But if you are someone on what you regard as pure conservative principles, and you want someone who's not afraid to poke their thumb in the eye of the establishment from the inside of the institution itself. Whether or not he has any personal charisma or charm, which he doesn't really, but he's a formidable. He's a formidable intellect. He can wipe the floor with most of these fellow candidates on the debate stage.
But charisma is important in a president.
It can. It's nice
Especially
to have it.
Especially public perception.
It's
when
nice
people
to
are
have
just
it.
Kind of voting because maybe there are people out there that just vote for the sake of the I voted.
And a lot of people in the GOP leadership and elites hate his guts. They really hate his guts. But we'll see if he's able to build up his positives and get people to like him. But Rubio on paper is the most. If I were Hillary Clinton, I would fear him the most because he's kind of a. You can be whatever you want him to be.
Right.
He's youngish. He's Latino-ish.
He
He's
has
conservative-ish.
experience-ish.
He's Tea Party-ish. He's got a lot of ishes in his favor.
Trump is not a politician. That's not questionable. But people don't want another politician in the office, Greencorn says. We have.
Well, Trump has a magnetism about him, no question. The big question for me is whether all those folks who show up at his rallies are going to have their collective act together well enough to troop through the snow in Iowa, to go to their local high school gym, which is what you got to do.
Wow.
And to sign up for the caucus and to physically walk into one corner of the room or another to display your support. It's kind of a physical vote. And he has a lot of, quote, unquote, low information voters, which means people that are casual about voting. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. They tend to have lower levels of education. They tend to have jobs that don't always make it easy to vote. They may not have their act together well enough to vote by mail. There's a lot of things that make them less reliable than a Ted Cruz voter, let's say, who's going to be older, who's going to be religious, who's going to vote come heck or high water, who's going to be out there. And the big question over Trump's campaign is he's got lots of support on paper. He's got lots of people who go, yeah, Trump, man, he's great.
And wanting to go see him live at the rallies and be part of the whole experience.
Right, but do these people have their act together well enough to actually go to the trouble of voting? And if they do, could win the nomination outright. He really could. If they don't, he's going to be like a balloon that's filled with gas, and there'll be a big gas leak.
I want to read Billy Phoenix's comment.
So we'll see.
Billy's saying,
I challenge you, Trump voters. Do you have your act together or not?
Billy's making a point. Isn't Cruz the one that missed most of the votes as part of his job?
Well, they all miss votes. Rubio's missed a lot of votes.
But I think Billy's saying that Cruz has missed more.
That's a good question. I don't know who's missed votes. I think, in fact, here's we the people confirming what I said. Rubio is the one who misses votes, and he has missed a ton of votes.
Lyman Spitzer, Donald Trump is going to demolish the White House and build something much greater.
It'll have a lot more, kind of bling in it, that's for sure.
Mr. Doesbuzz, Trump will win this.
And lots of free soap in the bathrooms. Real fancy free shampoos in the bathroom.
I'm wondering if Trump becomes president, if the White House and Air Force One are downgrades compared to his already existing plane.
The White House might be. The White House might be, seriously.
But Air Force One's better than his plane.
Oh, yeah. He's just got a little puny 757. That's nothing. I mean, Air Force One has got to be the sweetest plane in the world. It's just, not that I've been on it, but I've seen it on TV. like everybody else.
Like we all have.
But I really think Trump has very much of an uphill climb because he's going to have to dominate and show that he can win more than 30 to 35% of the votes. He's going to have to get people who currently like other candidates to come around to his way of thinking. Now, you notice today that he, for the first time, said that he wants to be a uniter. He's trying to look like a major consensus choice of the party now. He's trying to look more statesmanlike, take some of the rough edges off. That he wants to.
He was nicer, relatively speaking, during this last.
That's what front runners do, and we'll see if he's able to make the sale to people who currently like Cruz. I could see them supporting Trump because there's some commonality there. People who support Bush or Kasich or Christie or Paul or Rubio, I think it's going to be a very difficult sell to get them to get up off their butts and vote for Trump in a general election. And that's why I think Hillary has, if I were to guess today, will probably win the next election because Democrats are completely united behind her. She's the first woman to run for the presidency as the major party candidate if she gets the nomination, and there'll be X number of women who think that's pretty great. We don't know how many, but there will be some.
And there's people who are out there just like Bill Clinton.
And Republicans have alienated wide swaths of the electorate. They've alienated lots of Latino voters, lots of female voters, lots of voters, lots of different groups of voters, especially minority groups of voters. So black voters probably as well. So they've got to run the table on older white people and hope.
And isn't it fair to say that the states that have more representatives, more electorate votes, oftentimes have more minorities in those states, like a California, for example.
A lot of Latino voters in Texas, a lot in Illinois, a lot in New York.
That's what I'm saying, and these states that play a big role when it comes down to the election.
But here's the wild card. if security continues a big issue, if God forbid there's another attack somewhere between now and then, and that's possible, the tables could be turned completely, and voters could decide the Democrats just can't keep us safe, and we need a new direction, in which case Hillary loses the advantage she has on paper and in organization, and probably ultimately in money. So, but the longer the Republicans are at each other's throats, especially if we get into a convention in which nobody has a clear majority of delegates, and they becomes what's known as a brokered convention in which they kind of horse trading to decide who the nominee is going to be, the more the party bleeds itself, and the more of a hot mess it becomes, and the harder it is to herd all those cats in the direction of the White House.
Do you think anyone's going to drop out prior to 2016?
No.
Everyone who's in it's in it.
They're in it to win it.
Even Lindsey Graham, he's going to stay
Lindsey
in
Graham's
it.
a joke.
I mean, is anyone
The entire
just going
undercard
to
debate was
suspend their campaign at this
No.
point?
What does it cost him?
I don't know.
All he has to
At
do is
this
show up,
point,
and all he has to
though.
do. What we need is these networks to stop with the undercard debate already. I
Stop
don't need to
giving
hear
them
another.
attention.
I don't need to hear another peep from that guy, or George Pataki.
I heard he
or-
was the winner, though, of the undercard debate.
Who cares? Or Rick Santorum. I mean, what the networks are giving these guys, what they're giving the Republican Party, is 1 hour to insult President Obama. I mean, it's a gripe session for a solid hour of political propaganda from four guys who don't have a snowball's chance in HE double hockey sticks to win the White House. So you have four basically vanity candidates. Mike Huckabee. I mean, come on. These guys are at this point either public officials or entertainers, and or retired politicians who have no
something to
business
do.
being there. The networks need a cutoff. If you don't have, let's say, if you don't have 5% of the vote,
But I just feel like
stay off the stage.
it helps build the hype, though, for the main event. They're
That's
trying to
something-
keep
well,
reining viewers. I get it.
It's like an undercard for a prize fight. If you go to a boxing
Right.
fight, they got a bunch of undercard bouts, and then they have the main event.
Mm.
And so they're just trying to, do whatever to the ratings
Right.
to keep the ball rolling. It's like a pregame show before a football game. But it's
Basically.
completely worthless to broaden my understanding of what the major candidates think about the questions of the day facing the country. It's a waste of time. And they should go to the pregame show with a bunch of talking heads and then go to the big debate with the candidates who really matter. And the party, it's the Republican Party who shoulders the blame for this. They need to go to the networks and say, okay, we want 5 guys on the stage,
Yeah.
or women, whatever, if Fiorina makes a threshold, and start weeding it out.
Right, because they were still at 9.
Too
on
many
Tuesday.
people on the stage. We're getting to the point where certainly once we get to this debate in Iowa, right after that at least, they need to start cutting down the number of people if they want to really present a united front to the country. Now, if I were a Democrat, I would be saying, great, keep the circus going as long as possible with all these sideshows and all these Lindsey Graham things. Great, it's a distraction. And so from a Democratic standpoint, the more chaos is going on in the party, the better it is for them.
I want your take on this. To Guy asking, who would Trump pick for vice president? What do you think?
I think he would pick a guy like Rubio. I think he'd be a great choice for him. Young guy, Latino person.
But do you think the whole
well-spoken.
buddy feeling that we got between Trump and Cruz was an indication that they might want to be running mates?
No. No. Each one wants to steal the other's bacon. I don't think they're really buddy-buddy. It's just strategic.
Right.
And if you want someone who's going to broaden that coalition, which the
Rubio.
Republicans desperately need.
It's Rubio.
Yeah, they don't have any. I mean, I don't think Ben Carson's the pick because he doesn't seem to have enough
You
command
can't
of the
have
issues.
two people that have no political
Can't
experience.
have two outsiders.
Yeah.
You need a. And then again, he might go for a guy. Well, you think a guy like Kasich might be a natural partner for him because he's from a swing state, Ohio, as Rubio is from Florida. But I think Kasich really hates Trump's guts at this
Yeah,
point.
I
that's
think
not gonna
so,
happen.
too.
But if you're a Republican, you want to win Florida, and you have a
Right.
fighting chance with Marco Rubio.
We all remember the year 2000, guys.
But the weird thing about Rubio is he's on everybody's list for the most logical guy to have the nomination, the guy from this crucial swing state, the young guy, the Latino guy, the guy with the attractive young family. Why doesn't he have more support? What is it about him that doesn't seem to turn people on? He's like the guy who just gives the perfect little sound bites. He's a good debater on stage. He's very slick. I think too slick. He's very well packaged.
Is he like the safe guy, like the nice guy? Let's say you're like dating someone. He's the guy you want to bring home to mom, and Trump's the one that you bring home and she like freaks out. Kind of.
You're not saying you want to bring Donald Trump to your house.
What I'm saying is that, like, you know,
Your
from
mama
a
is
teenage
not gonna
girl
like Donald Trump.
perspective,
Okay.
you are interested and intrigued by the Trump and not so much about this safe guy.
Maybe, but I think there's something worrisome about that. That there's something about him that doesn't seem to tap into people and really turn them on. And winning candidates need that X factor that Reagan had, that Clinton has, that Obama has, that John F. Kennedy had. It helps. You can win the president and be Richard Nixon and be an unlikable guy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Ted Cruz has some of that. But people like someone that inspires them to be in the White House. And what is it about Rubio that doesn't seem to inspire people?
I don't know. A couple people in the chat room think Cruz is going to be the VP. Billy, Tree both think it's obvious that it's going to be Cruz. AOSDC saying Rubio is a baby.
But, I mean, Obama was just as young.
It's
He
true.
won. And John F. Kennedy was
But
about as
Obama
young.
didn't look as young as Rubio looks now.
Certainly doesn't now. He certainly aged a lot in office, right?
Larry,
Ventura, I love that. Jesse the Body Ventura. That would be awesome.
Larry saying Trump is our Reagan. Two guys saying Rubio's okay. Carson would have been a funny as a vice president.
But do you see how there's a lot of our folks in the chat room who really are inspired by Donald Trump.
There are a lot of people.
So that he does have a magic quality that way for a lot of people right now. And I think it's really shocked the party. I think the Republican Party has been very, very shocked that he has this kind of support for this period of time, that he's been the front runner since basically July, is freaking a lot of people out.
I know. I still remember, though, when Donald Trump first made his announcement, we didn't even have any idea that he'd be on stage during the first debate. No one took him seriously when he first announced.
Yeah, I didn't really see this coming. And what did somebody just say? Oh, Bernie Sanders. Can't leave out Bernie Sanders. He has a big following. No question about it. I don't think that he has the machinery to win the nomination. But Democrats would be crazy to not pay attention to the Sanders phenomenon, because it's true.
So many people commenting. I'm just going to scroll down and you can look at some of them. SK, have Steve explain the electoral vote compared to the populist vote for Trump? We the people asking that.
I think by electoral vote, maybe we mean, let's talk about the nomination, and that means the delegate vote.
Okay.
Because in putting this together, there's a very complex process, and it isn't just if he gets the most votes, he automatically wins. For half of these, right? For half of these, it's proportional. So if you get 40%, let's say, you're going to get roughly 40% of the delegates in the early states. But then after March 14th, it turns into winner take all. So like the California primary, I think is well after March 14th, I believe. There's a list of them. But anyway, some of those big blue state primaries on the Republican side nobody's talking about that. But when those come in, that's a lot of delegates in some of these winner take all big states. So we don't really know how that's going to break out. And then there's certain people, certainly on the Democratic side, and I think with the Republicans too, who are super delegates, who are party chieftains and party insiders and party bigwigs, and they get a voice in who becomes a nominee too. It isn't purely the people who get these votes.
Interesting.
So at some point, Trump, if he's doing well, at least wins New Hampshire and maybe South Carolina, is going to have to start to appeal to the party machinery. He can't be a maverick forever and win the nomination. He's got to cozy up to some of the people who've been running the Republican Party since the Reagan era.
Well, he talked about his allegiance to the Republican Party on Tuesday night.
He did, but he's been kind of a Democrat before he was a Republican. He's been a New Yorker. He's been all over the map ideologically, and he's not a Republican in the rock-ribbed sense that Cruz is.
Right.
So he's all over the place. He's more of a European-style nationalist than he is a pure small C or even large C conservative in America. And he's being compared to people like Marine Le Le Pen in
Didn't
France.
you compare him to the Italian leader?
Silvio Berlusconi.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he has elements of that. Kind of the chest-thumping nationalist strain that people love.
Right.
People eat it up. But that's not the traditional Republican appeal. The muscular, America as superhero.
Trump, like most Americans, have no problem with immigrants as long as they get legal, are law-abiding, and emulate into the country they want to be a part of, is Billy Phoenix's comment.
Well, who could argue with that? I mean, everybody loves a model perfect immigrant. But the reality is there's a lot of people in this country who, it's a more complicated thing than that.
Yeah.
Those people come into the country in many, many different ways. So that's what the battle's about.
Tree asking, those lower 4 candidates just need to stop. It's a waste of money at this point. In history, has anyone with ratings that low ever gone on to be president?
No.
That's a good question, Tree.
Great question. And no. No.
Let's see.
If Trump wins Iowa, that's going to rock everybody's world. That really will. Because that'll show that even in a Cruz stronghold with a lot of very conservative Christians, Trump can still win. If he wins that, that'll rock the world. That'll rock his world.
Trudy Lynn Gunn. My experience has been that the serious voters don't involve themselves in pre-election polls, and the actual election is where the numbers will count. If they followed Trump, they would be there.
We have no way of knowing to what extent serious voters are represented in pre-election polls. What really matters, though, is the poll on the caucus night and the primary night. Who shows up?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be in a cold place both times.
Could weather really affect the turnout?
Absolutely.
Weather could determine the next candidate.
Well, it could. I mean, you
In
get a
theory.
blizzard. You get a blizzard in the middle of Iowa at the end of January, and only the most hardcore voters, that means Cruz voters, are going to show. So Trump's got to really.
I don't know. These Trump supporters, the ones I see on the internet, they are passionate.
All right, let's ask all of our Trump people if they would go out to the polls and vote for him in a primary, no matter what.
If it was negative 20 degrees outside.
If you were in the middle of Des Moines.
And you had to walk because all the roads had snow on them.
If you were in
couldn't
snowy
drive.
Ottumwa, Iowa, in the midst of a blizzard, with the water turning into little ice crystals, attacking your face like needles, if the corn stalks were flying through the air,
Let's see what they
would
have
you
to-
get to the polls? Would you get to the caucus location?
Let's find out.
We're challenging you guys.
Laughing Lisa saying yes.
See, I'd be like a mailman to vote for Trump, says Billy.
AOS DC, rain, sleet, or snow.
Wow.
Peter saying yes. Jay
Green
School
corn,
saying
representing. My leg is broken. I would drag myself 20 miles through broken glass. That's hard.
Wow,
That's
Lyman, I would army
hardcore.
crawl. Wow. Wow, people are answering
What would
this.
you do?
I would army crawl through a mile of glass to vote for Trump.
Can
in 20
anybody beat
below.
that one? Would anybody moonwalk?
This is amazing.
20 miles? Woo.
PLP saying, of course. To Guy saying, as an expat, I would. Why wouldn't I? Alan Lewis says.
Wow.
It's right. You guys are, I mean, but then
Whoa.
you have Cameron Blake is saying, I vote for Jindal before Trump.
Come on. That guy was a joke. Come on.
know.
He was a joke.
I know.
Wow.
Jindal's a joke. It has that nice alliteration.
Everything about his candidacy was funny.
It was hilarious.
The way he had his kids announcing he was running for president, that was so funny. Listening to him in debates was a stitch. He was great.
Billy saying Trump voters would walk a mile uphill in a blizzard and back to vote for Trump.
That is hardcore. Get some hardcore people.
Laughing Lisa would twerk all the way there.
Wow.
That's
I think we
the
got on
comment.
a good thing here, and
That
I
is-
think we should continue it all day. I think Kinsey should pick this up. I think Mike should pick this up.
Hill Forder saying I would wrestle Chuck Norris to vote for Trump.
Wow, he's a little bit older now, so maybe you could take him down. You still have to be a little quick. Have to
Oh
know
my
your
God.
kung fu. But we have some. I would send. Oh, I don't know if I'd send myself to eternal damnation.
Regular goy. Wow.
He's a regular guy. But
Just living life. I'm a Trump supporter and I wouldn't vote for him. That's his future.
wow. See, that's the point. That's what we're getting at. What percentage of the Trump nation, and it is a nation, like Raider Nation, what percentage of Trump nation is going to represent where it counts, where it really counts? It doesn't count blabbing with your friends or even watching us. Well, that counts.
Billy Phoenix, if there's a blizzard, I'm taking out the Tahoe and volunteering to deliver people to the polls. He's like the Uber driver for Trump supporters.
Wow.
That's an amazing idea.
Trump turnout will set a world record. We'll see.
Happily saying voting for Trump if I have to tread through 2 feet of snow to do it. AOSDC, I would lick a sumo wrestler's belly button all the way there.
That's a little bit weird.
This is amazing. Peter Nichols saying Trump turnout will set a world record.
I'm not a Republican, so I don't get to vote for him. It depends where you are. You can go in and say you're with one party or the other and vote. So people can do it if they want to.
Yeah, you're technically... Anyone can.
Yeah, so, but that's a big question mark over this guy's head. I don't know. I don't know how solid his support really is.
Obviously, I know his chat room support
His
is
chat
strong.
room support, if the chat room...
Very loyal
if
internet
the chat
following.
room elected our president,
It would be Trump.
it would be President Donald J. Trump.
Donald Trump can be president of the chat room, of News Now chat room, minimally.
When is he going to actually be on News Now?
I don't know. I tried to
It's
get
about
him.
time for him to come here and sit in this chair. I'll get up.
When he was here, his first appearance back in July,
Yeah.
he did a phone interview with the morning show,
Right.
and we tried to book a phone interview for News Now.
Doesn't he have FaceTime?
That did not work. You're right. We could have FaceTime.
That would be a lot better than
I could have his cell phone number.
We should have that.
Well, we're working on it.
All right. I'm going to have to start working on a story, actually.
Oh, that's a great transition. Nice play on words.
Thank you.
Very well played. Well, then on that note, I am going to deliver to the masses.
Can I tell the folks what my story is?
You can. Sure. Why not?
Camp Alpha, 16th Avenue in Hatcher. Right, that's the one where the homeless vets have been staying.
I don't know anything. I don't know this.
Oh, you can catch up with us at 5:30. You'll be off.
I will be.
5:30, everybody. What will happen to Camp Alpha and all the folks who are there? Where will they go? It's a good story.
That's a good story.
But I'm still following this political stuff. I look forward to covering it again. And, obviously I'm pretty up on it, or trying to be.
Thanks for hanging.
Kaboom.
Good times, guys.
Yeah, it was cool. Hey, thanks for letting me charge my phone.
That's the real reason he came up here, guys, because we knew we had a charger up
I
here.
came up here at like 49%, and now I'm at 79%.
Wow.
So I've improved by like 50 points.
That's great.
No, 30 points.
30%, but percentage-wise, that's almost a 50% increase.
That's true.
Because
That's
the
true.
math.
Because the 79
Yeah.
versus 100.
Yeah. Anyways, on that note, thanks
Okay.
for hanging, Steve Kraft.
It was cool.
All right, guys, we only have a few more minutes together, so what I'm going to do is play this press conference for you from earlier. I know many of you aren't too fond of this woman, but I do have to play this in full. This is Nancy Pelosi speaking, and I'm urging you guys to sit through this because Kinsey Schofield is joining right after, and she will have more news now in just a couple minutes, guys. Let's watch.
Continue to cling to their denial on the subject. Before all of you were born, there was a play called Stop the World, I Want to Get Off. And I think that could be their slogan. As you know, today the House will vote on a permanent unpaid for Republican tax extender bill that will give hundreds of billions of dollars to special interest at the expense of hardworking Americans. My problem with most of it is that it is unpaid for. Many of the initiatives in the bill have Democratic origins, issues that relate to the earned income tax credit, child tax credit, American Opportunity Act for Education, 179, an initiative to help small businesses, came from us. The issue of R&D tax credit, something we've all worked on, coming from The Bay Area, of course, the R&D tax credits have been important to us, and we've always talked about modernizing them and making them permanent. But the issue of having all of that unpaid for, in my view, is unconscionable. And I say that because we have a responsibility, not just in terms of the provisions of a particular bill, but how it affects our responsibilities to be architects of our children's futures. The idea that this future is built on the quicksand of tax breaks, deepening the making the deficit even larger, in the out years threatening the stability of Social Security. It's just plain wrong. But it fits comfortably in a plan that they've had since President Bush became president, tax cuts for the wealthy, let it trickle down if it will. This now deepens the deficit. At some point, they will have to borrow more from the Social Security Trust Fund, undermining that. Certainly is an obstacle to having comprehensive revenue reform, how we have tax reform to lower the corporate rate, to promote growth, and to keep America number one. It also dampens the opportunities we have to invest in discretionary investments in our children's education and their future. It's just plain wrong, and I intend to vote no. I did speak on the floor at it. But nobody said it better than the House Progressive Caucus. Perhaps you read their letter, but in case you didn't, I'll just read you this paragraph. We are concerned that the current agreement is weighted too heavily toward corporate America, furthers the long-term Republican goal of creating separate fiscal responsibility standards for tax cuts and investments, and will open the door to further attacks on discretionary investment and our social safety net programs. Now, what is really important here is the again, many of these initiatives are of our own invention, and some of them we want to be made permanent. But the unpaid for, it's a Trojan horse, and they're using it to put stuff on there for benefits to corporations to ship jobs overseas. It's appalling, and I will not. It does not have fiscal soundness. It does not have growth in the way that we need to, so many more Americans can participate in the prosperity of our country, and it does not have my support. As you know, we have the omnibus tomorrow. Hopefully then we can go home, but we shall see. Many of our Democrats still have some concerns about what is in the omnibus and what isn't in the omnibus, and particularly what isn't, and that is what we wanted the opportunity for Puerto Rico to do restructuring, to declare bankruptcy. Doesn't cost the American people one single penny, one thin dime. What are some of the others? What, not one red cent? Whatever it is, it doesn't cost us any of that. But instead, they resisted putting it in the bill. Now, I'm encouraged that the Speaker has said that we will come together after the first of the year, and by March 31st, 2016, we will have resolve this issue, and we certainly will look forward to working together to accomplish that. He wants it to go through the regular order through a committee. I think we've done enough research. We know what the problem is. There have been hearings, there have been meetings, all the rest. We can just get moving on it starting now. But again, the fact that it is not in the bill, again, not costing anything, and the fact that it didn't go through committee, I understand that concern the Speaker has, but there are other things in the bill that didn't go through committee either. And then we have concerns about oil and lifting the ban on crude oil being exported. That was probably the biggest obstacle I have to overcome to support what is before us in the next today and tomorrow. This exporting of oil is. The timing of it is so incredible that right when the rest of the world is saying we're going to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, we're going to reduce emissions, we are taking an action that's going to increase emissions. Certainly, what else is in the bill offsets some of the emissions that big oil is putting out there. And you know what it is. I mean, the price of oil on the world market, the Brent oil price is higher than the West Texas price here. So they want to leave the country. Instead of selling the oil here, and we want helping to reduce our dependence on foreign oil and have it refined in our refineries in here with good-paying jobs for American workers, they are taking the oil off to sea and our jobs with it, and leaving us the price tag of billions of dollars to pay to mitigate for the damage they've done to American refineries here, especially the small ones, the ones that meet the needs of independent drill companies. So that was my big torment. Some of you that I ran into us that just don't know. But the fact that the Republicans wanted big oil so desperately really argues for voting for the bill because they were willing to concede so much. This was their raison d'etre. We are here to export crude oil at the expense of American jobs, and so we're willing to give up so much. So we're pleased that the legislation is rid of its poison pill riders, that what is in the bill is positive in terms of, well, let's talk about what they didn't. It eliminated riders to dismantle women's health. They tried to eliminate the clean power plant. They tried to eliminate, to weaken Dodd-Frank and our oversight of Wall Street. They tried to sabotage campaign finance reform, and they failed on that, what they call Colorado II resolution. And they, of course, had to take out their provisions to destroy ACA. We blocked 10 riders in the bill that would have seriously hurt organized labor in our country. Really stunning how they have targeted, whether it's women's health and Planned Parenthood, in the environment, workers' rights to organize. It's a plan. But I am pleased that at last we are renewing the 9/11 health and compensation bill. I was proud to pass when I was Speaker over their resistance, and now they have come around. But think of it, they're giving over $600 billion in unpaid for tax cuts, many of them to corporate America, unpaid for, while we had to offset the cost of 9/11. Of our first responders, really emergency spending. Wouldn't you think 9/11 was an emergency? And we do not usually have to offset emergency spending. But I'm so glad that that is in the bill, and it really an obligation we had to our first responders, and hope that it brightens their holiday season. Any questions? Where's Chad? Where's Chad? He's not here. He's not here. The Warriors won. Yes.
If history is any indication, Boehner was only really able to get 80 Republican votes for this type of legislation. Ryan obviously thinks he can get 100 or wants that. But this largely falls on the backs of House Democrats, many who I've spoken to that have real concerns, as you outlined with this bill. Are you confident that you can provide the votes necessary to get this over the finish line?
No. We just we're talking it through. The members are, there was concern about how this all came together. We never really met. It was done at the staff level, and thank God for our magnificent staff. I'm particularly proud of Richard Meltzer of our staff, who especially on this omnibus side of it. But no, I don't know. Members are reviewing it. There are people who have very serious concerns about what this does to working families in our country, what it does to our investments for the future, and we are showing them in the bill the good work that was done in a bipartisan way, subcommittee by subcommittee, and the fact that we had such a victory, actually a bipartisan victory on the budget bill that enabled us to have tens of billions of dollars more for our investments. So there's many good things that the appropriators negotiated in a bipartisan way that are in the bill. People have concerns about the export of oil. See, before the export of oil came along, we were on a path, and that ingredient was very harmful. That assault on the discussions was a real assault. But on the other hand, it enabled us to get many more things. Is it worth it? And that's what some members who are who are particularly concerned about the climate issue and environment and health issues that are related to air pollution are studying right now, and we'll be continuing those conversations this afternoon. I feel that what we did in the bill more than 10 times offsets the damage that exporting crude oil does. And then, again, there's some other issues that members, I think when they see the bill, they'll have a better understanding, but they still may decide they don't want to be a party to something that enables the export of oil or the tax breaks for corporate America that are unpaid for and permanent. No, again, we can debate each of them and their merits, even to make them permanent, but unpaid for, unconscionable.
But just to clarify, I mean, your whip counting operation's unparalleled here. You never lose. Are you whipping this, and do you have...
It's up to them to have the votes. They have the majority. They have the majority. They have the legislation. We have some serious objections, which we've been made known all along. So we'll see. We'll see. I can't really say right now because our members are studying the issue. And I said to them from the start, as I said on all the things, review it, and then tell me what you think.
What needs to happen? You say you're in talks right now. What do you have a counter proposal, or what needs to happen for you
There's
to
no
have?
counter proposal.
So
The counter proposal is a CR.
There would be enough Dems.
Well, I don't know. But how many? What do we need? How many do they have? You know, this is deadly serious. This is deadly serious. And they knew full well when they injected oil into the debate that this was a disruptor of a serious magnitude. But they should have, it wouldn't have cost a penny for them to have done Puerto Rico. So that, you're saying, well, those two issues. No, that aggravates all of the other concerns that they have of things that are not in the bill. But it's a compromise. And I always say, vote for what's in it rather than what you didn't get into it, but also recognize what we kept out of it. So I think, again, I have told them how I came down on this because I was really, the first stage is anger, oil. Now we go to what are the next stages of all of this? Now let's get more information, and we'll see. I mean, I respect the thoughtfulness with which our members are bringing to the process. I share their values. I know and what their concerns are, but I do want them to know the good work that our appropriators under the leadership of Nita Lowey did on this, and appreciate that, and we'll see where they come down. But you're asking me how many will we have? Will we have enough? What do they have? What do they have, they who got the big bonanza of increasing emissions, sending jobs overseas, and getting more profits for big oil at the expense of American workers, and costing the taxpayer probably $8 billion to mitigate for the damage they've done to the local refineries. Yes, sir.
Now, Larry, you cited both the R&D tax credit and the small business accelerated depreciation as ideas that your party came up with.
No, that we've shared in 179, yes. R&D, it's been bipartisan.
Would you make them permanent, and how would you pay for them? Well, those are the two biggest expenses in the bill.
Right, and well, the fact is that the other objection here is that what you need to do is to have comprehensive revenue reform, tax reform, so that you can see that all along when we were doing the budget with Speaker Boehner, he said, before I can give you a top line on what the budget is, I want to see what the outlays are, and how the offsets are. So with this, you have a comprehensive tax reform. You see what revenue you need. You lower the corporate rate. You perhaps repatriate, but with some commitment and job creation, and you try to increase your opportunities in terms of investments. But you don't say, well, we all agree on modernizing and making R&D permanent, therefore we're going to spend $100 billion to enable businesses to send jobs overseas in the same package. And that's why I call it a Trojan horse. But that's something that you sit down and you discuss. And what is the duration? And what is the nature of it? What is the modernization of it? So that it truly is creating growth, which brings more revenue into the the Treasury, and nothing brings more money into the Treasury than education of the American people. Early childhood, K through 12, higher ed, post-grad, lifetime learning for our workers. So let's put these things together. And when we did our innovation agenda, starting now almost 10 years ago, modernizing and making R&D permanent was one of our key elements. Also, heavily investing in K through 12.
All right, guys, I'm going to cut out Nancy Pelosi. Kinsey Schofield will be joining you in just a minute. So what we're going to do is show you guys the White House because it looks pretty.
Hi all, Kinsey here. I will see you in just a moment. I'm currently setting up my desktop. Thanks so much for your patience.
With a look at your Fox 10 Facebook News update. The deadline to close Camp Alpha has been extended. The city of Phoenix had threatened to shut down the veterans homeless camp near 16th Avenue in Hatcher today, but they extended the deadline as they continue to work with the property owner and other veterans to transition Camp Alpha residents to other housing. A security guard is shot while working to break up a domestic dispute. The fight was happening in a parking lot near I-17 and Indian School Road. Police say a man fired a shot at the guard before fleeing the scene. The guard then fired back, wounding the man. Police later found the suspect's vehicle and they arrested him. A big celebration expected at the Grand Canyon Skywalk. The attraction expected to see its 1 millionth visitor this year. The Skywalk is on the Grand Canyon's west rim. Stay safe for the holidays. That is what President Obama is announcing today, that U.S. intelligence and counterterrorism officials have not seen any credible information suggesting a terrorist attack in the U.S. over the holidays. Still, the president urged Americans to stay vigilant. Star Wars The Force Awakens hits theaters tonight, and it's already won for the record books. More than $100 million in tickets have been pre-sold in the United States, and fans are expected to flock to theaters throughout the weekend. And here's a quick look at your 10-day forecast. We're going to warm up the next few days with temperatures near 70 and then another cool down expected later next week. Be sure to join us on social media, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, and share your weather and news photos and videos using the hashtag Fox10Phoenix. I'm Carrie Lake. Have a great day.
And what we are currently looking at is a wedding taking place outside of a movie theater in Los Angeles, California. It's Star Wars themed. So this is going to be pretty adorable. And we are bringing this to you live out of Los Angeles, California. This is not how I'm going to get married.
No? I could see you doing this.
Mine would be Clueless themed, though.
Oh, yeah, you'd be Sharon Leibowitz.
Yeah, Horowitz.
Horowitz. I knew there was a Witz.
Yes.
Who's the groom? Is the groom the stormtrooper?
I don't know, and I thought the bride was the girl in the flare skirt, but I don't think the bride's supposed to be there yet, right? She walks
They
down
look
the
like
aisle.
witnesses. They're taking like a witness stand. How are they doing this when, like, the big... Aren't they getting ready to...
Yeah, because this is I'm not going to say it right. I'm not going to say it right, but it's the Chinese theater.
Man's Chinese
Theater. Oh, is it Man's?
Yes.
Man's Chinese Theater. This is where they had the Grease premiere for my other favorite film,
Grease, like in 1970.
Maybe I would do a Grease-themed wedding.
You're talking about the original Grease?
Yes.
You were not born.
Well, I know, but it's still my favorite movie.
It is?
Yes, I could...
Summer lovin'.
We've done this.
Had me a blast. This is great. We were just down there not that long ago. My wife and 2 kids, what were we doing? Oh, we were in Newport for like 2 or 3 days. And they're like, we want to go to Hollywood. First of all, it's like a 2-hour drive from Newport to Hollywood in LA traffic. Okay, so I don't know what they were thinking. They were like, we're going to show up, there's going to be like soundstage with like Disney Channel people running around.
Zac
That's
Efron's
not what
just
it
going to
is.
be waiting for them.
No, it was a bunch of obnoxious people yelling at us, trying to get us to go on tours that we didn't want to go on. And then we would politely like say no thank you. And then they'd follow us going like, what? How could you not want to go on my tour? I mean, to the point where it's like, the girls were a little scared.
Yeah.
But the highlight of the entire Hollywood experience was going out to the front of Man's Chinese Theater.
Yeah.
And if you look, you can see it, all the prints. And it goes all the way back to like, I want to say that one right to the left of the red carpet is a really famous one. I'm trying to see what that is. But Marilyn Monroe's is right next to it. Yeah, Marilyn Monroe's is right there. And like, you know, all the old timers. And then there's some new ones too. That's the only story I have.
I love it. I love it. Do you wish you would have done a wedding, a movie-themed wedding?
No, we had a great wedding. We got married actually at my mom and stepdad's house in Sacramento. And the reception was right there too, so we had to drive around. My aunt broke her ribs.
What?
Yeah, she had fun.
Did
There was
you
an
cut-
open bar.
Did you cut
That's all I'm
loose?
going to say. And the Haydens are a rowdy bunch.
I love that. That's why
Yeah.
we're friends. All right, well, I am excited to see what this is all going to entail. I'm sure some clever vows.
Do we have sound on this?
Yeah,
Can
we
you
do.
hear?
Yeah.
No, I
There you
can't
go.
hear it. No, it's okay. I got work to do. But I have enjoyed it here.
Thank you. It was beautiful.
It's been a long time.
There was a lot of enthusiasm.
Oh, there was? Rachel, I forgot all these people. Hello. You guys never... You should write me notes on social media.
You're you're really great at Facebook.
I am?
Yeah.
Oh.
If people want to get a hold of you, although you're great at Twitter too. But
No, I try
Facebook
to
is where it's
Twitter,
at.
I try to stay more newsy.
All right.
Actually, I got one last thing to say.
Okay.
Before I leave about Star Wars. So we had been talking forever. Are they starting the vows? Do we need to go?
No.
We had been talking forever about, or I'd been hearing anyway, about how tough it was going to be to get
Hey, look at all
tickets
this shade. Where did that
for
come
Star Wars.
Mhm.
So on a whim,
I know. Jude LaCava came to me and asked me if I knew about it. And I was like,
yeah, I'm trying to get, that's Jude.
If we
I'm
were
trying
on
to get tickets
Tatooine,
for,
there'd be two
what you
suns.
can
That
do.
would be bad.
But so anyway, I looked up. I went on Fandango or whatever, and looked, and the theater in Awatuki by my house, the AMC 24.
We were just mentioning that if we were on
20 showtimes.
Tatooine, that'd be two suns. It'd be
I'm
even
going
worse.
tomorrow morning at 9:30 to see this film.
maybe
Lexi.
the force is with you.
The force, no. The force is with anybody who wanted to go to.
Anakin's
anywhere.
apparently complaining about
There's a lot
sand
of
over
them.
here.
So go see it if you want to.
Yeah, they're talking now, so I'm going to remove
All right, goodbye.
us. Bye. Thanks, Troy.
We need to get you some better pickup lines.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good afternoon and welcome to historic TCL Chinese Theater IMAX. Please welcome the president and COO of TCL Chinese Theaters, Alwyn Height Kushner.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the one and only TCL Chinese Theater IMAX. This is a historic day here as we celebrate the launch of the newest episode of the Star Wars saga, The Force Awakens. For the first time ever, audiences attending the TCL Chinese Theater will be experiencing the Star Wars universe in IMAX Laser 3D. Star Wars has had a long-running history with the TCL Chinese Theater IMAX, going back to the franchise's beginning 38 years ago when Star Wars first premiered here and then played for 62 weeks. Who can forget those iconic images of lines wrapped around the block with the first film and the subsequent films to follow of C-3PO or R2-D2 and Darth Vader stepping into wet cement right here in the TCL Chinese Theater forecourt? For the past 16 years, beginning with Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, LiningUp.net has been at the forefront of those lines. Lining up as much as 6 weeks in advance of each episode's new release. 7 weeks?
7.
While raising money for the Starlight Foundation. This time, since lining up here for overnight stays, these passionate movie lovers have garnered a ton of press. Every major American TV show has come to visit, from Lester Holt's NBC Nightly News to Good Morning America and The Today Show, and the list goes on. So we have a lot of celebrities in our forecourt here today. This year's line, which began 12 days ago, is particularly special. 2 of the line's core members will be celebrating their love for each other and for Star Wars by becoming the first couple ever to be married at the TCL Chinese Theater IMAX. The whole community has gotten involved with making this wedding a success. We're grateful for the support of IMAX and Baskin-Robbins, Dunkin' Donuts, EI School of Professional Makeup, Fresh Brothers, Mama Shelter, and all of the amazing fans here today. The bride, Caroline Ritters, and the groom, Andrew Porter, have traveled over 7,000 miles from Australia to be here for this special occasion, and we are so honored to have them. It is my great privilege to welcome all of you here today to be witness to the wedding of Caroline Ritters and Andrew Porter at the TCL Chinese Theater IMAX. Now let's get on with the show.
I hope the bride's ready. He's got a furball. Okay. I hate when the Wookiee gets a furball. It's just awful. Marriage. Marriage is what brings us together today. That blessed arrangement, that dream within a dream. I'm sorry. Our notions of what relationships promise us are often shaped by fairy tales and the unreality of our popular culture. Yes, even movies. Despite what you've heard, love is not all you need, nor is it just a game, not especially when you are joining two very different people with very different strengths, weaknesses, needs, and emotions. You must unlearn what you have learned. Love can be that true energy field that surrounds us and binds us to one another, but hopefully not in chains. One cannot block the power of love any more than one can stop the twin suns from rising. You must assimilate completely with one another, even though the trials and tribulations that any new enterprise can bring. Always remember that in a strong relationship, size matters not. Even the little things are big things. It is never being too old or too shy to hold hands. It is remembering to say, I love you, or perhaps to respond, I know, at least once a day. It is taking time for the goodbye kiss and the hello kiss. It is never going to sleep angry, and it is at no time ever taking the other for granted. Be patient with one another, for this patience is the way of fellowship. Though there will be dark times and circumstances will try your love, don't play at riddles in the dark. You must learn focus and concentrate, so you shall not know anger, nor hatred, nor fear, nor aggression. These lead to suffering. But fear not, I sense much love in you. Instead, stand together to face the galaxy. Form a circle of love that envelops the entire extended family, regardless of species. Do things for each other, not in the attitude of duty or sacrifice, but in the spirit of joy. Declare your love for each other from Federation headquarters to the Gamma Quadrant of the galaxy. As a man much wiser than I once said, entering into a devoted commitment ain't like dusting crops. But if any among you out there in the gallery doubts the commitment of this couple or its longevity, never tell them the odds. They know that there's some good in this world, and it's worth fighting for. As these two form a fellowship together, they know even the smallest person can change the course of the future, and declare they would rather share one lifetime together than face all the ages of this world alone. Love and commitment means establishing a relationship in which the independence is equal, dependence is mutual, and obligation is reciprocal. It is not only selecting the right partner, it is being the right partner. I sense today that Caroline and Andrew have each found the right partner. Caroline and Andrew, the Force tells us that the bond of commitment is a solemn one and not to be entered into lightly, but thoughtfully and seriously. We have been taught that we must do or do not. There is no try. Marriage is more than a simple 5-year mission. You do both understand and accept the responsibilities of this commitment? Some small hesitation there. May I have Andrew's ring? Do you, Caroline, commit to Andrew as your partner, joining with him, pledging him your friendship, love, and support? Do you promise to cherish and respect him, to love him and embrace him, over hill and under hill, as long as this union shall last?
As you wish.
You may place the ring on Andrew's finger. And Caroline's ring, please. Do you, Andrew, take Caroline as your partner, joining with her, pledging her your friendship, love, and support? Do you promise to cherish and respect her, to love her and embrace her, out of the frying pan and into the fire, as long as this union shall last?
I do.
Please place the ring upon Caroline's finger. Luminous beings are we, and to be filled with love makes us more powerful than you could otherwise possibly imagine. You, before these witnesses, have both given and pledged your love and faithfulness to each other as you begin your voyage together, exploring strange new worlds and boldly going where you have never gone as a couple. The road goes ever on and on, out from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone. Let others follow it who can. Let you, a journey new, begin. As you have just taken your first step into a larger world, by the power invested in me by Master Yoda, the Jedi Council, and the state of California, I now pronounce you husband and wife. May your love last longer than a Sarlacc's digestion. One more for luck.
So we have no one's moving yet. No one's moving yet. So we have one special surprise for you guys. I've got IMAX here. The special surprise is from IMAX, and Duncan McDonald from IMAX is going to present it to you guys right now.
Hey guys, congratulations. We're so happy to be a part of your big day. And we were so impressed with the commitment that you have done with the Starlight Foundation while waiting patiently in line to see the movie. So on behalf of IMAX, we're presenting the Starlight Foundation a $5,000 check in your name. And there's one more thing. There's one more thing. You know, we at IMAX, we love movies, and clearly you guys love movies as well. So we'd like to present you a check for $5,000 for a well-deserved honeymoon.
I'm afraid to ask where one cashes a check that large. As long as it's not Republic credits.
We have actually, okay. We can do, if you guys want to move back.
Get tight. Everyone get close together.
Do one with the check and then we'll take it away.
So one more with the check?
With your whole group, yeah, and then I'll take the check away.
Get the whole group in?
Yeah, they're all in.
Okay, everybody straight ahead. Straight ahead. Your eyes closed.
What's the Asian dude's contact info? You can find out on Tinder.
So we have one more special surprise. A wedding would not be complete without a cake, right? So please welcome Baskin Robbins with the most amazing wedding cake you've ever seen. Yeah, it's cake's coming to you.
Don't look, Reds.
That's all right. I wasn't told that Dennis was going to be here. All these questions.
I hear just come this way for a moment over by me.
No.
We love you! She's vegan. Very good, huh?
Yeah. Everyone, thank you so much for coming tonight. Thank you so much for coming today, and we're excited to see you guys at the movies tonight. And Caroline and Andrew, may the force be with you always.
All right, looks like we lost our audio from the Star Wars wedding. How magical. May the force be with them. I am waiting for the Brophy boys. Actually, let me pull up their photo for you right now. This photo blew up on Linda Williams' Facebook page or Twitter page yesterday. And I'm waiting for the Brophy boys to arrive. So take a look at this picture. They're going to be here any minute now.
Thank you, Nicole. Just a day, actually hours after the GOP. Thank you, Nicole. Just a day, actually hours after the GOP frontrunner debated 8 other candidates in Las Vegas, Donald Trump arrived into the Valley. Trump holding a campaign rally at Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport, and thousands of Trump supporters gathered in the hangar at the airport to hear from the candidate this afternoon.
And Trump now has Secret Service protection, so security was pretty tight getting into this event. Mark Martinez was there, and he joins us live now with more. What happened, Mark?
Yeah, Troy, everybody going there had to go through metal detectors before they could get into that hangar where the rally was held today. But it was packed with people who want Donald Trump to be the next president. Today, he stuck to his usual stump speech, hitting on topics including immigration, jobs, and gun rights. With soaring music playing over the speakers, Donald Trump made a dramatic arrival in Mesa today aboard his private 757 to a crowd of thousands of supporters waiting inside a hangar at Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport. After a quick walk from the plane, Trump addressed the crowd for just over an hour.
I'm going to produce jobs. I'm going to take our jobs back from China and Japan and Mexico and all these other places. One of the reasons we've done so well here is because we are going to stop illegal immigration. We have to. We have to. And if we don't stop it, we don't have a country, folks. We don't have a country.
The biggest applause came when Trump said the Paris massacre wouldn't have been as deadly if the victims had guns.
If some of those people had a gun tied to their ankle, or a gun tied right up here to their waist, or a gun right over here, they would have had a hell of a fighting chance, and I guarantee you the result would have been a hell of a lot better.
Trump's supporters seemed energized by seeing him in person.
The more I listen to him, the more I like him, and I like what he has to say. So today was exciting.
I don't fully agree with everything he says, but I think as far as leading this nation, we need a strong leader. I think we haven't had that for a while, and I think it's important that we make America great again.
And again, Trump did not stray too far from his usual topics today, but that did not seem to matter to those who took the time to go see him out there.
Actually hours after the GOP frontrunner debated 8 other candidates in Las Vegas, Donald Trump arrived into the Valley. Trump holding a campaign rally at Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport, and thousands of Trump supporters gathered in the hangar at the airport to hear from the candidate this afternoon.
And Trump now has Secret Service protection, so security was pretty tight getting into this event. Mark Martinez was there, and he joins us live now with more. What happened, Mark?
Yeah, Troy, everybody going there had to go through metal detectors before they could get into that hangar where the rally was held today. But it was packed with people who want Donald Trump to be the next president. Today, he stuck to his usual stump speech, hitting on topics including immigration, jobs, and gun rights.
Oh, wait, so are we going to be on the TV?
With soaring music playing over the speakers, Donald Trump made a dramatic arrival in Mesa today aboard his private
encore of that Mark Martinez package. Actually, I'm never sorry for an encore of Mark Martinez. We love Mark Martinez. Mark, that was Mark's package on. Ta-da! That was Mark's package on the all of the supporters yesterday at the Trump rally.
Yeah, the Donald Trump rally in Mesa, yeah.
And I actually have the protesters that have gone viral. There were a lot of people that made the argument that there were more supporters there than protesters, but you guys made quite a statement. You kind of stole the show. Was that your intention with your signs, which can be seen right here?
Yes, it was definitely our intention to be noticed with the signs, just like Donald Trump's campaign tactics is to say ridiculous things to gain popularity, not be politically correct. We went the same route Donald Trump went, and it seems
worked.
And it seems a lot of
sitting here right now.
Yeah, we're sitting here right now. Yeah, it seems a lot of Donald Trump supporters really were mad at us for saying Donald Trump smokes crack, but they're all about, we don't have time to be politically correct, so I don't understand.
So you don't have time either, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess, I don't have time either.
All right, so how did you have the idea to go protest the Donald Trump event? I mean, were you sitting around? What do teenagers do now? You don't watch the Disney Channel, that's what I meant.
we were handing out flyers for my dad's company, and then we made the joke that we could go hand out flyers at the Trump rally, but then we decided to protest instead. So better use of the
decided
time.
to get involved.
Yeah.
All right, and what was one thing that you learned from, did you take anything away from the experience that you think bettered you as a person? Because, I mean, I've talked to you for over the last 24 hours, and it's like you've taken a drastic turn here. It was almost as if, like, crazy sign, and then you're like, you know what, I have had the time now to do some research, and I have a few things to say.
Yes, I have actually taken this, seriously. I mean, it wasn't like a joke, but, I didn't do all the research at first, but I knew Donald Trump from headlines was a little quote-unquote off his rocker. I can say things like that on there.
Okay, you'll say he's off his rocker. Well, we're on the internet, so you can say a lot on the
really?
internet
Okay.
right now, but just don't get me fired.
Okay, no, I'm good.
All right, so tell me some of the thoughts you had, because you've come prepared. You've come prepared with statements.
Yes.
All right, and these are, this is after the research you've done.
Yes.
After going viral.
Yes.
You were like, I'm going to do something good with this momentum.
Yes.
Okay, talk.
Okay, so the introduction of what we're about to say is, what do you think of when you think of a crack user? You probably picture someone that is irrational and aggressive. And Donald Trump is both irrational and aggressive, and here's why.
And his policies really reflect that. The mass deportation of 11 million illegal immigrants, including their children, who are born to undocumented immigrants. It violates the U.S. Constitution, the 14th Amendment, the American principle of jus soli. It's immoral, it's inhumane, it's impractical, it doesn't really offer a real benefit to the native public. And we just think that we have to stop messages like those, and there's plenty of others.
Yeah, and it'll cost $400 billion to $600 billion to move 11 million immigrants.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. Who's going to be paying for that? Is Donald Trump going to be reaching in his own pocket and paying for that, or is it going to be the taxpayers?
Or is he going to have Mexico pay for it?
Like Mexico, like the wall. I don't know if that will happen.
It's true. It's true. I mean, did you get in any trouble for what you did yesterday?
Not yet.
The police officers were there. They were doing a very good job.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not going to bother you guys. You guys are nice, clean-cut young men.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't bother you, but your parents aren't mad at you. I mean, you were supposed to be handing out flyers yesterday.
Yeah, but we did it a lot before that.
Okay.
One of our friends got in a fight with his parents, and he ran away from the house last night. So I harbored a runaway last night. But other than that,
breaking news.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
In case we have any missing kids on our on the story any of our broadcasts tonight, we know that that person is probably safe and hiding under your mattress.
Yeah, I got him.
All right, good. So your parents were fine with it?
Yeah, they're okay with it. They're just, my aunt sent in an editorial to like AZ Central or something, and she got death threats in the mail and stuff. So like she never did it again. But
is this recent?
No, I don't think it's that recent.
Oh,
but
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's horrible. I'm sorry for your aunt.
No, it's all good. Or yeah, okay, yeah. Thank you for your condolences. I think
she's alive, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. All right, I'm messing up. I'm on camera.
Right?
Yeah, it was just a threat. Yeah.
All right, good. I'm glad that everything's okay.
Yeah.
But that's rude. We never want people to be. Well, we never want there to be threats.
Yeah. Oh, the John. His last name starts with a Z. He organized the protest in front of the mosque.
Yeah.
Oh, he was there. Yes.
Yeah. I went over to talk to him, and the police had to come and separate me and them because I was trying to explain, like, I was trying to be rational with them, and they got their voices and they got closer to me, and then but it was fun. It was fun. It's fun communicating with those people.
We covered the mosque protest. I think we had like 150,000 people watching, but that group of people, they were angry towards you.
Yeah, they were really insulting, racist, Islamophobic. There was Muslim protesters there, and they were just blatantly insulting them right to their face.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think? I feel like I never had to deal with this stuff when I was your age.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a different time.
Yes.
Are you sad that this is the kind of stuff you guys are seeing at a young age? Or, I mean, that's just a lot of hate that you witnessed yesterday. And Is it your objective to change that?
I think it's sad that it goes on, but I think if we see the hate at a young age and see the problems, we can fix them in the future. We can be the generation to make the change. Yes, it's necessary.
All right. So, do you feel like you expressed yourself properly after the? Because let's show some of your tweets because you.
Oh jeez.
Oh no! I just mean I can. Actually, I need to go straight to us. I wanted to show the video of Linda interviewing you, and I grabbed the wrong file. So
oh, really?
I'm going to show just some of what you got.
Oh, yeah, someone filmed that and sent it to me.
So you said, I don't know if they even heard that because I could barely hear it in my ear. So you were saying it's a metaphor, and do you think you explained that enough on at least here?
No, I don't think I did.
All right, go. This is your time.
All right, well,
we already kind of explained it with how he sort of him and his policies they reflect the aggression and irrationality of a crack user. I mean, if that's a fair comparison to make, that's up to judgment. But
yeah, and I want to talk about the Islamic immigration and the treatment of Muslims that are that live among us that are Americans like us. His policies on that is small-minded, morally reprehensible, and it violates the First Amendment, which is has to do with religion. And we can't, as people, we can't let a small minority like ISIS make us fear a large majority, like the Muslim religion. And Trump said he planned to monitor mosque, and he said if like one or two people from a certain mosque commits a terrorist attack, that the whole mosque would be shut down. Yeah.
These are I mean, he's just. I think that.
And if he's going to violate the Constitution, he can violate it again, and where make Muslims were a special identification we've seen throughout history. That leads to some bad things.
All right, if you don't like Donald Trump, who do you like? Is there anybody on your radar that?
I'm pretty undecided right now.
Oh, just no Trump.
Just no Trump. No.
Do you have a question?
How old are you guys?
I'm 16.
Can you vote in the 2016 election?
That's rude.
I know.
That's rude. No,
I actually can.
No. I was just a...
I know.
No, we can't.
No, but it's good that you're getting politically active.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you.
I respect your comments.
Thank you.
I just realized that,
Yeah, we're below the
but
age.
You'll be
I can vote, yeah, but I'm not politically involved enough yet, so yeah, I got to kind of pay more attention.
You got 11 more months.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, so you don't know if you're Democrat or Republican, or you haven't established that yet?
I'm more of an independent. Yes. Yeah.
I knew that. I didn't ask you because I didn't want to be rude.
Oh wait, what was it?
No, I didn't want. I knew your age. I wasn't going to ask.
Oh
you
no,
because
it's all good. No, it's all good.
I'm sorry.
I thought she was going to tell us we had to leave.
We're 37. We shop at the Gap. That's what you should say. Well, I appreciate you coming and expressing yourself. News is hard because what we want is a soundbite, and what we have is a minute 30, or we have 2 minutes.
Yes.
So sometimes what you intend to express gets lost on the cutting room floor.
Yes.
And I cover Donald Trump every single day, so I understand that sometimes people are a little outrageous to get maybe a completely different point across because you just want the attention on you, and you utilize that to say whatever it is your objective is. But I wanted to give you a chance to fully express yourself.
Yes, and we thank you for the opportunity.
That's a little bit longer and unedited. We're not going to cut this up. People can see exactly what it is you said and how you said it. And I think that I think it's great that you're putting yourself out there immediately. And whether I agree with your message or not, It's something that I was doing when I was your age.
Thank you.
It's how I won tickets to NSYNC concerts. So, do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah. Oh, what concerts did you say? Did you say something about
NSYNC.
concerts?
Yeah, I said I would win tickets to NSYNC concerts. For
Oh,
doing outrageous things. Yeah.
Wait, NSYNC, is that a band or
It's a-
something?
yeah.
Okay.
Stop
All right. Sorry.
Have you heard of Justin Timberlake?
Yeah, I have.
That's
Yeah.
where, that's where we get it. That's where he's from.
Oh, okay.
But so, do you have anything else you want to say?
No, that's about it. I think the main point that we're trying to get across, and that the really pivotal point in the election, if you don't want Donald Trump to be elected, and I truly think that the majority of America doesn't think that immigrants or minorities or Muslims are causing our problems. They want to address the real issues. I think that the best way to go out and vote is to go out and vote and make sure that he's not the president of the United States, and somebody who will address the real issues is. So.
But there's no one else on your radar. Like, you just know that he's bad. There's no one.
Well,
have you heard
personally,
anyone say anything good and you agree with it?
I think that I don't know. I tend to lean more Democratic, but I mean, I don't want to endorse a candidate. I think Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton. I mean, Rand Paul. He has good ideas too.
I like Rand. He's pretty cool. He's not going to let them shut down the internet. If they shut down the internet, I don't have a job. I'm going to be at Burger King. Well, that's interesting. And you're just independent.
Yeah.
And you're the only one that actually can vote.
Yeah, and I'm probably the least involved.
What are we going to do with you?
I don't know. I got to start paying more attention. I definitely will pay more attention as, it gets closer to the election and kind of the candidates are narrowed down.
Oh, we also have a
the
free Gucci shirt for you. There you go. Show that to the camera.
This is like the funniest. This was the funniest. Why was this sign there yesterday?
Oh, this sign right here.
No, the free Gucci.
The free Gucci. Oh, just because.
Yeah. Well, this is hilarious.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, it also
attention,
gets attention, but I mean, there's some real problems with Gucci Mane. I'm not going to comment on like his specific legal case, but I mean, he's sort of become a symbol to represent, the prison industrial complex, the racist drug war, the inadequacies of our education system. There's many things that can come with supporting Gucci Mane. So.
Hilarious. That's my favorite part of this entire story. All yesterday, I just kept screaming,
Free Gucci.
Free Gucci!
If I scream free Gucci, do you think people will respond, or should I not scream in the office?
Just don't scream that loud, but you could just say, like if you're normally at here, you could do it here. Like, do it.
All right. Free Gucci!
Oh, you
Oh,
heard
that
roar?
was sad.
That was a roar. All right, well, that
I don't
was...
even looked up. That was crazy.
It's because I've been doing it for the last 24
Oh,
hours.
okay.
They just think it's my... They just think it's my call now.
Yeah.
All right, well, I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you.
I am really excited. This is not... Oh, this doesn't cost more than $50, right? I'm not allowed to accept gifts that cost $50.
No,
it's like $10. Or no, it's like $4 something to
That's
make.
amazing. Did you make this?
But they messed up the design. It was supposed to look different.
It kind of looks like...
Pixelated?
Yeah. But it's edgier. This is 2000 and late Gucci Mane, right?
Yeah.
Pixelated?
Yeah.
I feel so uncool sitting next to you guys, so...
No, you listen to Justin Timberlake. We all listen to Justin Timberlake.
You didn't know what NSYNC was. So I'm going to just go cry myself to sleep.
Okay. You gotta get a pair of these.
That's
well,
it.
I'm photosensitive, like...
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
so I'm not, like, making a joke.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're not paparazzi, but
No,
sensitive,
no.
it's an actual thing?
Yeah, I promise.
All right, well,
But,
I've
I mean, they're
enjoyed
stylish,
you.
too, so.
They are stylish.
Oh, yeah.
Are they Ray-Ban?
I don't know.
They're Maui
Just
Jims.
say yes.
Maui Jims.
They're Maui Jims, yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, I greatly appreciate your time. How can people keep up with you? And you can say your Twitter.
Okay, my Twitter is Trump Smoke Crack right now. I try to put, I want to reserve the name right now, but smokes doesn't fit, and that was like the only letter I can take out where it would make like kind of sense. So it's Trump Smoke Crack.
And it's actually, did you change it? Because you've got a lot of followers. Was it something else originally?
Okay, yeah, I made a fake CNN News account,
All
and
right,
my
okay,
first tweet
no.
has like 35,000 retweets, and I just converted that to my personal profile, and I lost like over 700 followers because of it. But like, it doesn't matter.
All right, and that's how everybody can keep up with
Yeah.
the movement.
And if you want, so just direct message me. if you want to buy a free Gucci t-shirt. I'll deliver, and it's only $5. And also my Instagram right now, I think it's Johnny Poto, so JONNYPOTO.
I thought we weren't going with last names.
Oh yeah, but that's like it'll take a long time for people to figure it out. Or I don't know. If I was like a creepy guy that really wanted to know I don't know. If it looks like they're trying to hide it and I was creepy, I'd be like, okay, maybe I should just leave him alone because he's obviously trying to hide from me. So like, yeah.
Well, actually this shirt is my first Christmas present, so thank you.
So Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you all, Fox 10 News.
All right, I'm gonna, what am I gonna I'm actually gonna go back to our Fox 10 Facebook update, and then I will see you guys out. But I do appreciate your time. I appreciate your honesty. I'm excited to see that the youth of America are engaged in current events.
Thank you.
Except for this guy, the voter. And you are fun.
Thank you.
Despite not knowing who NSYNC is. Oh my gosh, you feel like an old lady. And I still listen to Bieber on purpose.
Oh really? Yeah. Well, I heard his new album was pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm Carrie Lake with a look at your Fox 10 Facebook news update. The deadline to close Camp Alpha has been extended. The city of Phoenix had threatened to shut down the veterans homeless camp near 16th Avenue in Hatcher today, but they extended the deadline as they continue to work with the property owner and other veterans to transition Camp Alpha residents to other housing. A security guard is shot while working to break up a domestic dispute. The fight was happening in a parking lot near I-17 and Indian School Road. Police say a man fired a shot at the guard before fleeing the scene. The guard then fired back, wounding the man. Police later found the suspect's vehicle and they arrested him. A big celebration expected at the Grand Canyon Skywalk. The attraction expected to see its 1 millionth visitor this year. The Skywalk is on the Grand Canyon's west rim. Stay safe for the holidays. That is what President Obama is announcing today, that U.S. intelligence and counterterrorism
before anyway. So, and actually, I think I've interrupted both times I've tried to play that for you. But we're going to Riverside, where we're going to Riverside, California. We are waiting for. Look, there's a puppy on the right side of the screen barking. We're waiting for a statement in regards to an arrest being made for the purchase of those guns in the San Bernardino shooting. I believe it's the friend and the neighbor that purchased 2 of those assault rifles. That is, let's see, I'm going to make my lower third here. I'll be back in just 2 seconds, but we are in Riverside, California, waiting for that statement.
You guys see anyone with purple hair? Ah, there.
god.
You guys spend a lifetime to hurry up and wait. Yeah. Blow it. It's like fishing or something. But that may be more fun. We never catch a fish. Yeah. Yeah. So if you want to head back here. Okay, we have microphones set up just in case somebody comes out to talk. I've already got it set up when she we have to so we're all set up. Well, I was told by Washington Post reporter that it's starting. All right, then. Let's see you later. Back at the bottom.
Right now? Starting right?
Supposed to be.
Huh?
That's what she said. She said it was starting now.
What's how it's reading? What may be the tendency?
I don't think they'll ever complete it.
Yeah.
This was in charge of the red over back. This is going to be in there.
We already had the press conference, you missed it, but I did roll on it.
Not my day.
I've been hanging out here all day.
just sent you now, Saeed. Why weren't you out here all day?
Yeah.
Where have you been?
In Sacramento.
You drove down?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He make me some work there.
How long have you been down here for? Just now?
Yeah. Yeah, just now.
Don't say something.
I saw them here. I saw Bill Mona here. Hold it. Yeah, two of them here. Hold it. Yeah. Mona. Yeah, I wanna. Oh, TV everybody here. No, just Mona and Bill, but the TV will die. They'll not come out yet. Yeah. Yeah, they allow both of them there. I hope it, I hope hurry because I don't want to wait too late, you know.
Come on now. Incredible people.
I would think so.
Okay. Incredible.
Maybe one back to the house. You know? I don't know family here. I don't know who can ask. You know, we go inside. I hope you see the family. I don't know family here. No. No, it's not 3 o'clock. Yeah, that's not 3 o'clock already now. It's starting right now. Soon, right? Yeah, I'll finish soon. I don't think the mine will come here. Don't they close up at 4? Finish 4, they close 4. Yeah.
So that would be great. Pero no, decía por si querían mandar otra persona. I mean, I want to do this. I'd rather show it. Yeah, I'll be here. See you. No, I wouldn't call it sick. I'll just show up. Yeah. Yeah, it's full. You don't need power. Just a battery. It's just a battery. Yeah. Don't worry. Yeah. If any, they're gonna come out and they're gonna go blah 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 blah. Don't worry. Just go live. Yeah, what happened? I saw that. It stopped perfect. Should be walking? Yeah, coming to square that in, but that's talk to his friend. You know, they always talk fucking right, talk somebody, hello friend.
over.
All right.
It's over.
Hi all, thanks so much for your patience. We are waiting for officials to take the podium. Why can't I hear anything? Did I break this? Do I hear myself now? And
Is it over?
No, it hasn't even started. They're supposed to go and check all of us. They have not done that yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're gonna take their time.
Yeah.
Hopefully in an hour or so.
An hour? What? All right. We are waiting for officials to take the podium in regards to that friend and neighbor that purchased multiple weapons that were used in the San Bernardino shooting a few weeks back. And this person also admitted to authorities that he helped Saeed Farouk build pipe bombs. He said that it was just a hobby. He said none of the bombs that were used in the actual attack he was associated with, but it was a thing that they did together, which is odd. What an odd hobby to have. And so we are waiting for them to discuss that further, give us some more information on that charge.
Where's the light? Look at all these lights.
Eric, a lot of people
you got a light?
Asking me on my opinion on
a light up here, man. Y'all network?
The boys that were just here from Brophy.
Damn.
You know, they asked if they could come in. They literally did. They asked if they could come in and explain themselves, and I thought, why not? But I feel like you know how I feel about Donald Trump. I think that I thoroughly enjoy his commentary, so. We are hopefully going to see them take the podium any minute. Good.
Run a security sweep out here. Is that what he said? That's what I don't really know anything else.
They check you outside here. We will check you one time.
Apparently it's not even near started. They're going to come back and do a security sweep on us. Apparently, that's what we're doing. Can I photobomb? Can I photobomb it?
Javier Castillo. Javier Castillo.
I can tell you right now there isn't a delay in his actual being charged. Apparently, there's something involving the media here. I
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes, efectivamente. Buenas ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes. Y efectivamente, Enrique Márquez se encuentra en la Corte aquí federal de la ciudad de Riverside, en donde se le impusieron cargos por sus posibles, por su ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes. Y efectivamente, Enrique Márquez está aquí en la Corte de Riverside, en donde esta tarde se le impusieron cargos criminales, supuestamente por su participación en los atentados terroristas del pasado 2 de diciembre en San Bernardino. Entre los cargos se le enfrenta uno precisamente por fraude migratorio y el otro por su participación en el terrorismo. ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes. Y precisamente Enrique Márquez se encuentra en la Corte aquí Federal de Riverside, en donde se le impusieron cargos criminales por su supuesta participación en los atentados terroristas del pasado 2 de diciembre. De diciembre, ¿no? Cinco o cuatro. Muy buenas tardes, y yo sé, estoy cambiando el nombre, ¿no? ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes, soy Enrique Márquez, se encuentra bajo custodia federal aquí en la Corte de Riverside, donde se le impusieron los cargos criminales por su supuesta participación en los atentados terroristas del pasado 2 de diciembre. Nosotros tuvimos la oportunidad de hablar con un experto legal quien nos dice si él puede defenderse y además podría pasar el resto de su vida en prisión. Ese es uno, te voy a dar un backup, ¿ok? ¿Me puedes empezar el backup? ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes. Enrique Márquez se encuentra bajo custodia de agentes federales aquí en la Corte de Riverside, en donde hoy se le impusieron cargos criminales por su supuesta participación en el atentado terrorista del pasado 2 de diciembre. Nosotros tuvimos la oportunidad de preguntarle
We'll get him right now.
legal sobre qué defensa tiene
Tell him.
en este
5
caso
minutes.
y ante esos cargos, y además si también podría pasar el resto de su vida en prisión. Okay. Aquí en la Corte estuvimos pendientes de unir a la familia, la madre de Márquez, pero ella... En la Corte no vimos a la familia de Márquez, sin embargo el día de mañana... En la Corte no vimos a la familia Márquez. Ahora bien, para el día de mañana, dando la presidenta Obama, que se estará reuniendo no solamente con los familiares de las víctimas que tuvieron arrestados, sino también con los sobrevivientes del atentado terrorista. 5, 4, 3. La corte estaba llena de periodistas y no vimos a miembros de la familia de Márquez. La corte estaba llena de periodistas y no vimos a la familia de Vargas en la audiencia. Para el día de mañana esperamos la llegada del presidente Barack Obama, quien se reunirá en privado, no solamente con los familiares de las 14 víctimas, sino que también con los sobrevivientes de la masacre. Estamos directamente en el Riverside, Sacramento. Realizamos ahora un
No, they set up all the media is in the second floor. So he's in there now. He's in.
He's in the courtroom now. The judge is on the bench. They arraigned him today. Carson. We don't know if anyone's going to be back. Look at my life.
This pressure that's not good.
No.
Oh. Do not shoot the pressure. That's what's going to happen.
If you're just joining us, we are waiting for this press conference in Riverside, California about new charges made in the San Bernardino shooting that happened a few weeks ago. We are anticipating officials to take that podium any minute now, and they're going to discuss Enrique Marquez that told authorities he purchased several of the weapons that were used in that mass shooting, killing 14 people, injuring, I believe, 22, but the number could be higher. I could be wrong. I remember that one woman came back a few days later and said she checked herself into a hospital for injuries she didn't realize she'd had.
It's all VJ, no proof. And I like to work with them. Even though I love it, I love everybody but John. John's amazing, isn't he? He makes you nervous. Does he make you nervous, John? He makes me nervous. Does he make you nervous? Yes. Or worse. They were I told Kevin, I said, I went up to Kevin and I said, I said I used two bad words. He added one himself. He needed it. I bet she's no more, right? Is she here now? She's here? She's back at the bureau. See, there's so many great producers. What the fuck is Kevin doing? I like Omar. He's a nice guy. And Rolo is great too. I like everybody. But I saw.
I have one higher site, but I sold it.
They didn't hire you. After 10 years.
That did you well, but I still haven't got it. I have one too. But the menu is ready. It's fun. He's going to be like the waiter, like, what's that?
So, you know, he was so happy. The schools closed. When they closed, so I told you, make me call. And I said, okay, I'm on my way. 5 minutes later, Kevin calls me. I said, sorry, make me call first. Really, you're going to do this to me, really? have to take a risk. You know what I did? Steady, knowing job, or you know. We'll see what happens. I don't want a real job. Yeah, that's what that means. That's why I need to be a point around. So they came around and I was very happy. So when they came up with and I talked to the head people, you know what I mean? Kevin, I never get past Kevin, so no one knows
So that was, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I don't think they even know I call it on. I don't think Kevin has to tell me. And because I think he's scared, he'll say send a producer. Why are you sending a camera? You should FaceTime. And I get to work with Nick.
Yeah, sure.
The famous
photographer.
Oh, but the first day, I walk into Associated Press newsroom, I felt like trading.
Oh, is that what you're having a surprise
And then Jeff, Jeff, the entertainer cameraman, he's a big asshole. He's like, traitor, don't let him in here.
You talk to AP, they will buy Bill. Or Bill, okay? Not Mona. You talk to Steve something?
Steve, we're all good.
You're okay, right?
Yeah.
Not Mona.
No.
Okay.
No.
Me too.
There are two sketch artists. We're talking about which one to use, Mona or Bill. AP's used Bill for 20 years or something.
I like Mona.
What? I like Mona too.
Mona's very good.
She's such a nice lady too.
She's the best.
She is.
I don't know.
I've seen her get
She's very good.
I've seen her pissed off though.
You know, both very nice. I cannot say, oh, Bill. I know.
It's like Linda Deutsch. Deutsch gets pissed off. But I've been seeing her on all these TV specials, OJ.
Yeah, exactly.
Stuff.
You think they study now? AP calls it Mickey. They had every order. So every order. I would charge if you money babysit my children.
Usually, I mean, immigrants and things, yeah.
I don't have nothing to do. I saw the car close. I saw the car close 4 o'clock, right?
Yeah, they're supposed to. They usually close at 4, but apparently they're staying around.
Okay, I'm ready, guys. I'm ready.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Paul, tell Paul, this is mic 1, Paul. Copy, Paul. Testing. Oh, hold on. Let me check it in my camera. Hold on. Test, test, test. How's this sound? How's this sound? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a hum. Okay, must be this cable. Yeah, bring me another cable.
Here today.
One of these cameras.
You must be watching that someone else. Yeah, because our camera that I'm going to do a remote from is about like 20 feet left. Yep, ready.
guys got a flag?
Oh, fuck.
No, nada más de ir a traerlo. Si quieres traer la computadora. Aquí estamos conectados.
It's deceiving. That's what a client can do. So it needs to be the outdoor guy. No te conviene más que te vayas por eso. For about 30 seconds. I'll let you know what happens. Okay.
I don't want that. I don't. I'm scared they will give me jobs. I do not want to. Because I was going to teach. I want to keep. She should have her job.
Get some?
Oh, he's here with bro. James Caan.
Okay. Yeah, come on. A second. See if you got it. You got meters? Hey. Checkity check. You got meters, Ben? I mean, Don? Very low. Well,
It's very low.
And accepting the award for the best looking crippled veteran, Ronald Polson.
Hey. How's that? Still low? Why are you so low? Hang on. Shouldn't be that low. You got anything? Could be your cable. Check. Hey. This just switch cables. Good?
Yeah, fuck up.
Shouldn't be that low, man. To tell you the truth. You might have a bad cable. You getting anything? Okay. But I talk loud, so. Okay, here we go. Got it? You got it? Okay. That's why I like the 5.52. Boost. No, I mean, I'm saying the 5.52 has a boost of 15 dB, which is good for that kind of stuff. That's why I like it. If they're at least going to be here, they can at least put a stick mic in there. Make sure you got a spot. You know what I mean?
It's Mike here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We appreciate you guys watching. We're still waiting, as you guys been patiently waiting for this press conference. Oh, and folks, later today, we are going to have a Ted Cruz rally that will be live. So we have a full show here for you. Stay with Fox 10 News Now. All right, folks, so we are going to just watch that, and if it does become available, we'll go to it. But right now we got Marcy Jones live happening right now. Star Wars.
We're in line
Watch.
for Sisters. That is Tina Fey and Amy Poehler's new movie. But as you can see, we jumped the gun. That doesn't open until tomorrow. So we decided to refocus on a little flick called Star Wars The Force Awakens. And as you can see right now, nobody's out here, but we're going to give you a live look at Tempe Marketplace. I'm hearing there's a lot of folks dressed up. As you can see, is this up? Does it look amazing? Does it look like we're in the middle of a galaxy far, far away? I hope so. But folks aren't out here right now because they were already let in for the 7 o'clock showing to get their seats. I can't even believe it. 2 hours early, lots of people dressed up, lots of lightsabers. We caught up with some fans earlier, and they had a lot to say, and they educated me pretty well on Star Wars. When I came here, I knew that I was going to find a lot of people. I did not know that I was going to find Seth Rogen in Jedi gear. What do you say to someone who calls it a lightsaber?
So when I was young, I, myself, huge Star Wars fan, called it a lightsaber.
What's going to happen if you have to use the restroom during the film? Because it's pretty long.
Oh, that's not going to be a problem. Yeah, no.
You're going to hold it?
Oh, well, no.
You don't want to miss anything.
No, you go before the movie and you wait.
You wait.
You wait.
You wait. Are you excited for the musical number?
The musical number, yes. I've heard a lot about it. It's supposed to be very, very exciting. And I can't say what
You don't
else.
want to spoil it for anyone.
Yeah, I can't do any kind of spoilers.
I heard that Yoda is sleeping. Do you think he'll wake up during this one?
I don't know. I think he's pretty well one with the Force now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think J.J. Abrams' real name is Jar Jar Abrams?
No, absolutely not. We don't talk about that person that you just said.
Is he who shall not be named?
That is, yeah.
Oh.
Now we're going into Harry Potter territory, but yeah.
Speaking of which, is this the one where Harry turns evil?
It is not. That was like 3 episodes ago.
What am I doing? So I guess the jig is up. I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan, but I am going tonight at 11:30. You know who is the biggest Star Wars fan? My favorite part of today, our executive producer, Obi. He's been answering the phone all day as Obi-Wan Kenobi, which I get such a kick out of. So props to him. And there's a smell of popcorn in the air, so the force of hunger has awoken me. I'm going to go grab some, but I will see you back here at 6, and hopefully we can talk to some more fans. Back to you guys.
Oh, I know about 1 million people that could give Marcy a quick, basic
tutorial of
Star
what's
Wars.
going on. As you can imagine, the hashtag Star Wars trending on social media and people waiting in line and lightsabers, and we saw the stormtroopers down there in Tempe as well. Staggering number, listen to this. Since the first of the year, there have been 234 million Star Wars interactions on Star Wars social media accounts, including posts on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr. So a lot of people pretty excited.
I'm trying to get excited about it, Troy.
Are you a little excited?
Yeah, kind of.
All right, so that was fun. That was great that we were able to bring Marcy into the show while showcasing Fox 10 News at 5. Coming up, we're still supposed to have that live press conference in California. This is the scene that you guys have been looking at for pretty much over an hour now. And then we were told we're going to be getting a Ted Cruz event, but look at the shot that we have right now. Obviously, it's frozen. So we really don't know what's going on, folks. So anything can happen tonight, right here on Fox 10 News Now. We appreciate everybody being part of the stream, though. And take a look at the beautiful valley here on a Thursday evening. Take a look. Sky Fox was busy getting some aerials, but look at the beautiful shot of Arizona. Gotta love that. So we're gonna try to showcase everything for you this evening. We really do appreciate you guys being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, where we cover pretty much everything that is happening. And when I mean everything, I mean podium watches. hopefully, pretty soon, we will get an update here. They've been teasing us with this all afternoon. And I really hope that Ted Cruz shot gets itself worked out so we can showcase that to you as well. You are watching Fox 10 News Now. You're watching the best.
With toy distribution near 28th Street in Van Buren. Look at all those toys.
Oh, wow.
Many of them coming from the Angel Tree Drive, which I'm sure you've seen if you've been out and about in Valley Malls. The Salvation Army says they'll be distributing toys to 11,000 Valley families this holiday season. That includes about 40,000 kids. A grandmother will be able to wrap some Christmas gifts for her grandchildren this year.
It's all thanks to the help of a complete stranger who picked out her layaway order at random and then paid off the balance. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia was there when that grandmother picked up the gifts. What a wonderful Christmas surprise.
Yvette Ortega had picked out some electronics, games, and toys for her grandkids for Christmas. And for the first time this year, she used the layaway system to pay them off over time. Affording gifts has been tough.
This Christmas, due to the illnesses and medical bills, it was hard.
Then she got a phone call from Walmart that brought her to tears. A Good Samaritan had paid for her layaway items. Yvette and the messenger met for the first time when she went to pick up her order.
This is the one that cried. She's the one who called me up, and we were able to make your day. You did make my day. It was amazing.
At this particular Buckeye Walmart, layaway angels paid off nearly a dozen orders, and these Good Samaritans are looking for random orders that mainly include toys.
And it is very random because one had a $300 balance and they paid off the $300 balance, and it can be as low as a $40 balance and they'll pay that off.
Oh, it looks like yours was paid off by a Good Samaritan.
Yvette only put a few things on layaway because that's all she could afford. And now that someone has done a good deed for her, she wants to pay it forward.
It's restored my faith. It really has.
Yvette may never meet her layaway angel, but she wants that person to know how very grateful she is.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Your giving just brought so much happiness to me and my family.
Reporting in Buckeye, Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
Walmart managers say for the past few years, dozens of so-called layaway angels have just come forward and paid off Christmas gifts for people who could use the helping hand.
Reminder from Sky Harbor, if you happen to be traveling and you're going to go see grandma or to grandkids or nieces or whatever, and you've got gifts with you for the holiday, you can't wrap them before you head through security. So for the 7th year, Sky Harbor is going to be offering you free gift wrapping services on December 22nd and 23rd. Going to be 3 places to get your presents wrapped in Terminal 4. It's after you pass through TSA security checkpoints.
Well, it is cold out tonight. It's not freezing tonight, but temperatures are certainly down there. I wouldn't take anything off of my plants or pipes quite yet. Daytime heating, or warming at least, is going to be fairly nice through the rest of the week. We'll have that for you coming up.
Fox 10 AccuWeather forecast with Dave, Corey, and Christy. All day on the Valley's #1 for new country station, 102.5.
Coverage. As we get you rolling throughout this evening here, still waiting on a press conference.
custody. We'll tell you why. Plus, one place in the valley where you can now buy hedgehogs. I know you've been dying to get a hold of one. We'll tell you where you can tomorrow. That's coming up at 6 o'clock.
Little stocking stuffer, huh?
Yeah.
Ice scrapers are a rare thing in the desert. I wonder if you can even buy them here. Probably. You can buy them somewhere, right? But people needed them this morning. Lindsay Nichelle, she was one of them. She posted this picture using the hashtag AZWinterLife, which we have been feeling lately. Very picturesque shot from the White Mountains, the Apache Reservation near Hay Meadows. Isn't that beautiful? That looks like a postcard. Can't believe it's Arizona. This photo was taken by Ryan Burnett Jr. Thank you so much for sharing. And if you would like to share photos or videos, the best place, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix.
Your exclusive AccuWeather forecast with Dave Muncy on Fox 10 News.
And of course, coming from Iowa, Carrie, you know this. If you can't find an ice scraper, credit card works fine. Absolutely.
True.
And there's no charge. Take a look, boy, there's a little bit of an inversion going on here. That's a little bit of polluted air. What happens is this is cold air down here. It's a little heavier. This air warms up a little quicker in the day and kind of traps this stuff down. And we need to get some wind going to get this out, or we need to cool the air off above us so this will lift out of here. But that's what happens with your temperature inversion. 57 degrees, a clear sky, no wind. There you go. 23 degrees on the dew point, 27% on the humidity. Temperatures right now, 55 at Cave Creek, 59 at Fountain Hills, 56 in Apache Junction, 55 in Glendale. Up a little bit over the last couple of days at this same time. High pressure moving in, getting a little bit closer to the state, helping to warm things up just a bit. We go to 58 degrees today, 55 in Scottsdale, 55 in Glendale, 82 is the record, 65 is the normal high temperature for this time of year. Other numbers from around the state, 42 at Flagstaff, 32 at Show Low, 56 at Tucson, and 58 degrees today at Gila Bend. This is your day. 58 on the high, 36 on the low, 65 and 44 would be the normal high and low. Record high 82, record low at 28. Looking across the country, once again, more snow pushing into the northwest. The midsection of the country sees a little bit of that white stuff on the day today, and then you can see this storm. It's run all across the country. In fact, this is the storm that came through Arizona about a week ago, and it's still got that cold front attached to it, and it is still moving through, but it is going to move out through the night tonight and help things out. But it is cooling the air off in front of it here and behind it, dragging that cool in. Look at St. Louis in the 60s yesterday, 38 today, 59 in New York, 52 in Detroit. Look at Chicago at 35, 21 in Bismarck, Billings at 20 today, and 44 up in Seattle. San Francisco, 51. It'll be 33 at Gila Bend overnight, 22 in Sedona, and 8 degrees up in Flagstaff. This is your forecast for the night. It does get a little warmer at 39 degrees, but it's still cold. 70 degrees for tomorrow with those days warming up a little bit. On Saturday, 71. On Sunday, 63. And here we go, getting closer and closer to Christmas. Mid-60s, a few clouds for Christmas Day. Watch your kids around water.
Thank you, Dave. We know it's been cold, but we didn't get any snow here in the valley. Still, these dogs, look at them.
Dogs
that's right
love
here in
snow,
town.
don't they?
Oh, they're just like, what the heck is this? Look at them jumping around. Raintree Pet Resort and Medical Center in Scottsdale brought in 7 tons of snow for the dogs to play in.
Great.
And Santa and his elves were out there too. So
They're almost prancing the way they work
yeah,
through
really.
that.
Gotta feel weird on their feet too if they're not used to it.
And they've never
from
seen
here.
it.
All right, coming up at 5, that homeless camp for vets in North Phoenix. Remember the deadline was today for them to get out? What happened?
And an extra special donation for a Valley family in need. We'll tell you about it.
All right, and we are back to watching for this press conference. You're watching Fox 10 News Now. All right, folks, we're going to go to live local breaking news happening right now. A terrible crash that has just happened. We're working on to get you a location here, but Skyfox is over it. You can see a really, really bad crash. We'll get you some more details in just a little bit, but you are watching Fox 10 News Now. All right, folks, got some updates here for you. At the time, Phoenix Fire Department is working a very serious auto accident. As you can see, it appears a vehicle has rolled over, and there are 3 patients that are being transported to nearby trauma facilities from the scene. Right now, there is no other info on either patients' ages or genders, but obviously you can see this is a very fluid situation, and never good time for a crash, especially 8 days right before Christmas.
What about that
Wow.
press conference in Riverside, Mike?
That we are still waiting for that, and we have a Ted Cruz event, so it's going to be it's going to be news roulette in a little bit, folks. Right here on News Now. You watching? The best. Here's the thing, folks, with Fox 10 News Now. You never know what you're going to get. And that's why you always got to watch, because, I mean, we're going to be jumping around from a Ted Cruz event to a car crash in the valley to this alleged, I say now, that we've been waiting an hour and a half for this press conference in Southern California about some terrorism. Yeah, it must be some big news, or they're writing up some releases. All right, folks, we're going to breaking news happening right now. I-10 westbound in the tunnel. You can see right here, car on fire. So this is a very, it's just happening right now. What did I say? Once again, folks, Fox 10 News Now, the place for breaking news across the valley. We bring it to you right here, but this is a tunnel camera here that's provided by ADOT. Hope everyone's all right here. Wow. Whoever owns this car is probably like, well, one, at least I'm safe, and then two, shoot my car. All right, folks, we'll keep you updated on this story here that happened on the I-10 westbound at the tunnel. Right now, Ted Cruz is up live. We'll bring that to you right now.
How fantastic is it that we have such an array of young, talented, dynamic candidates running for president as Republicans? And what a contrast with the Democrats. You know, I'm pretty sure the first Democratic debate consisted of Hillary Clinton and the Chipotle. Well, no, actually, that's not fair. That's not fair. We can't forget about Bernie Sanders. So now the Democratic field consists of a wild-eyed socialist with ideas that are dangerous for America and the world, and Bernie Sanders. And you notice, it seems like the last debate, I think they had it at 2 in the morning on Saturday in Alaska on PBS. You know, it's almost like they don't have anyone watch their candidates for president, which you can kind of understand why. But there is good news. They announced the next Democratic debate. It's going to be held in Lebanon. They wanted to make it easy for Hillary to attend. You know, we are here tonight because this country's in crisis. We're here tonight because we're bankrupting our kids and grandkids. Because our constitutional rights are under assault each and every day. And because America has receded from leadership in the world and has made the world a much more dangerous place. Well, we need every one of us. And I am here to tell you, I'm here with a word of hope and encouragement and exhortation. I want to tell you all across Minnesota, all across this country, people are waking up. There is a revival. And I'll tell you today, help is on the way. So I want to ask everyone here to look forward. Look forward to January 2017. If I'm elected president, let me tell you what I intend to do the first day in office. The first thing I intend to do is rescind every single illegal and unconstitutional executive action taken by this president. You know, President Obama likes to say he's got a phone and he's got a pen. Well, you live by the pen, you die by the pen. And my pen has got an eraser. But sadly, the corruption has not been limited just to the White House. It has extended across every agency of the federal government. The second thing I intend to do on the first day in office is instruct the United States Department of Justice to open an investigation into Planned Parenthood and these horrible things. The administration of justice should be blind to party or ideology. The only fidelity at the Department of Justice should be to the laws and the Constitution of the United States. Third thing I intend to do on the first day in office is instruct the Department of Justice and the IRS and every other federal agency that the persecution of religious liberty ends today. That means that every serviceman and woman has the right to seek out and worship God Catholic charity right now being persecuted by the Obama administration will find that the case against them has been dismissed. Fourth thing I intend to do on the first day in office is rip to shreds this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal. The single greatest national security threat facing America is the threat of a nuclear Iran, and we need a commander-in-chief who will stand up and say unequivocally, under no circumstances will Iran, led by a theocratic Ayatollah who chants death to America, under no circumstances will Iran be allowed to acquire nuclear weapons. And the fifth thing I intend to do on the first day in office is begin the process of moving the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem, the once and eternal capital of Israel. Now, you know, a lot of presidential candidates, both Democrats and Republicans, have made that very same promise. And yet, inevitably, when they get to the White House, they don't do it. Because their teams come to them and they say, you know, if we do that, it's going to make other folks in the Middle East really, really unhappy. Well, if you hadn't noticed, they're already pretty unhappy with it. And the single biggest difference between me and the other very, very fine men and women standing on that debate stage is that with me, when I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do exactly what I said I would. So that's day one. There are 365 days in a year. 4 years in a presidential term, and 4 years in a second term. By the end of 8 years, there are going to be a whole lot of newspaper reporters and editors and journalists who have checked themselves into therapy. In the days that follow, I will go to Congress and we will repeal every word of Obamacare. We'll pass common sense health care reform that makes health insurance personal and portable and affordable and keeps government from getting in between us and our doctors. In the days that follow, I will instruct the U.S. Department of Education, which should be abolished. I will instruct the Department of Education that Common Core ends today. In the days that follow, we will finally secure the borders and end sanctuary cities. There are 360 jurisdictions in this country that declare themselves sanctuary cities. They're going to find every dollar of federal money cut off if they stand in the way of federal immigration. We will deport criminal illegal aliens. We will pass peace law, and we will end welfare benefits for those here illegally. In the days that follow, we will rebuild the military, and we will honor the commitments made to our soldiers and sailors and airmen and which means the next time a jihadist walks into a recruiting center in Chattanooga, he's going to encounter the business end of firearms wielded by a dozen Marines. In the days that follow, we will have a commander-in-chief who stands up and makes clear on the world stage, we will defeat radical Islamic terrorism. We'll have a president willing to utter the words, radical Islamic terrorism. Mark my words, we are not going to weaken, we are not going to degrade ISIS. We are going to utterly destroy ISIS. We are going to make it abundantly clear to any militant on the face of the planet, if you go and join ISIS, if you take up arms and wage jihad against innocent Americans, you are signing your death. In the days that follow, we will take on the EPA. And the CFPB, and the alphabet soup of federal agencies that descend like locusts destroying small businesses and jobs all across this country. A few years back, I was out in West Texas. And I asked folks there, I said, what's the difference between regulators and locusts? I said, well, the thing is, you can't use pesticide on the regulators. This old West Texas farmer, he leaned back and said, want to bet? And in the days that follow, I will go to Congress. We will pass fundamental tax reform. We will pass a simple flat tax. So that every American can fill out your taxes on a postcard. And when we do that, we should abolish the IRS. There are about 90,000 employees at the IRS. We need to padlock that building. Take all 90,000 and put them down on our southern border. Now, to our friends in the media, I say that somewhat tongue-in-cheek. But if you think about it, sir, imagine you travel thousands of miles in the blazing sun. You're swimming across the Rio Grande, and the first thing you see is 90,000 IRS agents. You turn around and go home too. Now some of y'all may be thinking, all of this makes sense to me. It's basic common sense. Live within your means. Don't bankrupt our kids and grandkids. Follow the Constitution. But can it be done? Can we do it? You know, Scripture tells us there's nothing new under the sun. I think where we are right now is very, very much like the late 1970s. I think the parallels between this administration and the Jimmy Carter administration are uncanny. Same failed economic policies, same misery, stagnation, and malaise, the same feckless and naive foreign policies. In fact, the exact same countries, Russia and Iran. openly laughing at and mocking the President of the United States. Now, why is it that that analogy gives me so much hope and confidence? Because we remember what happened. All across this country, millions of men and women rose up and became the Reagan Revolution. And it didn't come from Washington. Washington despised Ronald Reagan. By the way, if you see a candidate who Washington embraces, run and hide. It came from the American people, and it turned this country around. We went from stagnation and misery and malaise to booming economic growth, to millions lifted out of poverty into prosperity in the American dream. We went from our hostages languishing in Iran to winning the Cold War and tearing the Berlin Wall to the ground. Why am I so optimistic? Because the same thing is happening again. All across Minnesota, all across this country, people are waking up. You know, we launched this campaign on March 23rd. The New York Times promptly opined, Cruz cannot win. Because the Washington elites despise him. I kind of thought that was the whole point of the campaign. Listen, if you think things in Washington are going great, then we need to keep headed in the same basic direction, just kind of fiddle around the edges, then I ain't your guy. On the other hand, if you think Washington is fundamentally broken, that there is a bipartisan corruption of career politicians in both parties that get in bed with lobbyists and special interests and grow and grow and grow government, and we need to take power out of Washington and back to we the people. That is what this campaign is all about. And I'm going to close with this. For all of us here, freedom is not some abstract concept that we read about in school. Freedom is real. It's personal. It's our families. It's our lives. You know, for me, I think about my dad. My dad was born and raised in Cuba. And as a kid, as a teenager, he fought the Cuban Revolution. He was thrown in prison and tortured by Batista's army. When my dad was 17, he was lying in a Cuban jail cell. His nose was broken. His teeth were shattered. He was covered in mud and blood and grime. And he remembers thinking, I don't have any kids. Nobody depends on me. It doesn't matter if I live or I die. But thankfully, God had different plans for my father. He was released from that jail cell, and in 1957, my father fled Cuba and came to America. He was 18 years old, and he couldn't speak a word of English. He had nothing. He had $100 that was sewn into his underwear. He got a job washing dishes, making 50 cents an hour. And he worked 7 days a week. He paid his way through school. He and my mom went on to start a small business together. I grew up in Texas as the son of two small business owners, seeing the struggles, the highs and lows of trying to make it as small business owners in America. Today, my father is a pastor. He travels the country preaching the gospel. And my whole life, my father has been my hero. But you know what I find most incredible about his story? How commonplace it is. Every single one of us in this room, we have a story just like that in our background. Some of us, it's us. Others, it's our parents. Others, it's our great-great-great-grandparents. But what ties Americans together, each and every one of us, is we are the children of those who risk everything for freedom. And that is why I'm so optimistic, because it is the fundamental DNA of every American to value liberty and opportunity above all else. When I was a kid, my dad used to say to me over and over again, when we faced oppression in Cuba, I had a place to flee to. If we lose our freedom here, where do we go? That is why all of us are here tonight. Because we are not willing to go quietly into the night. We are not willing to give up on our children and grandchildren. And I tell you this, if we come together as one, if we defend freedom and defend the Constitution, if we come as we the people and rise up, we will restore that last best hope for mankind, that shining city on a hill that is the United States of America.
There you go, folks. Whoops. That was a little feedback there. All right, folks. As you can see, that event is over. And we're still waiting for that conference to start up. And it looks like we just lost a shot there. I don't even know if it's going to happen. Who knows? This is the I-10 westbound. If you remember just moments ago, we did have that crash there.
One of our very most obligation as public servants is to safeguard public safety and national security. That is particularly true when we are granting benefits and privileges. So when we give somebody a driver's license, we require a test so we know that that person will drive safely. When we give professionals licenses, we test them to know that they can practice their professions in a manner that poses minimal threat of harm. We work in every respect in what we do to minimize risk. That is particularly true in the area of citizenship and immigration. When we grant citizenship and immigration benefits, we take a number of safeguards to protect the national security.
I think if someone is applying for citizenship to the United States, it is entirely reasonable that we ask for their social media contacts, their information. That these people don't radicalize overnight. A lot of them have had public statements, not their private emails. And I know that Tashfeen Malik, maybe her stuff was direct and it was private. We should have got that anyway. We should have said, we want your social media, but your private stuff and your public stuff. That's entirely reasonable to ask people who are coming from countries that are known to sponsor terrorism.
I do believe, and I believe that many of my intelligence community partners have the same view, that there is information of vetting value that may be garnered from social media.
And it will be.
Some of the things that we have seen have been more ambiguous than clear. There are challenges in terms of people using foreign alphabets to pose. That's a capacity that will need to be developed. As everybody has observed, many of these communications, as
Super Tuesday, March 1st. And Minnesota is going to be a critical state on that March 1st Super Tuesday. You know, we were really proud just a few days ago when the statewide executive committee here in Minnesota had their straw poll. We won the straw poll by a 2-to-1 margin with over 30% of the vote. And I think that is indicative of what we're seeing nationally. What we're seeing nationally is conservatives are uniting. They're coming together. And I think people are tired of what I call campaign conservatives, people who talk a good game on the trail but haven't walked the walk, and they're looking for a consistent conservative. People are fed up with Washington. They're fed up with politicians who say one thing and do another. And they're looking for someone who's been the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And what I'm most encouraged about here in Minnesota and all across the country is that we're seeing that old Reagan coalition come back together. We're seeing conservatives and libertarians and evangelicals. We're seeing young people and Hispanics and African Americans and Jewish voters and women and Reagan Democrats all coming together. And I think if we stand for working men and women across this country, the people who have been hammered for 7 years under the disastrous Obama-Clinton economy, and if we stand against the bipartisan corruption of Washington, embodied by Hillary Clinton, that's how we win in November 2016, and it's how we turn the country.
Senator, you've been battling with Senator Rubio over the immigration issue. Clarify where exactly you stand and say you've always stood on the issue of amnesty.
Well, you know, 2 days ago at the debate, we had some very clear distinctions that were drawn. For the first time in 5 debates, Senator Rubio was forced to acknowledge the unquestionable truth, which is that he has been a longtime supporter of Barack Obama and Chuck Schumer's amnesty proposal. And Senator Rubio still supports amnesty and a pathway to citizenship today for the millions of people who are here illegally. I oppose amnesty. I oppose citizenship. I oppose legalization for those here illegally. I have always opposed amnesty, citizenship, or legalization, and I will always oppose amnesty, citizenship, and legalization. And I encourage Senator Rubio or any other candidate running to make that same statement, to be clear where they stand. Amnesty is wrong. And we also saw in the debate a very important exchange that highlighted the national security harm that came from the Rubio-Schumer amnesty proposal. In particular, Rubio-Schumer would have given President Obama blanket authority to admit tens of thousands of Syrian refugees without mandating any meaningful background checks. Now, the head of the FBI tells us they cannot vet these refugees to determine whether or not they are ISIS terrorists, and yet Rubio-Schumer would have allowed Obama to admit them nonetheless. That dramatically weakens our ability to protect this country, and border security is national security. The front with ISIS is not just Iraq, it's not just Syria, it is also Kennedy Airport and the Rio Grande, and if you're not prepared to secure the border and protect the homeland, then you cannot keep the American people safe.
So you never supported the poison. You said you offered a poison pill back in 2013 with some of those amendments on immigration. Now you say it was a bluff. You were trying to expose the games people play, but you're running against those games that the Washington cartel plays. So how do people trust that you're going to do what you say, given this shift, or at least the shift in rhetoric?
The only thing that has shifted has been the language of the establishment. I have been consistent from day one. In 2013, 2013 was a time for choosing. That everyone, as Reagan would put it, chose which side of the line to stand on. And, there's an interesting contrast with Senator Rubio. Senator Rubio's campaign is desperately now trying to muddy the waters on immigration. But when Senator Rubio ran for the Senate in 2010, he promised the men and women of Florida that if they elected him, he would lead the fight against amnesty. When I ran for Senate in Texas, I promised the men and women of Texas, if they elected me, I would lead the fight against amnesty. We made the identical promises to the men and women who elected us. But when 2013 came along, Senator Rubio and I made very different choices. He chose to stand with Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and Chuck Schumer. He chose to stand with a big money interest in Washington and push a massive amnesty plan. Not just push it, but be the lead author of a massive amnesty plan. That was directly contrary to what he had promised the men and women of Florida who elected him. On the other side of it, I made a very different choice. I chose to stand with Jeff Sessions and Steve King and millions of Americans leading the fight against amnesty, leading the fight to secure the borders and to protect the homeland. Those decisions have consequences. Now, in 2013, I think the Rubio campaign thought it was a very clever move, that by supporting amnesty, which is supported by big business, that they would lock up the big money donors in the Republican Party and it would benefit them, even at the expense of millions of working men and women who would see their jobs taken away, see their wages driven down. Now, 2 years later, I think the Rubio campaign, they wishes they hadn't made that choice.
Senator,
and as a result, they're trying to blurry the waters. But, the lines are very clear. And I would note today, it was very interesting. Senator Jeff Sessions went on the record. Senator Mike Lee went on the record. Rush Limbaugh went on the record. And they all made very clear there was no ambiguity where people stood in 2013. Rubio was for amnesty. I was against amnesty. Rubio was for citizenship. I was against citizenship. Rubio was and is for legalization, and I am against legalization. Those lines are clear. And as John Adams famously said, facts are stubborn things.
All right,
Senator,
last
question.
Last question. Bombing drew a lot of reaction from people, a lot of criticism, almost akin to Trump's comments on Muslims. So, what is your statement today on what you said yesterday about carpet bombing ISIS?
Listen, I agree. Democrats and many of their supporters in the mainstream media have howled loudly at the notion that we would have a commander-in-chief that would actually stand up and be serious about defeating ISIS. Listen, in the wake of the Paris terror attack, in the wake of San Bernardino, we have seen how completely and utterly out of touch Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and the Democrats are. We saw a national TV address by Barack Obama where he refused to utter the words radical Islamic terrorism. Hillary Clinton and the Democrats, as a matter of policy, they will not even say radical Islamic terrorism. And that political correctness is killing people. It is preventing the Obama administration from stopping terror attacks before they happen. And what we're seeing with ISIS is a photo op foreign policy. It's a bomb here, it's a missile there, it's a lack of seriousness. Let me be unequivocally clear. If I am elected president, we will defeat radical Islamic terrorism. If I am elected president, we will not weaken, we will not degrade ISIS. We will utterly destroy ISIS. We will carpet bomb them into oblivion. And any militant across the face of the planet will understand if they go and join ISIS, if they take up arms and wage jihad against innocent Americans, that they are signing their death warrant.
What did you start in Muslim American?
Thanks, guys.
Are you going to put Muslim American in concentration camp?
What's it say?
I wrote that. Senator Cruz wouldn't let me talk.
One of the earliest environmentalists, and he is our patron saint in the city of San Francisco. It just comes down to only the Republicans in the Congress of the United States continue to cling to their denial on the subject. Before all of you were born, there was a play called Stop the World, I Want to Get Off. And I think that could be their slogan. As you know, today the House will vote on a permanent, unpaid-for Republican tax extender bill that will give hundreds of billions of dollars to special interest at the expense of hardworking Americans. My problem with most of it is that it is unpaid for. Many of the initiatives in the bill have Democratic origins, issues that relate to the earned income tax credit, child tax credit, American Opportunity Act for Education, 179, an initiative to help small businesses, came from us. The issue of R&D tax credits, something we've all worked on coming from the Bay Area. Of course, the R&D tax credits have been important to us, and we've always talked about modernizing them and making them permanent. But the issue of having all of that unpaid for, in my view, is unconscionable. And I say that because we have a responsibility, not just in terms of the provisions of a particular bill, but how it affects our responsibilities to be architects of our children's futures. The idea that this future is built on the quicksand of tax breaks, deepening the making the deficit even larger, in the out years threatening the stability of Social Security. It's just plain wrong. But it fits comfortably in a plan that they've had since President Bush became president, tax cuts for the wealthy, let it trickle down if it will. This now deepens the deficit. At some point, they will have to borrow more from the Social Security Trust Fund, undermining that. Certainly is an obstacle to having comprehensive revenue reform, how we have tax reform to lower the corporate rate, to promote growth, and to keep America number one. It also dampens the opportunities we have to invest in discretionary investments in our children's education and their future. It's just plain wrong, and I intend to vote no. I did speak on the floor at it. But nobody said it better than the House Progressive Caucus. Perhaps you read their letter, but in case you didn't, I'll just read you this paragraph. We are concerned that the current agreement is weighted too heavily toward corporate America, furthers the long-term Republican goal of creating separate fiscal responsibility standards for tax cuts and investments, and will open the door to further attacks on discretionary investment and our social safety net programs. Now, what is really important here is again, many of these initiatives are of our own invention, and some of them we want to be made permanent, but the unpaid for, it's a Trojan horse, and they're using it to put stuff on there for benefits to corporations, to ship jobs overseas. It's appalling, and I will not. It does not have fiscal soundness. It does not have growth in the way that we need to, so many more Americans can participate in the prosperity of our country, and it does not have my support. As you know, we have the omnibus tomorrow. Hopefully then we can go home, but we shall see. Many of our Democrats still have some concerns about what is in the omnibus and what isn't in the omnibus, and particularly what isn't, and that is what we wanted the opportunity for Puerto Rico to do restructuring, to declare bankruptcy. It doesn't cost the American people one single penny, one thin dime. What are some of the others? What, not one red cent? Whatever it is, it doesn't cost us any of that. But instead, they resisted putting it in the bill. Now, I'm encouraged that the Speaker has said that we will come together after the first of the year, and by March 31st, 2016, we will have resolved this issue, and we certainly will look forward to working together to accomplish that. He wants it to go through the regular order through a committee. I think we've done enough research. We know what the problem is. There have been hearings, there have been meetings, all the rest. We can just get moving on it starting now. But again, the fact that it is not in the bill, again, not costing anything, and the fact that it didn't go through committee, I understand that concern the Speaker has, but there are other things in the bill that didn't go through committee either. And then we have concerns about oil and lifting the ban on crude oil being exported. That was probably the biggest obstacle I have to overcome to support what is before us in the next today and tomorrow. This exporting of oil is the timing of it is so incredible that right when the rest of the world is saying we're going to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, we're going to reduce emissions, we are taking an action that's going to increase emissions. Certainly, what else is in the bill offsets some of the emissions that big oil is putting out there. And you know what it is. I mean, the price of oil on the world market, the Brent oil price is higher than the West Texas price here. So they want to leave the country. Instead of selling the oil here, and we want helping to reduce our dependence on foreign oil and have it refined in our refineries in here with good-paying jobs for American workers, they are taking the oil off to sea and our jobs with it, and leaving us the price tag of billions of dollars to pay to mitigate for the damage they've done to American refineries here, especially the small ones, the ones that meet the needs of independent drill companies. So that was my big torment. Some of you that I ran into, I said, I just don't know. But the fact that the Republicans wanted big oil so desperately really argues for voting for the bill because they were willing to concede so much. This was their raison d'etre. We are here to export crude oil at the expense of American jobs, and so we're willing to give up so much. So we're pleased that the legislation is rid of its poison pill riders, that what is in the bill is positive in terms of, well, let's talk about what they didn't. It eliminated riders to dismantle women's health. They tried to eliminate the Clean Power Plant. They tried to eliminate, to weaken Dodd-Frank and our oversight of Wall Street. They tried to sabotage campaign finance reform, and they failed on that, what they call Colorado II resolution. And they, of course, had to take out their provisions to destroy ACA. We blocked 10 riders in the bill that would have seriously hurt organized labor in our country. Really stunning how they have targeted, whether it's women's health and Planned Parenthood, in the environment, workers' rights to organize. It's a plan. But I am pleased that at last we are renewing the 9/11 health and compensation bill. I was proud to pass when I was Speaker over their resistance, and now they have come around. But think of it, they're giving over $600 billion in unpaid for tax cuts, many of them to corporate America, unpaid for, while we had to offset the cost of 9/11. Of our first responders, really emergency spending. Wouldn't you think 9/11 was an emergency? And we do not usually have to offset emergency spending. But I'm so glad that that is in the bill, and it really an obligation we had to our first responders, and hope that it brightens their holiday season. Any questions? Where's Chad? Where's Chad? He's not here. He's not here. The Warriors won. Yes.
If history is any indication, Boehner was only really able to get 80 Republican votes for this type of legislation. Ryan obviously thinks he can get 100 or wants that. But this largely falls on the backs of House Democrats, many who I've spoken to that have real concerns, as you outlined with this bill. Are you confident that you can provide the votes necessary to get this over the finish line?
No. We just have to, we're talking it through. The members are, there was concern about how this all came together. We never really met. It was done at the staff level, and thank God for our magnificent staff. I'm particularly proud of Richard Meltzer of our staff, who especially on this omnibus side of it. But no, I don't know. Members are reviewing it. There are people who have very serious concerns about what this does.
All right, folks, we're going to pause this because we're going to go to a supposed Ben Carson event. Doesn't look like one now, but let's see what's going to happen here.
Kind of thin. So we're going to be singing with our tape, like you'll hear it on the CD. And it's, do you hear what I hear? The little lamb is speaking to the shepherd boy, and it goes on and on and on. So you will hear that. And Miss Joanne's going to be singing a melody. Why don't you take this one? I'll sing over here. There you go. Yeah. Okay.
Night wind to the little land. Do you the child sleeping in the night, he will bring us goodness and light.
Here we go.
He will bring us goodness and light.
So to end our little song fest here, we're going to wish you a Merry Christmas.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring to you and your kin. Good tidings of the Christ child and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We really wish you a Merry Christmas. Really wish you a Merry Christmas. Really wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
You have cold weather out here. You know that? You made me lose my voice. I don't have anything.
Okay, so.
Oh, no, thank you. I know.
You know what it's like being married to someone who's really dedicated to their work? You know that feeling? You're stuck in the hole again. I tell you, when we were in Australia, at the church there, they had a special program in the afternoon. He was going to come and talk about why we were there, because they wondered why we were there. And so, fortunately for me, I worked as one of the secretaries, the correspondent. Well, I guess I had done a story for the church paper, so I had just written up our story, so it was easier to say it. But he got stuck in the OR again, and so here I was filling in again. And so right now he's doing another one of those things he's got to do with the media. And so here I am, and you're stuck with me, gosh. However, it's not such a bad stick because I got good stories on him. Ooh. I can tell you stuff, but he's doing something now, and I'd love to tell you some of the stories about our life. I actually the campaign had me to write a book. People were saying, "Oh, yeah, write about it. You should write a book." And so forth. I said, "Nah." And then they kept saying it, and so I finally did it. It's hard writing a book, especially about your life and spilling your guts. It's because you want it to be truthful, you want it to be interesting, and and each of us has some great stories. I mean, there's a writer named Patsy Claremont. She's a minister's wife, and she says normal is a setting on your dryer. Have you heard that? Because normal for any family is different. Yeah, you know how it's different. So, normal for our family is different from everybody else's, but everybody's got some consistency. So anyway, writing this book. It's writing about how God has worked in his life from the beginning. You might know the story about when he was 13. He had a terrible temper up until that time, but 13 it really escalated to a point where someone just angered him. It didn't take him much to get angry. He was one of those people that thought he had a lot of rights, and so if you think you have a lot of rights, it's easy for somebody to impinge upon them. And so someone kind of crossed the line for him. He tried to stab him with a knife. And fortunately, it hit his belt buckle, the kid's belt buckle. So at that point, Ben ran away in terror because he was thinking, gosh, I want to be a doctor. He's been wanting to be a doctor since he was 8 years old. And he's thinking, there is no way. I could have gone to jail, So he ran back to his house, left school, ran back home, and locked himself in the bathroom, and there was a Bible there. Thank God for holy mothers. His mom, oh my, she's amazing. He was in there crying, pleading out to God, take this temper away from me, because it was really a big factor in his life. He was in there for 3 hours. At the end of those 3 hours, it was gone. Because God doesn't do a paint job. He said, people would say, well, you probably got a temper, you just try to hide it. He said, no, when God does the job, it's not a paint job, it's the real thing. So, And I've tried to get him angry. It doesn't work. Others have tried. He says he gets a kick out of watching people try. And, you just give up because he's just too even-tempered. But anyway, no, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Yes, from that time on, and then in high school, he was the dumbest kid in the class. He might be telling this story, so I won't tell that part. I'll tell something further on because he usually tells some of that, and he's not hearing what I'm saying, so I'll go back because he usually uses that. Excuse me. So fast forward. Remember I was talking about Australia? Did I talk about Australia? I thought I did. Okay, yes. We, let's see, when he was finishing his residency, another thing about the hand of God, we see it in this too. They opened up the new neuroscience center at Johns Hopkins, and it was supposed to integrate all of the neurosciences, psychiatry, neurology, neurosurgery, and so on, and make it so that you deal with the whole patient from all of those perspectives. And so they invited all these neurosurgeons from around the world, neurologists too. And the guy from Australia took a liking to him. And he said, you ought to come to Australia, And Ben didn't laugh in his face. He had a little more restraint than that. Because you think about it. Baltimore, you drill a hole. Where do you end up? In Australia, right? You drill a hole through the earth. I mean, it's all the way on the other side of the world, for one. Never dreamed of going any place like that. And then... we had heard there's a whites-only policy there. Well, that turns out it had been abolished in 1968. And then it seems like we kept running to Australians everywhere. G'day, mate, how you going? That kind of thing. And then on TV, there was a lot of Australian specials, and I'm thinking, well, maybe God's telling us something. So we packed up what we
All right, folks, we're just going to step away from this and take you to California, where there is an investigation on a highway of a possible shooting. Get you more details as they become available. All right, folks, this is in San Pablo on Interstate Highway 80. California Highway Patrol is investigating after a person may have been shot while driving in the westbound lanes. Try to get you more details, but you are watching Fox 10 News Now.
All right, I'm going to take you back to the Ben Carson event from earlier as our copter goes a little haywire. Let's go to that Ben Carson event. It looks like Candy, his wife, is done speaking, and we've moved on to another speaker. I do believe they're in the middle of a prayer.
And so we pray tonight, God, that you would bless and protect Dr. Carson and all the candidates and all their families, Lord, and keep them safe. And we are grateful for your word that says in 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, your word tells us that you will hear from heaven and you will forgive our sins and you will heal our land. And so we ask you, God, that you would forgive us our sins and help us to turn back to you as a people. We ask you to grant America another great awakening, even though we don't really deserve it. And show to us, help us tonight even to have a better understanding who you are raising up to lead this nation in 2017 and beyond. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. God bless you, friends.
Thank you, Pastor, very much. So, now I know we got a little bit of a late start because we were doing a few things in the back. Actually, he was doing a town hall as well. So I thank you guys all for bearing with us. I'm going to keep my remarks really brief because you didn't come here to see me. But I do want to say I've gotten to see the heart of Dr. Ben Carson. I got to travel behind the scenes with him every time he comes in the state. And you hear all kinds of stuff from candidates. You hear one candidate attacking, then you hear one candidate saying, I'm not attacking, but they're doing it behind the scenes or whatever it may be. Ben Carson is the genuine article in front of the camera, behind the camera, in the car, and right up here. So I want you to welcome Dr. Ben Carson, a man of great faith, a man who stood on life and his convictions and is ready to be your next president.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for a very warm welcome in a very cold place. But, you know, I'm always delighted. One of the things I enjoy about coming to Iowa is that you actually get to be up close and personal with people. And they actually get a chance to see who you are, to ask questions, and it doesn't have to be filtered through the media, which is a major problem in general. But if you had asked me a few years ago, do you think you'll ever run for public office? I would have said no. Why would anybody want to get into the field of politics? You know, it's a dirty, dirty business. And when you can have a nice, peaceful, relaxing life, why would you want to do such a silly thing? But, you know, sometimes events occur in your life that change things around. And for me, that occurred when I was asked to speak at the 2013 prayer breakfast. And I thought it was kind of strange because I had spoken in 1997 at the prayer breakfast when Clinton was president. And I wasn't aware that anyone ever did it twice. And then I found out that one person had done it twice, and that was Billy Graham. Then I was really suspicious. I said, Lord, what are you up to here? What do you want me to do here? And, you know, I accepted, but I said, you're supposed to say something to the people of America. But I wasn't sure what it was. And I really didn't know until the morning of the prayer breakfast, which caused some consternation to the White House because they wanted to see the script. They wanted to know what I was going to say. And I said, well, I'm not sure what I'm going to say. I don't have a script. They said, you're not going to embarrass the president, are you? I said, moi? I said, I didn't have no intention of doing such a thing. Well, at any rate, I guess it probably did embarrass him a little bit. But, you know, it really wasn't about him. It was about us. It was about America. It was what was happening to our country. the greatest country on the planet, and how it was rapidly changing. If someone 30 years ago had come to you and tried to describe America today, you would say, no, you're wrong. That's not happening in our country. That's how rapidly the changes have taken place. And I, for one, like America. I like, the values and the principles that I learned as a young person. I love the concept of being compassionate toward other people. And I love the concept of fairness and treating everybody the same. And I love the concept of being able to live according to your faith and not having people suppress your belief system. Those are the kinds of things that made us into a great nation. And I think we make a grave mistake when we're willing to give them away for the sake of political correctness. And if we're willing to stand up for what we believe in, America, I think, will continue to be a land of promise. It was certainly a land of promise for me. I wanted to be a doctor. Now, anybody who had seen me as a youngster, they would say, that's nice, but, this guy, a doctor, are you kidding me? There's no way it's ever going to happen. Because, I wasn't a very good student. In fact, my nickname was Dummy. That's what everybody called me. I remember once we were having an argument in the schoolyard about who was the dumbest kid in the school. And it wasn't a big argument because they all agreed it was me. But then somebody tried to extend the argument to who was the dumbest person in the world. And I said, wait a minute. There are billions of people in the world. And they said, yep, and you're the dumbest one. So we had a rather vigorous argument. But unfortunately, that afternoon, we had a math quiz. And I had a basic philosophical disagreement with the math teacher who thought you needed to know your timetables. And as far as I was concerned, they were printed on the back of the notebooks, so you could consult them anytime you wanted them, so why memorize them? Well, I couldn't look at that during the test, so I got a 0. And, you had to pass your paper to the person behind you. They would correct it, give it back to you. Teacher would call your name out loud. You had to report your score out loud. Not a problem if you got a 95 or 100. Major problem if, like me, you got a 0 and just had an argument about who was the dumbest person in the world. So, and I knew they were going to laugh hysterically when I said 0, so I started scheming. I said, I know what I'll do. When the teacher calls my name, I'll mumble. And she'll think I said one thing, and the girl behind me will think I said something else. So when she called my name, I said, And she said, 9? Benjamin, you got 9 right? Oh, this is wonderful. I knew you could do it if you just applied yourself. Class, this is a banner day. Benjamin got 9 right. It had 30 questions. But she was just so happy that I had gotten 9 right. And finally, the girl behind me just couldn't take it any longer. And she stood up and she said, he said none. Well, they were rolling in the aisles. They were just beside themselves. And if I could have disappeared into thin air, never to be heard from in the history of the world, I would gladly have done so. But I couldn't. So I had to sit there and act like it didn't bother me. But it did. It bothered me a lot. Not enough to make me study, but it bothered me a lot, But, the kind of student that I was, it reminds me a lot of some of the people that I encounter today. Do you ever look at some of those man-on-the-street interviews or Water's World and stuff? They ask just such basic questions, and people look like you came from Mars. They have no clue what's going on. This is a big problem. 20% of people who enter high school in our country today do not graduate. That's a problem because, you see, education, it's the great divide. It doesn't matter what your ethnic background is or your economic background. You get a good education, you write your own ticket. And we must really begin to emphasize that again in this country, particularly in the information age. the technological age in which we live. It didn't matter as much when we were an agrarian society. During the agricultural age, we could produce more corn, wheat, and barley than anybody. We were known as the breadbasket of the world. During the industrial age, we could outproduce anybody. Washing machines, cars, guns, whatever. But now we're in a different age where knowledge is power. And we have got to begin to emphasize it. You know, our founders, and particularly Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, said that our freedom and our system is based upon a well-informed and educated populace. Why was that so important? Because he said if we ever became anything other than that, the nature of the country would quickly change. Why? Because people would be easily manipulated by the media, by slick politicians, and they would continue to control the dynamic. You can't do that with well-educated people and with well-informed people. We have too many people in our society who just read headlines or listen to pundits without finding out what's going on themselves, without analyzing things themselves. You know, I was amused yesterday. I looked at a left-wing newspaper article. You know, I do that to amuse myself sometimes. And it said, Carson wants to kill tens of thousands of children. You know, based on the debate the other night when Hugh Hewitt asked me that question, and the audience started booing him. And I said, you got it, talking to the audience. Well, of course, they say, he's saying, you got it. Yes, he wants to kill the kids. And they knew better than that. But, you know, that stuff does work on low information people and people who don't think for themselves. And that's one of the ways that the establishment and the media have been able to exert mind control over people. It is my fervent hope and prayer that people recognize during the upcoming election that we can't do that anymore. That we have got to be informed. We have got to know what's going on. We cannot be manipulated by the political class or by the media, or we will make a mistake that will lead us down the same path that we have been going, but we can't go down that path much further without turning into something else. Well, you know, fortunately for me, there I was, this horrible student, uninformed, not getting the kind of education I wanted, but my mother believed in me. My mother came from a huge rural family, had only a third-grade education. You know, she and my father got divorced once she discovered that he was a bigamist. She had gotten married when she was 13. But even though she couldn't get very good jobs, she worked as a domestic. And she would leave the house at 5 in the morning, going from job to job to job, get back home at midnight. And her friends were always saying, you don't have to do that. You have 2 kids. You can get aid to dependent children. But she didn't like the ideal of being dependent. And she wanted to do it on her own. And she was very thrifty. You know, she would go to the Goodwill and buy a pair of trousers with a big hole in the knee, back before that was fashionable. And then she would, get patches and put them on both sides. And people would say, where'd you get those pants? And, she would take us out to farmers, farm in a Sunday morning, and we'd knock on farmers' doors. And she'd say, can we pick 4 bushels of your apples or corn, beans, tomatoes? 3 for you and 1 for us. They always liked that deal. She would bring the stuff home and can it, just stretch money further than anybody possibly could. In fact, I believe that with her 3rd grade education, if she was Secretary of the Treasury, we would not be in a deficit situation. Because, there's something about common sense. It seems to have left us. But the fact of the matter is, if you don't have it, don't spend it. It seems like such a simple concept, and yet something that we've lost contact with. Well, at any rate, as she worked as a domestic, she looked around and she saw that the well-to-do people that she worked for didn't spend all day watching TV. And they had lots of books. And she prayed for God for wisdom, and he gave her the wisdom that said, the reason they're doing well is because they study and they're well-read. So she came home and imposed that on us. And we were not happy campers, let me tell you. Turning off the TV and making us read books and submit to her book reports, which she couldn't read, but we didn't know that. And, she would put little check marks and highlights and all kinds of stuff. And I was not at all happy about this, I got to tell you. But back in those days, you had to do what your parents told you. There was no social psychologist saying, let the kid express themselves. So, we had to do it. But I started learning all kinds of things. She was smart enough not to tell us what we had to read. And I loved animals. So I read every animal book in the Detroit Public Libraries. And then I went to plants. And then I went to rocks because we lived near the railroad tracks. And what is there along the railroad tracks? Rocks. I would collect boxes of rocks, bring them home, get out my geology books, and start studying. And pretty soon I could tell you the name of any rock, where it came from, how it was formed. Still in the 5th grade. Still a dummy. And one day the 5th grade science teacher walked in. He held up a big black shiny rock. He says, can anybody tell me what this is? Well, I never raised my hand. I never answered any questions. So I waited for one of the smart kids to raise their hand. And none of them did. And I waited for one of the dumb kids to raise their hand. And none of them did. And I said, this is my big chance. And up went my hand, and everybody turned around. They said, Benny's got his hand up. Oh, this is going to be so good. They were just ready to laugh hysterically. And the teacher was shocked, and he said, Benjamin? I said, Mr. Jake, that's obsidian. There was silence in the room because it sounded good. And they didn't know whether they should be impressed or whether they should be laughing. And he broke the silence. He said, that's right, it is obsidian. And I said, obsidian is formed after a volcanic eruption, and the lava flows down and hits the water. There's a supercooling process. The elements coalesce. The air is forced out. The surface. They're all staring at me. They couldn't believe all this geological information spewing forth from the mouth of the dummy. But I was perhaps the most amazed person because it dawned on me at that moment that I was no dummy. I said, the reason you knew the answers is because you were reading the books. I said, what if you read books about all your subjects? Can you imagine what the effect would be? And from that point on, no book was safe in my grasp. If I had 5 minutes, I was reading a book. Waiting for the bus, reading a book. On the bus, reading a book. In the bathroom, reading a book. At the kitchen table, my mother would say, Benjamin, put the book down and eat your food. I was always reading. And within the space of a year and a half, I went from the bottom of the class to the top of the class. Much to the consternation of all the students who used to laugh and call me stupid, who were now coming to me saying, Benny, how do you work this problem? And I'd say, sit at my feet, youngster, while I instruct you. I was perhaps a little obnoxious, but it sure felt good to say that to those turkeys. But, the fact of the matter is, I had a revolution in my thinking more about what I could do than what I couldn't do. And this is what we must bring back to America. The can-do attitude. The attitude that allowed our early settlers to move from one sea to the other sea across a rough and hostile terrain. People who knew how to build roads and structurally sound bridges and containment facilities and dams, who knew how to invent things when a problem arose. That was the can-do attitude that characterized the rapid rise of America from nowhere to the pinnacle of the world. The problem is, now it's being replaced with the what can you do for me attitude. And that is what we must fight. You know, a lot of people, accuse me of being hypocritical. They say, you grew up poor. You must have benefited from some government programs. And now you want to take all the government programs away and all the safety nets, which of course is nothing more than a blatant lie. They do that because they try to demonize people because they don't want people to listen to you. I don't want to take away government programs that are safety nets. But what I do want to do is provide ladders of opportunity to allow people to move from a state of dependency to independence and being part of the fabric of America. That's what American exceptionalism is all about. And the people who best do that are we the people. We are the ones who can best take the indigent in our society and give them the opportunities to climb out. Government doesn't do a good job of that. And it was never the government's responsibility. The government needs to go and read the Constitution because it doesn't say that that is their job. Now, maybe they did read it. Maybe they read the preamble. And one of the things that it says is the government's job is to promote the general welfare. But that doesn't mean put everybody on welfare. That's what they don't know. And, one of the things that I think the government could do, though, that would be extraordinarily helpful is recognize that overseas there's over $2.1 trillion of American money. We need to bring that money back here. But the reason it doesn't come back is because we have the highest corporate tax rate in the developed world. So I can remember many an afternoon sitting around the board table when I was on the Kellogg board or the Costco board, thinking about what are we going to do with all these billions of dollars overseas since we can't bring them back here? Well, what I would do is offer a 6-month hiatus, tax-free, to allow that money to be repatriated in our country, with the only stipulation being that 10% of it had to be used in enterprise zones and to create jobs for people who are on welfare or unemployed. You want to talk about a stimulus. That would be the biggest stimulus since FDR's New Deal program, and it wouldn't cost the taxpayers one penny. That is easy. That is low-hanging fruit. That's the kind of thing that we need to be doing as a nation to make all the difference in the world. And the thing is, it now will get our companies starting to think, getting back into the mode of thinking about how do you invest in your community? How do you invest in your neighborhood? How do you invest in your city? That's the kind of thing that gets us all on the same page and starts to reduce some of the animosity. Because one of the other things that I believe that really threatens our nation is divisiveness. And, we have a war on women, racial wars, income wars, age wars, religion wars, you name it, we're warring about it. Everybody's at each other's throats. We hate people who disagree with us. Have you noticed when you go on the internet and you read an article and you go to the comment section, you can't get 5 comments down before people are calling each other ridiculous names. Where did that come from? Where you want to hurt and destroy people with whom you disagree. I'll tell you where it did not come from. It did not come from our Judeo-Christian values. It came from something else. And we need to get rid of it. and recognize that our strength is in our unity. And that's why we're called the United States of America and not the divided States of America. And it will make the biggest difference in the world, because right now we are in a situation where radical Islamic jihadists want to destroy us. Why would we make their job easier by trying to destroy each other? It doesn't make any sense. And we have to be smarter than that and recognize that those who are trying to divide us are actually our enemies. But back to the jihadists. We need to stop playing games with these people. You know, they represent an existential threat to us. I think it's important that we understand what drives them. I would recommend that you go and read up on Muhammad and, his time in Mecca. He wasn't a very popular figure there, by the way. It might surprise you to know that. It was his uncle who was very popular and kind of shielded him because people didn't like him very much. And when his uncle died, he had to leave, and he went to Medina up north and put together, his armies. And they began to destroy people who didn't agree with them. And that was the beginning of, an Islamic part with Sharia that says anybody who doesn't agree with you, you can kill them. Cut their heads off, do all manner of horrible things to them, lie to them, make them pay unreasonable taxes, and it goes on and on, all of which is still going on today. Now, in order for them to export their philosophy, they must have a caliph, sort of like the big cheese, and a caliph has to have a caliphate, which is sort of like his little kingdom. They have to have actual territory. That's what they've developed now. They haven't had a caliph since 1924, Turkey. Now they've got half of Iraq, a third of Syria, and they have footholds in several other places, including Libya, which is particularly dangerous because you go northward from Libya, you get to southern Europe. You go southward, you got Chad and Sudan and Niger, and you begin really to have a very effective way of spreading what you're doing. And that's why, if we really want to defeat them, we need to take away their caliphate. We take the land away from them to delegitimize them even in their own eyes. And then they don't have the propaganda tools that they have. Now, here's one of the real advantages of taking that away from them. They hide amongst the populace because they figure we won't bomb the populace. But if we start taking the land from them, they have to come out and fight us, or they have to concede. And I don't think they're going to just concede it. When they come out to fight us, we take them out. About a month ago, we took back Sinjar. They had taken that city. ISIS had taken that city. But working with the Kurds, with our embedded special ops people, we choked off the access routes to Sinjar. That weakened the city. And then we were able to go in with the Kurds and our special ops, fortified by our Air Force, and take that city. That's a model that works extremely well. You can use that same model with some of the other cities. And we need to attack their command and control centers, like Raqqa, Mosul to lesser extent. Those are the places that we can really squeeze them out of by cutting off the supply routes. There are only 4 major supply routes into Raqqa. Cut those off. Soften that city. Make it untenable for them to live there. Chase them out of there. And wherever they go, keep chasing them. And if they're always on the run, they don't have time to be plotting things over here in this country. That's the best way that we protect ourselves, by eliminating them over there. But it doesn't mean that we don't have to protect ourselves here. And our best defense are the American people. We need to teach the American people how to react to a terrorist threat if they're in a situation. I'll tell you one thing that doesn't work, and that is taking the arms away from the American people. That makes absolutely no sense at all. Because, all that does is make you into a sitting duck. And, at San Bernardino, the semi-automatic weapons were already illegal in that area. The magazine clips were already illegal. It was already a gun-free zone. Did that stop it? Of course not. That is just asinine to think that that's something that's going to work. But teaching the people how to react, that is important. Going after their internet communications, being able to monitor them very carefully. I mean, this whole concept of, not looking at the Facebook posts of people who are trying to get into this country. Are you kidding me? I mean, this is beyond belief stupid. It just boggles the mind. But we need to use the internet effectively, not only to screen people, but to countermand the propaganda that they're putting out. We need to go to the servers where they are putting out their propaganda and shut those down. We need to use cyber warfare to eliminate their ability to spread their propaganda as much as possible. Some people say, well, that's dirty pool. Well, they're dirty players, so we use dirty tactics on them. Not a problem. You see, you cannot fight a politically correct war. These are people who want to destroy us. These are people who want to destroy our children and our grandchildren. And we have to understand that they are every bit as dangerous as the Nazis and other people who we have fought against in the past. And if we sit back and relax and try to play nice and politically correct, we will do that to our detriment. And a lot of people say, well, but you're not tough. You're not tough enough to deal with these people. Because somebody's managed to convince people that only tough people are people who scream and gesticulate and do things like that. I'll tell you what toughness really is. Toughness is being able to accomplish things, particularly against great odds. And I would say, if you go back and you look at my life versus a bunch of people who are running for president who talk. They talk a lot, but they haven't really accomplished very much. And not to brag, but just to say, there's a reason that I have 67 honorary doctorate degrees. It's the highest honor that a university gives out. They don't give those to weak people, believe me. And there's a reason that the Library of Congress, on the occasion of its 200th anniversary, picked me as one of 89 living legends. They don't do that for weak people. There's a reason I have the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest honor a civilian can get in our land. Not done for weak people. There's a reason that the Carson Scholars Fund has won major national awards that are only given to one organization. Candy and I started that. That doesn't happen for weak people. It happens for people who know how to who do things. There's a reason that a number of pediatric neurosurgical techniques been developed that are now used all over the world. Doesn't happen for weak people. So it's not so much the talking as it is the doing that matters. And right now, we need doing. And before I take some questions, I just want to say a couple things. It is extremely important that we as Americans recognize that we have an identity. Have you noticed that there's such a thing as the American way, as an American dream? What other country has a way or a dream? And it's something that we need to be extremely proud of and something we need to protect. We need to know who we are. We need to have a vision, and we can't be giving away who we are so that people can say that we're nice people, that we're politically correct people. And particularly our faith. Pull out your wallet and take out any bill, and it says, "In God we trust." We need not be ashamed of the fact that we trust in God. When you look at our flag, and we say our pledge, and we say we are one nation under God, we need not be ashamed. We need not let anybody make us self-conscious about that. We look at our founding document, the Declaration of Independence. It says we were given certain unalienable rights by our Creator, a.k.a. God. We need not be ashamed of our relationship with God, because that's what gives us our values. And I know that President Obama said we're not a Judeo-Christian nation. But he doesn't get to decide what kind of nation we are. We get to decide what kind of nation we are. And it was Thomas Jefferson who said that we would reach this point in our country. We, the people, would not be vigilant. We would not be paying attention to what was going on. We would be more interested in the football game and on who's down Dancing with the Stars. He didn't use those two examples, but he said we wouldn't be paying attention, and as a result, the government would do what all governments do naturally, and that is to grow and to infiltrate and to dominate us as people. But he said just before we turned into something else, the people of America would recognize what was going on. And they would awaken, and they would stand up, and they would regain control of America. I say now is the time to do that. Thank you very much.
I'd like to reintroduce myself. I'm Candy Carson, and I approve this message.
All right. Now we have time for a few questions. Yes. Okay. Okay. Her comment was Islamic indoctrination in our schools. Is that going on? Yes, it is. One of the reasons that I called for an investigation into the Council on American Islamic Relations is because I'm concerned about what's going on in this country. The Muslim Brotherhood, CARE, other organizations that have been shown to have connections to organizations that are supporting terrorist activities, supporting Hamas. That's the way you're really supposed to pronounce it. Hamas. Anyway, and other organizations, throughout the land. And if you go back and look at the Holy Land Foundation trial, one of the things that was discovered was an explanatory memorandum that told about what the plans were for some of these organizations in America, how they wanted to infiltrate our society, infiltrate our schools, gain powerful positions, and commit what they called civilization jihad, and be able to basically revolutionize who we are. And they said it would be easier in America than you think, because the Americans would be so concerned about political correctness that they would allow things to happen that were antithetical to their own principles. We have to be smarter than that. You know, Teddy Roosevelt, I think, put it best in 1907. He said, "We are a land of immigrants, and we welcome anybody from anywhere as long as they want to be Americans, and as long as they will accept American principles." That's what's important. Another question. Yes. Okay, what needs to be done with our education system to create those ladders of opportunity for people? Well, we don't need Common Core, I'll tell you that. That is not necessary. But we do need excellent education. And like I said, that's the great divide in our nation. We've demonstrated that the best educated people are the kids who get homeschooled. The next best educated, private schools. The next best, charter schools. The least best, public schools. What that says to me is that we need to provide school choice and utilizing vouchers or what have you to allow people to move into situations that actually have good educational outcomes. That will force the ones that don't have good educational outcomes to get on the bandwagon and find a way to improve, because they will either improve or they will cease to exist. Either one is okay with me, because we need to make sure that we educate our people. We have to recognize for every person that goes down that path of self-destruction, that's a person that we have to be afraid of and protect our families from. A person that we have to pay for in the penal system or the welfare system. And if we can prevent that from happening, that's one more tax-paying, productive member of society who may discover a new energy source or the cure for cancer. We can't afford to throw away any of our people. We only have 330 million people. China has 1.4 billion. India has over 1 billion. We have to compete with them, so we have to develop all of our people. It's absolutely essential. We also need to use technology. There are computer programs that can look at the way a kid solves 5 algebra problems. Based on that, it knows what they don't know, and it can tutor them and bring them up to speed so they can solve those problems. Same thing a good algebra teacher can do. But the teacher can do it for one person at a time. The computer system can do it for a whole class, a whole school, a whole city, a whole state, a whole nation. That's what we need to take advantage of. Virtual classrooms also, we can put the very best teachers in front of 1 million students instead of 30 students. We need to take advantage of our technology, particularly to get caught up in STEM, because we're pretty far behind other industrialized nations. We should never be behind in anything, to be honest with you. We need to, as long as I'm talking about that, we need to be thinking about what we need to do to harden our electric grid, because we're very, very vulnerable in that setting. And we're not doing anything about it. We need to get back into space, because right now we're paying the Russians $77 million every time we want to send one of our astronauts up to the space station. That's pretty expensive fare. And but worse than that, you know, you think about what came out of the space program. All of these inventions, all of the innovation, the stuff that kept us far ahead in terms of our military technology. They've caught up with us now because we're not doing that. Your cell phone came out of that. There's so many things that came out of that. And in the future, he who controls space will control the earth. We absolutely cannot get behind in this area. Yes. What could you say to them that will change their mind? You can tell them to go to bencarson.com and start reading for themselves and seeing directly what we stand for, and not listen to the media. The media saddens me in this country because they are the only business entity that is protected by our Constitution. And there's a reason for that. It's because they were supposed to be on the side of the people. And they were supposed to be truthful and not take sides. And they have lost that. They have lost all of their integrity. And it completely distorts the system. And, I hope and pray, particularly some of the young journalists who are coming up, will recognize that they play an important role in the strength and the freedom of this country, and stop taking sides and using ideology in their reporting, and start doing things the way they're supposed to. I think back to somebody like Walter Cronkite. Walter Cronkite was a left-wing radical, but you would have never known it because he was a professional. And we need to bring professionals back. What can we do about gays in our military? Yes. Well, what I have said about that is we really shouldn't even be talking about people's sexual orientation in the military. My philosophy has always been that marriage is between one man and one woman. That's what the Bible says. That's what God established. That has been human tradition for a long period of time. I believe that all Americans are protected by our Constitution, including gay people. And I believe everybody has equal rights, but I don't believe anybody has extra rights. Nobody gets to change everything for everybody else. That's where the problem comes in. And if two people, regardless of what their status is, if they want to live together, if they want to get legal documents that allow them to have visitation rights and share property, I don't have any problem with that. They can do whatever they want. They just don't get to change everything for everybody else. And I don't think that our military should be a laboratory for sexual experimentation. They have an important job. Their job is to protect us. We don't need to be entering all kinds of nefarious things that distract them from doing their duty. That's what keeps us free. And all of this silliness and this PC stuff, it is going to destroy us if we don't wake up pretty soon. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I will tell you, Candy was not enthusiastic about this until we had grandchildren. Once we had our granddaughters, she looked into those sweet little faces, and she said, we got to do this. We cannot allow this country to deteriorate and them not have a future. That's what it's all about. Well, you know, our military is excellent, historically. And they've been fighting in wars every average 15 to 20 years since our inception, and they are the reason that we are still alive and well. They deserve a real commander-in-chief that they can respect, but also a commander-in-chief who respects them and will allow them to do what they are trained to do. And I've talked to so many of our military leaders who have quit because they're not respected. And believe me, if you give them a mission and you do not tie their hands behind their back, there is no finer force that exists in the world. And they will be able to do amazing things. And what we really need to do is we need to strengthen their hand. You know, our equipment is archaic, particularly our nuclear arsenal. Our Navy is at its smallest size since 1917, our Air Force since 1940. The sequester has hurt our personnel. We have low morale. At the same time, our enemies are increasing. And you know, if I were in charge of America and I was trying to destroy it, I'll tell you what I would do. I would try to drive wedges between all the people. I would have them all at war with each other. I would increase the debt to unimaginable limits. I would invite people in here from other countries. I would give them all kinds of benefits. I would be trying to get the people in here on all kinds of benefits. I'd want them all on food stamps and everything else. I would be giving them free telephones. I'd be talking about free education and college for everybody. And then I would destroy our military at the same time that our enemies were advancing. That's what I would do now. Any resemblance to what's actually going on, I'm sure, is coincidental. What would I do for small business and middle class? Well, remember, you know, small business is the backbone of America. 60 to 80% of all employment comes from small business. So it is incredibly important. I would get rid of the regulatory burden that is killing small business. You know, for instance, you know, it used to be a creep, the regulations. Now it's a gallop. They're all over everything. But one example of a regulation, the employer mandate. You know, it used to be when you started a new business in America, you were so proud, and you called up your mom, and you said, "Mom, I started a new business. I got 10 employees." You were so proud. The next year you had 20, then 30, then 40, 45. Oh, better stop. Don't want to hit 50. All of a sudden, all kinds of things kick in. You know, those are back-breaking regulations. And there's thousands of others that are just like them. What I would do is evaluate every single one of those regulations based on cost to benefit ratio. And if the benefit does not justify the cost, you get rid of it. And we need to change the mission of some of the regulators, like the Environmental Protection Agency. They right now are torturing everybody. I would change them to a function of working with business, industry, academia to find the cleanest, most environmentally friendly ways to exploit our tremendous resources. That makes a lot more sense. And that's not a matter of just changing the top level of leadership in those agencies. You have to go down through those agencies. There are people who are entrenched in there for 20, 30 years. They have philosophies that do not benefit the people of America. We have to provide them with an opportunity for alternative employment. Okay, last question. Yes. Okay, he's talking about the Convention of States, Article 5. Yes, we definitely need to do that because we're going to have to get term limits, or we may be able to find another way to do it with some kind of a national referendum, but we definitely need to do it. And the reason that we didn't have term limits in the beginning when our Constitution was put together is because it was an onerous job to come to Washington to serve. And there weren't a lot of perks. And so nobody was going to do it for a second term. You didn't have to worry about that. Obviously, it needs to be updated. There are a lot of things that need to be updated, quite frankly. You know, when our Constitution was put together, you know, lifetime limits, lifetime terms for Supreme Court judges and other federal judges, not a big deal because the average age of death was 47. You know, things have changed. So, you know, I think that probably needs to be updated. You know, when Social Security was put in place, the average age of death was 63. Now it's 80. You know, we have to look at a whole list of things that we have to deal with. And if we do it in a logical way and we do it in a compassionate way, it will be something that works. And that's something that we've lost, particularly in the government. We have these gigantic bureaucracies, and the whole concept of being compassionate and caring about the people has gone right out of the window. And that's why I have said we will have something in a Carson administration sort of like secret shoppers. And they will be able to evaluate what's going on with these 645 government agencies and sub-agencies. And if people are not doing their job, I think we're going to have to find a way to change things so that we can get rid of those people and put in people who are responsive, because the government works for the people don't work for the government. Thank you all very much.
If you listen to that white noise, it almost sounds like a million applause. A million billion applause. Let's see if I have my videos from our 5 and 6 o'clock broadcast. Oh, I do. Let's take a look at some highlights from our 5 and 6 o'clock broadcast. It's Troy Hayden and Carrie Lake at the helm this evening. Let's go there now.
Setting records, hasn't even opened yet. More than $100 million worth of pre-sale tickets have been sold for the movie. Are you one of them?
I bought a couple of those, yeah. 9:30 tomorrow morning. I'm watching it with my older daughter. And with all the buzz, it could end up being one of the most successful movies of all time. Marcy Jones, live in Peoria with a lot of people who are pumped. Marcy.
That's right. Well, I mean, as you know, guys, my original assignment was to come out to a movie theater and see how many people were in line for Sisters. That is Tina Fey and Amy Poehler's new movie. But as you can see, we jumped the gun. That doesn't open until tomorrow. So we decided to refocus on a little flick called Star Wars: The Force Awakens. And as you can see right now, nobody's out here, but we're going to give you a live look at Tempe Marketplace. I'm hearing there's a lot of folks dressed up. As you can see, is this up? Does it look amazing? Does it look like we're in the middle of a galaxy far, far away? I hope so. But folks aren't out here right now because they were already let in for the 7 o'clock showing to get their seats. I can't even believe it. 2 hours early, lots of people dressed up, lots of lightsabers. We caught up with some fans earlier, and they had a lot to say, and they educated me pretty well on Star Wars. When I came here, I knew that I was going to find a lot of people. I did not know that I was going to find Seth Rogen in Jedi gear. What do you say to someone who calls it a lightsaber?
So when I was young, I, myself, huge Star Wars fan, called it a lightsaber.
What's going to happen if you have to use the restroom during the film? Because it's pretty long.
Oh, that's not going to be a problem. Yeah, no.
You're going to hold it?
Oh, well, no.
You don't want to miss anything.
No, you go before the movie and you wait.
You wait.
You wait.
You wait. Are you excited for the musical number?
The musical number, yes. I've heard a lot about it. It's supposed to be very, very exciting. And I can't say what
You don't
else.
want to spoil it for anyone.
Yeah, I can't do any kind of spoilers.
I heard that Yoda is sleeping. Do you think he'll wake up during this one?
I don't know. I think he's pretty well one with the Force now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think J.J. Abrams' real name is Jar Jar Abrams?
No, absolutely not. We don't talk about that person that you just said.
Is he who shall not be named?
That is, yeah.
Oh.
Now we're going into Harry Potter territory, but yeah.
Speaking of which, is this the one where Harry turns evil?
It is not. That was like 3 episodes ago. You
What
gotta
am
get
I
with the
doing?
times.
So I guess the jig is up. I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan, but I am going tonight at 11:30. You know who is the biggest Star Wars fan? My favorite part of today, our executive producer, Obi. He's been answering the phone all day as Obi-Wan Kenobi, which I get such a kick out of. So props to him. And there's a smell of popcorn in the air, so the force of hunger has awoken me. I'm going to go grab some, but I will see you back here at 6, and hopefully we can talk to some more fans. Back to you guys.
Oh, I know about 1 million people that could give Marcy a quick, basic
tutorial of
Star
what's
Wars.
going on. As you can imagine, the hashtag Star Wars trending on social media and people waiting in line and lightsabers, and we saw the stormtroopers down there in Tempe as well. Staggering number, listen to this. Since the first of the year, there have been 234 million Star Wars interactions on Star Wars social media accounts, including posts on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr. So a lot of people pretty excited.
First on Fox, money stolen from a West Valley school, and a former worker is accused of the theft.
Not a small theft either. We're talking about more than $100,000. And investigators, some of that money was spent at a casino by the former manager of the Tolleson Union High School bookstore.
Andrew has been here with more on the theft and the fraud charges that she's now facing. Andrew.
Carrie, the Attorney General's office announced the indictment and the arrest today. Investigators say the former bookstore manager manipulated the school's computer system and took money that was supposed to benefit students.
56-year-old Brenda Bussey worked as the bookstore manager at Tolleson Union High School from 2007 to 2011. And during that time, investigators say she stole more than $100,000 from the school. Money that was given by students and parents for books and extracurricular activities.
She is so bad, and doing this for the kids, is not good, It's not appropriate.
Andy Alaniz says he remembers the former employee. His son goes to the high school near 99th Avenue in Van Buren.
She looked like an innocent lady, like a wow, She is outspoken to everybody, so we gave it up to her, and she wanted more and more, and she got it, but she was doing crooked ways.
Bussey resigned from her position in July of 2011, and an investigation was eventually launched that appears to have lasted years. According to the State Auditor General's report, Bussey manipulated the district's receipt processing system 374 times over the 4-year period. Investigators believe she stole $120,708, and during that 4-year period, spent more than $73,000 at a local casino. Bussey kept mostly quiet during her first court appearance. Meanwhile, the district she's accused of stealing from said in a statement, "While we are certain that what took place in the Tolleson Union High School bookstore cannot again occur, we are still recovering from what took place when one person decided to steal from the very people she served, our students."
The district says new guidelines and safeguards have been put into place to prevent this from happening again. Bussey is being held on a $25,000 cash-only bond. I'm Andrew Hasbun, Fox 10 News.
All right, and I'm going to experiment here for a second. Bear with me. I'm trying to upload this video that won't upload, and the reason is someone abandoned 3 cats at a Tempe apartment this week, and the kittens were found by painters 2 days later, and you can rescue them at fearlesskittyrescue.org, but I can't share the video on Twitter, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you the video, I'm going to clip it on YouTube, and then I'm going to upload the video. JD, who needs me to do this, is giving me a funny look like, girl, what are you doing? Okay, so here's what I'm going to do, JD. You don't have to come up here because I'm on. I told them I'm going to tell them about the cats. I'm going to show the cat video. I'm going to clip it on YouTube, and then I'm going to post it. Okay. Does that work? Because I couldn't even get that other file to go on there. So I'll make it a cute little clip on YouTube, and then I'll upload it. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, let me know what you think.
Okay. All right, so here's the video. And it's a little grainy. You can tell it was taken with like a camera phone. And know that someone did abandon these poor, sweet 3 cats at a Tempe apartment this week. The kitties were found by painters 2 days later. If you would like to rescue them, you can contact the fearlesskittyrescue.org. That's the fearlesskittyrescue.org. And what a terrible time to abandon these cats. It's cold out. It's especially cold right now. And it's an awfully cruel thing to do. So, again, fearlesskittyrescue.org, and it's 3 cats if you'd like to do a good deed this holiday season. There's an option for you. And so now I'm going to cut this and upload it to YouTube so that we can tweet about it. And while I do that, why don't I give you some additional Fox 10 Phoenix news?
Into a deadly medical helicopter crash continues. Crews on the scene removing that wreckage from the side of the Superstition Mountains. 2 people were killed, the pilot and a nurse on board, but a paramedic survived the crash, and now a fund has been set up to help him and his family. And Daniel Miller is live now with more on the story. Danielle?
Yeah, Troy, the only survivor, like you mentioned, in this crash, still in the hospital recovering from his injuries, which are said to be extremely significant. Now, his name is Derek Bayman. He suffered 2 broken femurs along with a broken back. He's now listed in stable condition. Now, that helicopter crash was a native air helicopter. It happened on Tuesday evening on a mountainside about 12 miles north of Superior. It was flying from Mesa to Glove. Now, the pilot, David Schneider, and nurse Chad Frary were both killed in that crash, unfortunately. And an Air Force helicopter rescued Bayme from the crash site in the rugged terrain about 4 hours after the crash and about 2 hours after the wreckage was first spotted by search aircraft. Now, Bayme, like I mentioned, broke both of his legs and even broke his back. Friends have now put together a GoFundMe account to help pay for his medical bills.
Good people like Derek are kind of few and far between that are truly selfless and really would, give the clothes off his back for somebody. So I really feel like it's important to let people like Derek know that their lives are significant. He's important, and this is kind of our way of showing him that he makes a difference in the world.
And if you do want to help, that GoFundMe account is listed under the name Help a Hero Heal. Now, so far they've raised about $9,000, and the goal is about $30,000. And the cause of this crash is still under investigation. Reporting live, Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
Thank you, Danielle.
A grandmother will be able to wrap some Christmas gifts for her grandchildren this year.
It's all thanks to the help of a complete stranger who picked out her layaway order at random and then paid off the balance. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia was there when that grandmother picked up the gifts. What a wonderful Christmas surprise.
Yvette Ortega had picked out some electronics, games, and toys for her grandkids for Christmas. And for the first time this year, she used the layaway system to pay them off over time. Affording gifts has been tough.
This Christmas, you know, due to the illnesses and medical bills, it was hard.
Then she got a phone call from Walmart that brought her to tears. A Good Samaritan had paid for her layaway items. Yvette and the messenger met for the first time when she went to pick up her order.
This is the one that cried. She's the one who called me up, and I. We were able to make your day. You did make my day. It was amazing.
At this particular Buckeye Walmart, layaway angels paid off nearly a dozen orders, and these Good Samaritans are looking for random orders that mainly include toys.
And it is very random because one had a $300 balance and they paid off the $300 balance, and it can be as low as a $40 balance and they'll pay that off.
Oh, it looks like yours was paid off by a Good Samaritan.
Yvette only put a few things on layaway because that's all she could afford. And now that someone has done a good deed for her, she wants to pay it forward.
It's restored my faith. It really has.
Yvette may never meet her layaway angel, but she wants that person to know how very grateful she is.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Your giving just brought so much happiness to me and my family.
Reporting in Buckeye, Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
It's not Santa in a sleigh, but these workers dressed in the colors of the Christmas. A grandmother will
and paid off Christmas layaway angels. News. Walmart managers say for the past few years, dozens of so-called layaway angels have just come forward and paid off Christmas gifts for people who could use the helping hand.
All right, now on to the next one. Mattress firm donating beds to a family.
It's not Santa in a sleigh, but these workers dressed in the colors of the Christmas season were definitely delivering holiday cheer today, too. Mattress firm donating 5 beds to a Valley family, 1 queen, 4 twins, with frames, pillows, and sheets.
It just touches your heart, especially a time around Christmas.
The kids are students in the Cartwright School District. They'd all been sleeping on the floor for the past year. When the school district heard about the situation, they took action and asked mattress firm for help.
We love to go above and beyond, and if there's anything that we can ever do to help our families and we're capable of reaching out to do that, we want to be able to do that.
Their mom, who's battling health problems, was in the hospital, so she was unable to see today's delivery.
They asked if we want to postpone the delivery, and I said absolutely not. We cannot afford one more night with this family sleeping on the floor.
The children, though, very thankful that Christmas came early.
If my mom was here, she would have been so happy too. She wouldn't be stressed no more. Now she gets to sleep on her bed and not the floor.
Rough day on.
That's such a sad story, but such a happy story at the same time because they got their beds.
A lot of interest around the valley. Today was supposed to be the day that a homeless veterans camp in Sunny Slope was shut down. But it turns out the vets will get to stay a little bit longer. Steve Kraft joins us live now with what happened. So Steve, how come they're still out there?
Well, it's an interesting story. We're at 16th Avenue and Hatcher in Sunny Slope. Behind me, of course, Camp Alpha. And as you said, Troy, this was to be a deadline for the property owner to close this place or face fines. But that deadline is no longer in effect while efforts continue to bring these vets the help they need. Taze Ben-On, an Air Force veteran, just arrived at Camp Alpha. But now he says he'll have to go.
Great people. And you know, in my opinion, the program must be working because somebody's trying to shut it down. And when things work, somebody's got to fix them.
The city of Phoenix says Camp Alpha violates city code, and the owner of the property, Dan Kaplan, needs to close it or face fines. So where we are right now is sort of a holding pattern. Nobody's been evicted, and the search is on for some solution to help these folks living at Camp Alpha.
We're working in compliance to the city, but what we need is time. This is a time, it's a very sensitive ordeal to have us move out here and get everybody out in 72 hours. So we want to work with them. We are working with them. We need their full cooperation too because this is a time-sensitive matter.
The city of Phoenix is working with each veteran to get them the help they need.
Well, the ultimate goal is housing, but many people here also have had basic services lapse, like health care. Their health care has lapsed, or food stamps has lapsed.
We've got 13 veterans here, 11 men and 2 women. And meanwhile, a lot of people have dropped by. You see that sign there, Veteran Supplies Drop Off. Folks have been donating food, water, Gatorade, many other items. All of this in the holiday spirit of giving. Reporting live from Sunny Slope, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
More than 1,000 Valley Elementary School students went shopping today in St. Vincent de Paul, made the holiday a little brighter and easier for them. The nonprofit marking everything inside one of its stores to just $1 so that the kids could then afford to buy Christmas gifts for their loved ones. Anita Roman was there.
The St. Vincent de Paul thrift store on Bell Road closes to the public today, and it opens its doors to 1,300 very special Valley Elementary kids.
It's been over 10 years that we've been doing this with Palomino School, and it just grows every year. The excitement with the kids grow every year.
So when your teacher said you get to go shopping for Christmas for your parents, what did you think?
I was happy.
I thought this is too good to be true.
It feels great.
It's all by donors and volunteers. Today we have Toyota Financial and CenturyLink and others here who are volunteering their time. They've also brought toys that they've purchased and wrapped for the kids.
What about? Does he like cars?
They've been thinking about it all month. They've been talking to the teachers about what they're going to buy for mom and dad, for brother and sister. So it's just a lot of fun.
I could give my brother like a dart gun or something.
I have a lot of brothers, so I would say my oldest brother and my aunt.
Yeah.
And my mom.
Oh, Merry Christmas!
The students were all bussed in by class and are already excited about next year's holiday shopping adventure. Anita Roman, Fox 10 News.
All right, so remember when we did that experiment a minute ago where I was trying to edit this video? I think I didn't do a good job. I think it's got my stupid face at the beginning of it. I'm still learning this YouTube, the way that they do their edit system and create highlights with their live broadcast. Let's, it's like, oh no, my face is on it, no! Okay. All right, so here's the... What do I say? I can't even hear me. And it's a little grainy. You can tell it was taken with like a camera phone. And know that someone did abandon these poor, sweet 3 cats at a Tempe apartment this week. The kitties were found by painters 2 days later. If you would like to rescue them, you can contact the fearlesskittyrescue.org. That's the fearlesskittyrescue.org. And what a terrible time to abandon these. It's like, so, I mean, that video was fine, except for me at the beginning. That's really unnecessary. I've got to figure out how to clip it where it's never like a clean clip. I've got to practice. Makes perfect, you know? Just have to practice. I saw some comments in the chat room about Anita, and you are absolutely right. Anita is stunning. She's my spirit animal. We both love dogs more than we love ourselves. Let's check out that evening forecast.
Exclusive AccuWeather forecast with Dave Muncy on Fox 10 News.
And of course, coming from Iowa, Carrie, you know this. If you can't find an ice scraper, credit card works fine. Absolutely.
True.
And there's no charge. Take a look, boy. There's a little bit of an inversion going on here. That's a little bit of polluted air. What happens is this is cold air down here. It's a little heavier. This air warms up a little quicker in the day and kind of traps this stuff down. And we need to get some wind going to get this out, or we need to cool the air off above us so this will lift out of here. But that's what happens with your temperature.
temperature inversion. 57 degrees, a clear sky, no wind. There you go. 23 degrees on the dew point, 27% on the humidity. Temperatures right now 55 at Cave Creek, 59 at Fountain Hills, 56 in Apache Junction, 55 in Glendale. Up a little bit over the last couple of days at this same time. High pressure moving in, getting a little bit closer to the state, helping to warm things up just a bit. We go to 58 degrees today, 55 in Scottsdale, 55 in Glendale, 82 is the record, 65 is the normal high temperature for this time of year. Other numbers from around the state: 42 at Flagstaff, 32 at Show Low, 56 at Tucson, and 58 degrees today at Gila Bend. This is your day. 58 on the high, 36 on the low, 65 and 44 would be the normal high and low. Record high 82, record low at 28. Looking across the country, once again, more snow pushing into the northwest. The midsection of the country sees a little bit of that white stuff on the day today, and then you can see this storm. It's run all across the country. In fact, this is the storm that came through Arizona about a week ago, and it's still got that cold front attached to it, and it is still moving through, but it is going to move out through the night tonight and help things out. But it is cooling the air off in front of it here and behind it, dragging that cool in. Look at St. Louis in the 60s yesterday, 38 today, 59 in New York, 52 in Detroit. Look at Chicago at 35, 21 in Bismarck, Billings at 20 today, and 44 up in Seattle. San Francisco, 51. It'll be 33 at Gila Bend overnight, 22 in Sedona, and 8 degrees up in Flagstaff. This is your forecast for the night. It does get a little warmer at 39 degrees, but it's still cold. 70 degrees for tomorrow, with those days warming up a little bit. On Saturday, 71. On Sunday, 63. And here we go, getting closer and closer to Christmas. Mid-60s, a few clouds for Christmas Day. Watch your kids around water.
Thanks so much to Dave Muncie for that report. Let's see here. Let's go next to a recap of kind of our top stories. Look at those numbers. I'm not a fan of the 70s. I like 60s. Those 40s make me especially happy. I like it cold.
I'm Carrie Lake with a look at your Fox 10 Facebook news update. The deadline to close Camp Alpha has been extended. The city of Phoenix had threatened to shut down the Veterans Homeless Camp near 16th Avenue in Hatcher today, but they extended the deadline as they continue to work with the property owner and other veterans to transition Camp Alpha residents to other housing. A security guard is shot while working to break up a domestic dispute. The fight was happening in a parking lot near I-17 and Indian School Road. Police say a man fired a shot at the guard before fleeing the scene. The guard then fired back, wounding the man. Police later found the suspect's vehicle and they arrested him. A big celebration expected at the Grand Canyon Skywalk. The attraction expected to see its 1 millionth visitor this year. The Skywalk is on the Grand Canyon's west rim. Stay safe for the holidays. That is what President Obama is announcing today, that U.S. intelligence and counterterrorism officials have not seen any credible information suggesting a terrorist attack in the U.S. over the holidays. Still, the president urged Americans to stay vigilant. Star Wars The Force Awakens hits theaters tonight, and it's already won for the record books. More than $100 million in tickets have been pre-sold in the United States, and fans are expected to flock to theaters throughout the weekend. And here's a quick look at your 10-day forecast. We're going to warm up the next few days with temperatures near 70 and then another cool down expected later next week. Be sure to join us on social media, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, and share your weather and news photos and videos using the hashtag Fox10Phoenix. I'm Carrie Lake. Have a great day.
Multitasking is so hard. Okay, I think I got that. I think I got the cat thing going. And maybe I didn't. I don't know. I don't know. I tried though. That's all that can be said. Beautiful weather, says Ale. Beautiful. That's what Mike says. It's beautiful. Well, thanks for the invitation, Rule. Heyo. Can I drag Jude LaCava? Let's see. Actually, Jude's really quite a fan. I don't know. Is Jude here today? I don't think Jude's here. I think it's Richard and Mark. Mark Malley. All right, let's see what else we got for ya. This is probably no surprise. Is there no talking here? Am I the only one that doesn't hear anything? I see Google most search politicians, but I hear nothing. Maybe I broke my earpiece? Maybe there's no sound to this video? What is life? Well, I'm skipping it then.
The fifth and final debate of the year, being seen by many as the most heated showdown of the GOP primary season, the rhetoric turning into back-to-back sparring face-offs between the party's 9 top polling candidates who made it onto the main stage Tuesday night. And as political analysts continue to debate who flopped and who came out on top, the candidates themselves were back at it this morning, returned to their campaign trails.
All this tough talk, you know, Ted stood up there and said, I'm going to utterly destroy ISIS. Anyone can say that. What are you going to do it with?
The CNN debate focusing almost exclusively on national security and how each candidate would approach the heightened threat of terrorism, a topic that voters have cited as their top concern heading into the next phase of the election cycle. Political insiders say that shift from voters makes last night's face-off one of the most important yet.
Overall, it was a great debate for foreign policy and national security because it was very nuanced. It was very substantive compared with the last debates.
Tuesday's debate marked the candidates' final face-to-face meeting of 2015, leaving campaign watchers with a better idea as to how the GOP field could shape up in the new year. This as the focus now shifts toward the Iowa caucuses, which are less than 2 months away, and where the first official votes of the election season will be cast.
The caucus is a more arduous process, so these are people going to show up, listen to speeches, and Ted Cruz has been doing a lot of work on the ground, been going around and giving speeches, meeting the community. Donald Trump kind of like swoops in, does a big massive rally, doesn't really connect with the voters.
When it comes to the 2016 Democratic contenders, they too will have one last chance to face off before the February caucuses, with candidates Hillary Clinton, Martin O'Malley, and Bernie Sanders meeting this Saturday night in New Hampshire for the third Democratic debate. In Washington, James Rosen, Fox News.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
We are led by the stupidest people I can't even imagine it. They're saying, are you going to run as an independent? I said, you know, I just got a poll where I'm at 41 and other guys are at 2 and 3 and 7. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, I think I'll leave now and I'll run as an independent. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing. Last night, I had Jeb come at me, you know, low energy. No, I'm standing there, and all of a sudden I hear this, you know, Donald Trump, you know, it's just like... He said it just the way his pollster told him to say it. And then I hit back very, very hard. But look, we need strong people. We need sharp people. We are being killed. We are being beaten by everybody. We're not winning anymore. And I finished up by saying, we aren't winning anymore. We don't win on trade. We don't win against ISIS. We don't win with the military. Our vets are being mistreated so badly. It's horrible. Horrible. I went in there saying, boy, this is going to be a tough evening, because I heard all of them were going to come at me, right? 14 of them were going to be coming at me. I was prepared, but I said, this could be unpleasant in front of, millions of people. And out of the 14, Jeb and I guess Rand Paul, who doesn't have a chance. I mean, what's he doing? Because I'm not establishment Hollywood. I'm not establishment politically. So Time magazine picked a woman who's destroying Germany. She let the migration come right into Germany. She's destroying Germany. And if I have to work with her in a little while, I'll do just fine. But I'm telling you, what she did is wrong. They should have done a safe zone in Syria, had a big, beautiful, fat safe zone, and stopped all this nonsense. We're going to build a wall, and Mexico is going to pay for the wall. They're going to pay for it. And I love Mexico, and I love the Mexican people, and I have thousands of them that work for me, and they're incredible workers with incredible spirit, and they love me. And I'll tell you what, in the state of Nevada, they recently did a poll, and I'm leading with the Hispanics, and everyone's saying, oh, that's because I'm going to produce jobs. I'm going to take our jobs back from China and Japan and Mexico and all these other places.
All right, that's Fox National that cuts those up and edits them, and I wish that we could. It just feels so awkward with those seconds of silence between statements. I could listen to it all. Why do they got to go so long with the silence, yo? All right, earlier today I interviewed the Trump Smokes Crack kids. I'm going to play that for you right now. These were the guys that showed up at that rally you were just watching yesterday with signs that said, Donald Trump smokes crack. And we just said, could you explain yourself? And I think they're good kids that will inevitably grow up one day. And I think that, I don't know. I think they were sweet. I wasn't going to be rude to them because I think they were sweet, but it was definitely, I think they're trying to be taken more seriously now, and in reality, I think it was inevitable, or I think it was actually done for attention, and now they're trying to be taken more seriously. So let's watch the Donald Trump Smokes Crack kids explain themselves earlier today on Fox 10 News Now. Mark's package on, ta-da! That was Mark's package on the all of the supporters yesterday at the Trump rally.
Yeah, the Donald Trump rally in Mesa, yeah.
And I actually have the protesters that have gone viral. There were a lot of people that made the argument that there were more supporters there than protesters, but you guys made quite a statement. You kind of stole the show. Was that your intention with your signs, which can be seen right here?
Yes, it was definitely our intention to be noticed with the signs, just like Donald Trump's campaign tactics is to say ridiculous things to gain popularity, not be politically correct. We went the same route Donald Trump went, and it seems
worked.
And it seems a lot of
sitting here right now.
Yeah, we're sitting here right now. Yeah, it seems a lot of Donald Trump supporters really were mad at us for saying Donald Trump smokes crack, but they're all about, we don't have time to be politically correct, so I don't understand.
So you don't have time either, is what you're saying?
I guess, I don't have time either.
All right, so how did you have the idea to go protest the Donald Trump event? I mean, were you sitting around? What do teenagers do now? You don't watch the Disney Channel, that's what I did.
We were handing out flyers for my dad's company, and then we made the joke that we could go hand out flyers at the Trump rally, but then we decided to protest instead.
Oh.
Better use of the Decided time. to get involved.
Yeah.
All right, and what was one thing that you learned from, did you take anything away from the experience that you think bettered you as a person? Because, I've talked to you over the last 24 hours, and it's like you've taken a drastic turn here. It was almost as if crazy sign, and then you're like, you know what? I have had the time now to do some research.
Yeah.
And I have a few things to say.
Yes. Yeah, I have actually taken this, seriously. I mean, it wasn't like a joke, But, you know, I didn't do all the research at first, you know, but I knew Donald Trump from headlines was a little, quote-unquote off his rocker. I can say things like that on there.
Okay, you'll say he's off his rocker. Well,
Yeah.
we're on the internet, so you can say a lot on the
really?
internet
Okay.
right now, but just don't get me fired.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm good.
All right, so tell me some of the thoughts you had, because you've come prepared. You've come prepared with statements.
Yes.
All right, and these are, this is after the research you've done.
Yes.
After going viral.
Yes.
You were like, I'm going to do something good with this momentum.
Yes.
Okay, talk.
Okay, so the introduction of what we're about to say is, what do you think of when you think of a crack user? You probably picture someone that is irrational and aggressive. And Donald Trump is both irrational and aggressive, and here's why.
And his policies really reflect that. You know, the mass deportation of 11 million illegal immigrants, including their children, who are born to undocumented immigrants. It violates the U.S. Constitution, the 14th Amendment, the American principle of jus soli. It's immoral, it's inhumane, it's impractical. It doesn't really offer a real benefit to the native public. And we just think that we have to stop messages like those, and there's plenty of others.
Yeah, and it'll cost $400 billion to $600 billion to move 11 million immigrants.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. Who's going to be paying for that? Is Donald Trump going to be reaching in his own pocket and paying for that, or is it going to be the taxpayers?
Or is he going to have Mexico pay for it?
Oh, Mexico, like the wall. I don't know if that will happen. You know?
It's true. It's true. I mean, did you get in any trouble for what you did yesterday?
Not yet.
The police officers were there. They were doing a very good job.
Yeah.
Keeping order.
Oh, they're not going to bother you guys. You guys are nice, clean-cut young men.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't bother you, but your parents aren't mad at you. I mean, you were supposed to be handing out flyers yesterday.
Yeah, but you know, we did it a lot before that.
Okay.
One of our friends got in a fight with his parents, and he ran away from the house last night. So I harbored a runaway last night. But other than that,
breaking news.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
In case we have any missing kids on our on the story on any of our broadcasts tonight, we know that that person is probably safe and hiding under your mattress.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, good. So your parents were fine with it?
Yeah, they're okay with it. They're just, my aunt sent in an editorial to like AZ Central or something, and she got like death threats in the mail and stuff. So like she never did it again. But
is this recent?
No, I don't think it's that recent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's horrible. I'm sorry for your aunt.
No, it's all good. Or yeah, okay, yeah. Thank you for your condolences. I think
she's alive, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. All right, I'm messing up. I'm on camera.
Right?
Yeah, it was just a threat. Yeah.
All right, good. I'm glad that everything's okay.
Yeah.
But that's rude. We never want people to be. Well, we never want there to be threats.
Yeah. Oh, the John. His last name starts with a Z. He organized the protest in front of the mosque.
Yeah.
Oh, he was there, yes.
Yeah. I went over to talk to him, and the police had to come and separate me and them because I was trying to explain, like, you know, I was trying to be rational with them, and they got their voices and they got closer to me, and then but it was fun. It's fun communicating with those people.
We covered the mosque protest. I think we had like 150,000 people watching, but that group of people, they were angry towards you.
Yeah, they were really insulting, you know, racist, Islamophobic. There was Muslim protesters there, and they were just blatantly insulting them right to their face. You know,
that's
just
not good.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think? I feel like I never had to deal with this stuff when I was your age. Mm-hmm. It was just a different time.
Yes.
Are you sad that this is the kind of stuff you guys are seeing at a young age? Or, I mean, that's just a lot of hate that you witnessed yesterday. And is it your objective to change that?
I think it's sad that it goes on, but I think if we see the hate at a young age and see the problems, we can fix them in the future. We can be the generation to make the change. Yes, it's necessary.
All right. So, do you feel like you expressed yourself properly after the? Because let's show some of your tweets because you.
Oh jeez.
Oh no! I just mean I can. Actually, I need to look it up. I'm gonna go straight to us. I wanted to show the video of Linda interviewing you, and I grabbed the wrong file, so
Oh, really?
I'm going to show just some of what you got.
Oh, yeah, someone filmed that and sent it to me.
So what you said, I don't know if they even heard that because I could barely hear it in my ear. So you were saying it's a metaphor, and do you think you explained that enough on at least here?
No, I don't think I did.
All right, go. This is your time.
All right, well,
we already kind of explained it with how he sort of him and his policies they reflect the aggression and irrationality of a crack user. I mean, if that's a fair comparison to make, that's up to judgment. But
yeah, and I want to talk about the Islamic immigration and the treatment of Muslims that are, that live among us, that are Americans like us. His policies on that is small-minded, morally reprehensible, and it violates the First Amendment, which is has to do with religion. And we can't, as people, we can't let a small minority like ISIS make us fear a large majority, like the Muslim religion. And Trump said he planned to monitor mosques, and he said if like one or two people from a certain mosque commits a terrorist attack, that the whole mosque would be shut down. Yeah.
These are, I mean, he's just, I think that.
And if he's going to violate the Constitution, like, he can violate it again, and where make Muslims wear special identification. We've seen throughout history, that leads to some bad things.
All right, if you don't like Donald Trump, who do you like? Is there anybody on your radar that?
I'm pretty undecided right now.
Oh, just no Trump.
Just no Trump. No.
Do you have a question?
How old are you guys?
I'm 16.
Can you vote in the 2016 election?
That's rude.
I know.
That's rude. No,
I know.
rude.
I actually can.
No. I was just a.
I know.
No, we can't.
No, but it's good that you're going to be politically active.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you.
I respect your comments.
Thank you.
I just realized that,
Yeah, we're below the age.
But you'll be
I can vote, but I'm not politically involved enough yet, so I got to kind of pay more attention.
You got 11 more months.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, so you don't know if you're Democrat or Republican, or you haven't established that yet?
I'm more of an independent. Yes. Yeah.
I knew that. I didn't ask you because I didn't want to be rude.
Oh wait, what was it?
No, I didn't want. I knew your age. I wasn't going to ask.
Oh
you
no, it's all good. No, it's all good.
I am sorry.
I thought he was going to tell us we had to leave. Or something.
Yeah.
We're 37. We shop at the Gap. That's what you should
I'm going to interrupt this for a second to say that I don't agree with you. I see the chat room saying their opinion means nothing because they're 16. I think that that's absolutely vile and rude to state. They are young people with an opinion, and even though I don't agree with them, you guys sit on Fox News Now all day long and give your opinions, and somebody could say the same thing about you. I just think that that's so rude to say that their opinion doesn't count because they're young. I think that their opinion does count. Everybody's opinion counts. They did something outrageous and got media attention, and I don't know, I just think that that's so rude to say that their opinion doesn't count because they're 16. Everyone's opinion should count. Why does your opinion count more than their opinion counts? They might not be able to vote, but if they feel passionate about something or they have something to say, I sat up here with them. I saw that they did their research. They put together notes. They had binders with pencil-written facts in them, and I just thought that was, they did their research. They were excited to come here, and they were excited to do the interview. I don't care if they're 16. I think that it's important that 16-year-olds have an opinion and are passionate about something. And even though I do love Donald Trump.
And expressing yourself. News is hard because what we want is a sound bite, and what we have is a minute 30, or we have 2 minutes.
Yes.
So sometimes
what you intend to express gets lost on the cutting room floor.
Yes.
And I cover Donald Trump every single day, so I understand that sometimes people are a little outrageous to get maybe a completely different point across because you just want the attention on you, and you utilize that to say whatever it is your objective is. But I wanted to give you a chance to fully express yourself.
Yes, and we thank you for the opportunity.
That's a little bit longer and unedited. We're not going to cut this up. People can see exactly what it is you said and how you said it. And I think that I think it's great that you're putting yourself out there immediately. And whether I agree with your message or not, it's something that I was doing when I was your age.
Thank you.
That's how I won tickets to NSYNC concerts. So, do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah. Oh, what concerts did you say? Did you say something about concerts?
Yeah, I said I would win tickets to NSYNC concerts. Outrageous things. Yeah.
Wait, NSYNC, is that a band or something?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Have you heard of Justin Timberlake?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. That's where we get it. That's where he's from.
Oh, okay.
But so, do you have anything else you want to say?
No, that's about it. I think the main point that we're trying to get across, and that the really pivotal point in the election, if you don't want Donald Trump to be elected, and I truly think that the majority of America doesn't think that immigrants or minorities or Muslims are causing our problems. They want to address the real issues. I think that the best way to go out and vote is to go out and vote and make sure that he's not the president of the United States, and somebody who will address the real issues is. So.
But there's no one else on your radar. Like, you just know that he's bad. There's no one.
Well,
have you heard anyone say anything good and you agree with it?
I think that I don't know. I tend to lean more Democratic, but I mean, I don't want to endorse a candidate. I think Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton. I mean, Rand Paul. He has good ideas too.
I like Rand. He's pretty cool. He's not going to let them shut down the internet. If they shut down the internet, I don't have a job. I'm going to be at Burger King. Well, that's interesting. And you're just independent.
Yeah.
And you're the only one that actually can vote.
Yeah, and I'm probably the least involved.
What are we going to do with you?
I don't know. I got to start paying more attention. I definitely will pay more attention as, it gets closer to the election and kind of the candidates are narrowed down.
Oh, we also have a
free
Gucci shirt for you. There you go. Show that to the camera.
This is like the funniest. This was the funniest. Why was this sign there yesterday?
Oh, this sign right here?
No, the free Gucci.
The free Gucci. Oh, just because.
Yeah. Well, this is hilarious.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, it also gets attention, but I mean, there's some real problems with Gucci Mane. I'm not going to comment on like his specific legal case, but I mean, he's sort of become a symbol to represent, the prison industrial complex, the racist drug war, the inadequacies of our education system. There's many things that can come with supporting Gucci Mane. So.
Hilarious. That's my favorite part of this entire story. Yesterday, I just kept screaming,
free Gucci. Free Gucci. If I scream free Gucci, do you think people will respond, or should I not scream in the office?
Just don't scream that loud, but you could just say, like if you're normally here, you could do it here. Like, do it.
All right. Free Gucci.
Oh,
that was sad.
That was a roar. All right, well,
no one even looked up. That was crazy.
It's because I've been doing it for the last 24 hours.
Okay.
They just think it's my. They just think it's my call now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm really excited. This is not. This doesn't cost more than $50, right? I'm not allowed to accept gifts that cost $50.
No, it's like $6.
Or no, it's like $4 something to
That's
make.
Amazing. Did you make this?
But they messed up the design. It was supposed to look different.
It kind of looks like
pixelated.
Yeah. But it's edgier. This is 2000 and late Gucci Mane, right?
Yeah.
Pixelated.
Yeah.
I feel so uncool sitting next to you guys. So.
No, you listen to Justin Timberlake. We all listen to Justin Timberlake.
You didn't know what NSYNC was. So I'm gonna just go cry myself to sleep.
Okay. You gotta get a pair of these. I'm photosensitive, but like.
Oh really?
Yeah. Yeah, so, so I'm not like making a joke.
Oh, you're not paparazzi sensitive. No. It's an actual thing.
Yeah, I promise.
All right. Well,
But I
I've
mean, they're
enjoyed
stylish too. So.
They are stylish.
Oh, yeah.
Are they Ray-Ban?
I don't know.
The Maui
just
gyms.
say yes.
Maui gyms.
They're Maui gyms, yeah.
Nice. Okay. Well, I greatly appreciate your time. How can people? People keep asking me about Gucci. Free Gucci. Gucci Mane. He's a recording artist. Let me show you his most popular clip. When a judge asks him if he is guilty of the crime oh, what is this?
And taken to jail as after a judge revoked handcuffed and taken to jail as after a judge revoked part of Radrick Davis's probation. Prosecutors complained that the rapper had only completed 25 hours of the 600 hours of community service he was ordered to perform. Channel 2's Tom Jones was in the courtroom, and he's live at the Fulton Courthouse with the new developments. Tom.
Good afternoon, Fred. The judge said, judging by his record, Radrick Davis, otherwise known as Gucci Mane, is not a worthy candidate for probation. So the judge decided to end a portion of his probation and send him to jail.
Mr. Davis, I'm going to revoke 1 year.
Fulton County Superior Court Judge John Gogurt decided to revoke 1 year of Radrick Davis's 3.5 years of probation on an assault charge. That means the rapper known as Gucci Mane will have to serve that 1 year in jail. The judge made that decision after hearing Davis has only completed about 25 hours of the 600 hours he was ordered to perform 2 years ago. It also didn't help Gucci Mane when prosecutors mentioned that he violated the terms of his probation by drinking alcohol and doing drugs.
Did the defendant admit using marijuana to you?
Yes, sir, he did. Marijuana and ecstasy.
Just before the judge revoked part of Davis's probation, he asked the rapper if he had anything to say. Gucci Mane told the judge he'd performed community service by speaking to children at schools and events, and that he was sorry that the unapproved appearances weren't properly documented.
I promise you, I would never do this again. I would never come back into your courtroom. I just have one more chance.
And of course, he didn't get that chance in part because Davis was given a chance to avoid a probation revocation back in 2006, and also because he was arrested in Henry County in July for marijuana possession, driving under the influence, and being in possession of a weapon by a convicted felon. We're live at the Fulton County Courthouse. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
Couple of suspected. Well, that's not even remotely what I was looking for. Those news people look so serious. Is that what I'm supposed to look like? Is that what I'm supposed to act and look like? Oops. Oh, here's what I think maybe I was
The rapper, whose real name is Radrick Davis, is accused of hitting a man with a bottle.
Fox 5's Daryl Carver is live in downtown Atlanta. Daryl, is Gucci Mane still in jail?
He is still in jail at this hour. The judge ordered him held without bond until his hearing on April 10th. Now, we're at Zone 5 here in Atlanta, where authorities showed us some of the photographs of the alleged victim in this case, a victim who says his injuries were suffered at the hands of Gucci Mane. Rapper Radrick Davis, also known by the stage name Gucci Mane, found himself in front of a Fulton County magistrate. Gucci Mane turned himself into authorities Tuesday night. He's accused of striking a patron of the Harlem Nights Lounge with a champagne bottle. Today, Atlanta police gave us this photo of the victim's injuries.
He has previously a 2005 aggravated assault out of Fulton County. In 2011, he was revoked on that offense as well. Also, he is currently on probation out of DeKalb County for 36 months for a battery conviction.
At his first appearance, prosecutors brought up the rapper's history of previous arrests and convictions as reason to deny him bond. A Fulton County judge agreed.
I understand your position, Mr. Findling, but this gentleman does have an aggravated battery with a deadly weapon just a few years ago, and he's already on probation for a battery charge, and now he's been charged with aggravated battery and aggravated assault.
This seems to be a completely unsupported allegation.
Davis's attorney says authorities have no proof Gucci Mane struck anyone except for the word of his accuser.
We have through the employment of a private investigator, we have now talked to a half a dozen witnesses who all say, from their perspective, sure, there was a melee that broke out, but nowhere in that melee did they see Radrick Davis hit anybody with a bottle.
Now, we spoke a short time ago off camera with the owner of the Harlem Nights Lounge. He says he's very upset about the entire incident and also adds that what happened that night is in no way indicative of what happens at his club. For now, reporting live from downtown Atlanta, Daryl Carver, Fox 5 News.
Daryl, thanks.
All right, that's not even what we're looking for. How do we find this clip? Ah. Oh, okay. So that's not true. Mike told me that was true. Mike is a liar. But he gave me a Christmas present, so.